to play how and with whom you want. Here, the respect you earn on the streets matters just as much as the rings you earn in the league. Rise through the ranks in the league, an authentic NBA experience where you dominate the hardwood on your way to winning championships. But the new NBA Live goes beyond the league, taking you into the streets, where the rules and how you earn respect are different. Team up with friends to take down NBA legends at historic courts like Venice Beach. Throughout your journey, your on-court performance leads to increased skills and new gear as your hype builds in both the streets and the league, from Venice to Rucker Park and everywhere in between. Join the community with 5-on-5 pickup games at iconic, real-world courts. Hit the Drew League and continue to build your legacy in the Pro-Am Tour. Earn the right to go head-to-head with the very best and show off your signature style. From East Coast to West Coast, from the streets to the league, everything you do matters. Your legacy is defined by you and how you choose to play. This is your world. It's time for you to be the one.
I got realness, I just kill shit 'cause it's in my DNA. I got millions, I got riches building in my DNA. I got dark, I got evil that rot inside my DNA. I got off, I got trouble, some heart inside my DNA. I just win again, then win again like Wimbledon I serve. Yeah, that's him again, the sound that engine in is like a bird. You see fireworks and Corvette tires skirt the boulevard. I know how you work, I know just who you are. See, use it. Your hormones probably switch inside your DNA. Problem is, all that sucker shit inside your DNA. Daddy probably snitched.
Thanks, guys. And thanks to all of the teams here sharing games today. And a special thanks to Joseph and Hazelight. How about that for some passion? Now, we've got a massive finale coming up here in just a moment. 30 minutes of pure, unadulterated Star Wars. But before we get there, I wanted to pause for just a moment. Last week, we did something pretty amazing together. We held our annual EA Play to Give campaign, celebrating the importance of inclusion and play in our communities and in life. We partnered with 3 outstanding charities, the United Nations He for She, and anti-bullying organizations, the Pacer Center and Ditch the Label. No? Okay. We donated $1 million to these 3 great organizations in support of building a more inclusive world. And here's where play comes in. All of you, our millions of players out there, joined us in support of inclusion. You came out in play in 9 in-game challenges. And by coming together, we are showing the world what a positive force that games can be. And to thank you for that, we're opening ways for you to play a bunch of great games for free. Starting today for the rest of the week, Origin Access, as well as the Vault-In EA Access, are free. For PlayStation 4 players, we'll also have a bunch of free trials running all week. We're talking FIFA, Madden, PvZ Garden Warfare 2, Star Wars Battlefront, and much more. So jump in, bring your friends, have fun with some great games this week while you're getting ready and excited for what's to come. Now, without further ado, we bring you Star Wars Battlefront 2.
I'm Janina Gavankar, and I play Commander Iden Versio, leader of the Inferno Squad in Star Wars Battlefront 2. I'm also an advocate for in-depth cinema caliber story in games. That tweet from John Boyega was like the tweet heard around the world. It spoke for all of us. When can we play a Star Wars story? We don't want to just relive the movies. We've watched them a million times. What we want to do is have a new and authentic, untold story. A story that delivers new perspectives and enables us to play as some of our favorite Star Wars characters while also introducing new ones. And just like Rogue One tells an essential Star Wars story ahead of A New Hope, Star Wars Battlefront 2 will tell a new Star Wars story that helps bridge the gap between Return of the Jedi and The Force Awakens. It's good. But EA didn't just stop there. We loved the previous Battlefront of 2015, but we wanted more. Star Wars Battlefront 2 is much bigger than the previous title, with more than 3 times the content of the first game. Yeah. Now, I'm all about that couch co-op, and they're bringing it back with the return of skirmish, so I'm going to be cuddling up with someone playing me some Battlefront 2. In multiplayer, there are more heroes, more vehicles, more planets. I've been to some of them. More space battles and starfighter assault, and deeper progression and customization, as well as content from across all eras. But, as we know, Star Wars is not just some checklist of great features. How does Battlefront 2 play? The team at DICE in Stockholm has some of the most talented multiplayer designers in the world, and they've been working with the EA Game Changers to make sure Star Wars Battlefront 2 has the multiplayer we're all looking for. These Game Changers, they basically get like tapped on the shoulder because they're the best Battlefront players in the world, and then they get secretly flown out to Stockholm. As long as they provide valuable feedback, they get an early look at the game. Sounds like an awesome program, and if I didn't suck at multiplayer, maybe I'd get an invite. That's true. So let's hear more from them about their time at DICE.
After the release of Star Wars Battlefront 1, the community thought there should have been more. And the good news is this, the developers have been listening.
I'm really excited to let the Game Changers get their hands on the game.
This is going to stay, right? Sorry? The clean UI look is going to stay?
There's still time to change something if it's not working.
Oh my God. My first impression with the game is upgraded. All 3 eras are going to be in the game.
No, Earthbound's coming at me! Oh, okay, Battlefront. We've got a whole bunch of new features. One of the biggest ones that a lot of fans are excited about is the class system.
They split the characters up into different classes.
They have different weapons, special abilities that you can customize.
It affects your health. It affects how you are going to support your team.
There's going to be more content. You're going to have to get used to a lot of new different techniques on how to play.
The gunplay and the weapons have completely been redone compared to the first Battlefront. Now there is a lengthened skill gap in it.
It feels a lot better and go, oh, okay, this gun feels kind of more real, less floating.
Which is your favorite hero so far?
We're introducing a system called Battle Points, which will allow you to become not only heroes, but other things on the battlefield.
As you're helping your team play the objective, you gain these points.
There's such a plethora of things to spend it on, vehicles.
Or even coming in as a hero.
And the coolest thing, I think, is a level of customization, not just from a weapon standpoint, but the actual character's own abilities.
Collaborating with the Game Changers is always a really great working environment when you're trying to figure things out.
I mean, to know that you're giving key feedback to make it a better experience for everybody, it's like putting your footprint out there and saying, look, I'm part of this.
Is everyone in position?
Yeah. Ready?
Everyone ready?
So I'm going to participate in making the trailer. It's a whole different level of fantasy.
All right, recording.
So in 3, 2, 1.
And now, on behalf of the EA Game Changers and DICE, this is the world premiere of Star Wars Battlefront 2 multiplayer gameplay.
Sector is clear. Not clear! Not clear!
Assignments. They are unusual.
I'm trying!
Yoda, Darth Maul, Wookiees, Kylo Ren versus Rey. I watched that thing like 20 times backstage with my mom before this even started. My mom's here, yes, it's a big day for me, I'm sorry. So, okay, so we have even more exciting things for you. In just a moment, YouTube personality iJustine, shoutcaster Alex Goldenboy Mendez, and DICE developer Paul Kesslin will showcase Assault on Theed, the world premiere of Star Wars Battlefront 2's multiplayer. Yep. We've got 39 game changers ready to go, head-to-head in a 20 versus 20 match, battle on Theed, and I'm gonna take the 40th slot. We'll see. Okay, but you're not gonna wanna miss this, because like maybe you've seen some teasers, but this is the real thing, okay? All the bells and whistles, all the newness, but before we take you there, another big Star Wars Battlefront fan has some exciting news.
Hi guys, it's John Boyega here. You thought I wasn't gonna turn up? Yes, I was. But I'm sorry I can't be there with you because I'm doing a play in London, but I do have some great news. Obviously, you know I'm a massive fan of Star Wars Battlefront 1, and now we're going into the next chapter with Star Wars Battlefront 2, and I'm very, very excited to share this news with you. We've seen Yoda, we've seen Luke, we've seen all the other characters, but where's Finn? Finn will definitely be a part of Star Wars Battlefront 2 alongside with Captain Phasma as part of the first season of free content. And there's more. On top of that, we also get to play on the new planet Crate that you saw on the Last Jedi teaser trailer in April. So this is gonna be an exciting time. I'm gonna be playing. If you see Finn running around whooping some ass, it's me. So I'm getting ready, getting set for you guys to play with me on Star Wars Battlefront 2, and I'm excited. Let's play.
Okay, but did you listen? Finn and Phasma are headed to Star Wars Battlefront 2 this holiday, and it will be free. Yes. The team at DICE heard our feedback loud and clear on the previous Battlefront and are committed to keeping this community together with themed seasons of content post-launch for all players at no additional charge. So, the first season, inspired by Star Wars The Last Jedi, is only the beginning of the additional content coming to this game. All post-launch heroes, maps, weapons, and vehicles will be free for everyone who owns Star Wars Battlefront 2. Yes. And yesterday, EA announced that players who pre-order will get early access to multiplayer beta and Yoda's epic lightsaber mastery star card. So, let us recap. New essential Star Wars story. Multiplayer across all 3 Star Wars eras, space battles, split-screen co-op, and free content that will keep us playing together for years to come. Yes, right? Yes. Yes. I am so honored to be just a tiny little part of this team making this amazing game. I can't believe they let me do this today. And I can't wait to play the game in its entirety in November. And I get to start right now. So I'm going to go pick up my controller, and I'm going to throw it over to Justine and Golden Boy and Paul to take us to Assault on Theed, the world premiere of Star Wars Battlefront 2's multiplayer.
Thanks so much. Hey guys, welcome to the world premiere of Star Wars Battlefront 2's multiplayer gameplay, Assault on Theed. We're ready to show you guys the live gameplay for the first time. I'm your host, Justine, and with me here today, we've got Golden Boy and Paul Kesslin, producer from DICE. What have we got going on here today, guys?
We got a lot going on today. First of all, what we're going to see today is a 3-stage mode. It's our new gameplay. We'll be showing people going. The droids are attacking Theed. They'll be going all the way up the main pathway towards the Royal Palace. They need to escort the MTT tank. From there, if we progress to stage 2, the droids need to try to bypass security, make their way into the palace itself. If they're successful, they'll be able to take on the throne room, and there the droids will ideally try to capture that from the clone army. Unfortunately, the clone army's still there, needs to try to push them out and make that last stand.
Can we just take a moment here and appreciate the fact that we get to be droids in Star Wars? This is going to be awesome. I can't wait. Are you guys excited? Man, you guys got to come alive over here because we're going to see some great gameplay. We have some great game changers who are going to be competing here. And I use competing as a term because these guys are holding nothing back, Justine.
Yeah, no, it's been super exciting, and we got a chance to play yesterday, and it's just really fun to sort of get into this environment. You know, it's something that we've seen in the movies, but we're actually in the gameplay, and with somebody here who has actually worked on the game. So let's talk more about what we're seeing here and getting into this, because there's 3 phases to this. So currently, we're in phase 1.
That's right, and also we have some great game changers. You saw one of them pop up in just a little while. It was VF Updates, Pool Shark, Mooselk. We also have my boy Darkness, a.k.a. Dankness. He will be playing as well. We have Westy, Master G, Star Wars HQ, and some NBA Live, just cuz. Why not? You know, just do your thing. But anyway, here you go. So, Star Wars Battlefront 2, folks. Now, this is awesome because essentially phase 1, you get to escort an MTT down the street of Theed here, and the pressure is on for the clones. They have to hold back the assault here, Paul.
They do, definitely. The droids are sitting there trying to escort that MTT up the main pathway. If they're successful, we go on to that phase 2. But right now, what we're seeing is some specialist gameplay from, I think, Battlefront updates.
Yeah, let's actually talk about the specialists, and also you're going to see a couple different classes here. This class in particular that Massive G is using is the heavy class. Specialist, kind of your sniper, right? But the heavy class, what do they do here?
So the heavy class is great. They got a bit more health than your average trooper. They're also able to pop that combat shield, try to push into areas. So you can see those guys as pushers or defenders in some areas. But it looks like we got one of our Vulture droids right now. Not sure who's flying this guy, but these guys are great at air-to-air, trying to take out those other ships that might be coming in, that Naboo N1 Starfighter. Otherwise, they're there to provide some great ground support like we're seeing here, trying to get some strafing runs in on those clones.
Oh, no!
Oh!
Come on, man.
Missed that tower.
You just did it wrong there, buddy.
So it's
Sorry
great because we also do have the air support, but we also have ground support as well.
We do. So another thing that those air vehicles are great at is trying to take out some of the ground vehicles that you may see. The droid army has the AAT tank, something that's really great at troop suppression. But we see here a little clip of the V-Wing doing that. Oh, man, he's just mowing some droids down there.
Yeah, just absolutely shredding. You're going to see this happen quite a bit, especially in this phase, because there's a lot of open field here, right? And you can just come through for some great great bombing runs, really, and eliminate as many people as you possibly can. And also, you put the presence of an air vehicle out there. Players will fear the skies, and they will, look for cover in this map where it's already difficult to find cover to begin with in this phase in particular.
Absolutely, and you can see right now that there is an AAT tank sitting around on the battlefield. He is probably taking out those clone troopers, but this Vulture droid is really stepping it up.
What I love about this is everyone's like, oh, look at this great open map. And then when you start phase 2, it's like everything starts coming in and coming way closer together. And we were talking a little bit more about the Assault class. So for somebody who has just started playing this, never played any previous versions, do you feel like the Assault class might be something perfect for them to pick up?
I think the Assault class is yes, absolutely. It's something that is, ooh, that's painful. The Assault class is something that a lot of players will be able to jump right into. They're your frontline flanker attacker. I think they're going to be fairly easy. You can get right in and just start having your typical run and gun action. Their signature ability, you see here at the top of the screen, your number 2 ability, that switches you over to a shotgun. You get a little bit faster, and you're able to really get in there and kind of break through those front lines.
Oh, I love it. I love using the shotgun, man. It is so good. And it's actually, when I first used it, it really caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting it. And I said, wait a minute. I could destroy people with this. So I just charged into the room and just absolutely shredded everyone. It was so fun to play with here. We're also seeing some great dogfighting here between the clones and the separatists. This is certainly what a lot of folks love in Star Wars, and just really in any game that DICE makes, right? They just always do a good job with the air combat. He's really trying to track him down. This Vulture's
not
really
having much luck.
No,
yeah, that Vulture cannot shake him.
Oh, so we got Star Wars HQ here. He's playing the Assault class again, and you saw here he has the signature thermal detonator that he'll be able to kind of suppress some of those guys with as he rushes in.
And there are different weapons as well. Like one of the guns that I would oftentimes use was the semi-automatic gun. It fired a lot slower, but you can get some great shots with it. And then there's also this nice compact SMG style blaster that really shreds through people in close range. I was using a little.
I mean, we want to give you a little bit more weapon variety this time around,
Yeah.
Also, some AAT tank action here, and this is doing what it does best. It's suppressing that point, trying to keep those clones out of the way.
They're trying to make their way forward as the objective continues to march down. He has to get away from that.
He's trying to, I don't know, is he trying to flank the tank? That's not smart.
I don't know, man. Maybe he will. Maybe
you saw a little combat roll there. Got to give you some escape options in case you get into some hairy action.
Uh-oh, we didn't get to see this one before. Finally,
we haven't.
Some ATRTs, yes. So these are great for taking out those AATs. So these guys are a little quick. They have an ion charge ability. That way they'll be able to do a little bit more extra damage against the tank should they see it. So you can imagine like 3 or 4 of these on the battlefield really rushing around points. Like, look at this. He's just
Can you stop someone out? What can you do with this?
You can run someone over if you want.
I was actually going to say, could I get shot off of it if I'm on top of it because my body's exposed?
You can, yeah.
That question was answered, instantly.
Almost immediately.
Yeah, almost immediately. Oh, man. So, Mr. Musel here, look for this guy to be on a tear a little bit later as well. And also, I did want to highlight, we had an officer, as a matter of fact, right in front of Star Wars.
We did,
HQ
one of my
there.
favorite classes.
What is it about the officer that makes it so unique?
I mean, my Twitch skills aren't where they used to be. I'm a bit slower nowadays, but I'm able to really buff up my class, or buff up my teammates, try to let them get some extra health, let them push through the points faster. And, ooh.
What happened there?
Finally some good dogfighting going in there.
Okay,
so
all right. And one starfighter.
What's great about some of these starfighters is these are accessed through our new battle point system. So instead of finding a pickup token on the map like we used to in the last game, you're now able to, depending on how well you do, whether you're scoring points via kills, via team play assists, or you're playing the objective like we really want players to do, you're earning points continuously that will allow you to spend those on whether it be a special character, whether it be a vehicle, or even a hero.
And the battle points that allows you to unlock all of those things.
All of those things, definitely.
And also something to look out for too. When we get into phase 2, that's when battle points are really going to play a role there, right?
I mean, right now, definitely you see a lot more. It's an open space. You have time for this air combat, there's some vehicle gameplay. But once we get inside, it's going to be a different story.
That's right. Things are definitely going to heat up. And what is this happening, right? This is a lock-on just trying to shake him out?
Yep.
Yeah, they better enjoy their air combat here, because that's not going to be happening for much longer.
Oh, Master G is just destroying him. Oh, he got picked off. Nice job.
But he was doing what he needed to do, support his team, right? It's that combined arms fire. You want to make sure that somebody's trying to cover you from the air.
Oh, boy. So, and you can see after every respawn as well, you get those
how many points you're earning.
Right? So
That's
you
right.
can use those later on. Got some specialist gameplay here as well. Maybe you can take off a couple faces, perhaps.
And so in the specialist class, you can also deploy different types of traps as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So they have access to a trip mine. So if you want to sit there and you want to be, that true sniper character, you set up some trip mines behind yourself, make sure nobody can flank you. But really, you're there to provide some of that cover fire for your troops downrange. And it's especially potent in this area because it is such a big open area. So that specialist will really shine in phase 1.
Some More bombing runs here and just absolutely tearing them up. I have to say, man, Musok is killing it in this world.
Again, he's doing great. Oh, and we see there one of the officer classes right next to one of the clones.
Officer, fantastic for pushing, right? You want to be able to push the objective.
Definitely.
Support your team. Like, if you are playing with your buddies, you want to be able to have at least one officer available because he keeps you going in the fight.
At least. I mean, they really help push, you know, when those heavies are trying to drive towards a point, you got your officers behind you, giving you some extra health, making sure that you're still able to complete that push. Or on the opposite side, if you're one of the droids and you really need to lock down a point, the officers have access to a turret that they can place on the ground and, you know, give a little bit more fire support for that area.
I'm trying to see if Massive G here is, you know, he's really focused on the bombing runs, right? He's not trying to go into combat with Musok, who's up there. There's Darkness 429. Just shredding everyone up here. Maybe he can get a couple kills in the corner.
He just went into siege mode?
Yeah, this is happening.
Oh, yeah, so tell us about the siege mode. How does this play out?
In siege mode, for a limited time, you're able to just blow up some huge area effect shots. You lock down your position, but you're able to have a lot more firepower.
We also just saw the B2 Super Battle Droid there as well. That's something you can get
Another
with
one of my
battle points
favorites.
as well.
Another one of my favorites. Yeah, you can grab those guys via the battle point system. Those guys, great at pushing points again. You know, they have high health, a lot of rapid fire. Oh!
Here we go.
Oh, there it is.
And this big explosion indicates phase 1 is over. Now we start phase 2. And this is when the action really begins to pick up here because it gets really tight inside of that building and players need to be mindful of that and look for this B2 to just shred through everyone, especially with that cooling ability that he has, to be able to keep him just constantly shooting in the fight.
He's gonna make a huge difference here as the fight moves inside. I mean, there's gonna be narrow pathways. He's gonna be able to just shred as soon as anybody gets in his way because it's those narrow corridors. It's gonna be trouble.
And just waiting for the prime opportunity to push up here. Players falling. You got, you know, White Boy there. And here we go.
This is some Darth Maul action.
Here we go, folks. Darth Maul.
This is where it starts to get interesting.
This is scary.
Darth Maul will excel in phase 2 and phase 3 as you're inside. I mean, he's a great mobile attacker. He's going to sit there with his lightsaber.
Especially close quarters, too. So he's absolutely perfect for that.
Absolutely. I mean, some of his abilities you can see here, he's got that spin attack. He's able to just rush in and out of combat and just take guys out in the process.
It was funny, I was talking to Musok earlier, and he was using Darth Maul, and he was saying how there's Boba Fett as well. But he was talking about how he wishes Darth Maul could reflect. I was like, if he could reflect, he'd be too strong. He'd be way too strong. There goes Boba Fett.
That was a good flank by Boba Fett and Maul. Just shredded the Clone Army, unfortunately.
What role does Boba Fett fill in this battle?
Boba Fett is definitely a hunter-killer. So if the Clone Army is able to get some of their heroes in play, like this is where Boba Fett will really shine. Is with that jetpack of his, he's able to kind of float above the battlefield, fire off some rockets, and really just take out an individual target.
And so what difference does he have from the last game?
From the last game, we've given him a bit new tricks. He's got a new concussion rocket that will really disorient players completely. But he also has this rocket barrage instead of just one rocket. He's able to really just lay down some suppressive fire.
Nice. Also, one thing to keep in mind, we saw the B2, here we go, but on the clone side, you know, there are specialist, you know, characters that you can pick up as well. We haven't seen much of it yet, but that would be the clone jump trooper.
That's right.
Very different from the standard like assault class or heavy class. It has the jump jets that you love from Battlefront, the original.
That's right.
Brought back here, but now focused on the central class.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're back to Boba Fett here with the
Look at
rocket
that.
jumps there.
He's shredding.
Able to just lay down so much firepower. It's intense.
Oh,
they got him though.
Down. Jesse was able to find him on that one, but here comes some officer gameplay here.
Oh, good. Finally, somebody playing some support.
Support people matter too.
They do.
You know, you gotta give them some love.
We're the linchpin of the team, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Now, what is his 2 exactly? His 2 is the healing ability?
His 2 ability is that, yeah, exactly. It's that healing ability. It gives you a little bit of buff for your little over health, but it also heals you back up. So it's, oh, we got some of the jump troopers.
Oh boy, and here we go. It's getting ready for phase 3 in just a little bit. There's a jump trooper. We talked about him before. Jump trooper, super fun to play. But again, you know, it's attached to a specialist now, so not everyone's going to have it equipped, although it was really fun in the original Battlefront.
That's right.
But I am going to be excited to hop in the jump trooper and shred people myself.
I mean, I know a lot of people love the jump pad.
Oh,
geez.
now we've got Rey. Not gonna lie, I'm super excited to play as her.
She's quite a powerful character.
Don't run.
Some of her abilities.
You know, she got out of that one really quickly, but they got her.
The droid fallen by a
Finished
simple
her off.
droid.
No, but Rey
so how
has,
does her
Rey has
mind trick affect enemies?
Absolutely. So Ray's Mind Trick is something that against all enemies, they'll be confused for a little bit, and your controls will kind of work against you, making you a little bit more vulnerable to attack.
Just so you guys know, this is when it gets insane. Because there's so much going on here. And was that a little Han?
We saw a little Han, yeah.
Are we gonna get some Han?
I hope so.
I hope so.
But I mean, you saw it earlier. So every time you finish a life, we'll show you how many battle points you have. And some people have enough points to get those reinforcements. And especially this late in the game, you'll see a lot more of these special classes coming out, a lot more of the heroes coming out. So again, this jump trooper here, with his rocket launcher and his jump pack, trying to be mobile, trying to fly into that last zone and capture a point.
This is really where heavies are going to thrive as well, because my goodness, you just see him
laying down fire
through the doorway, just absolutely dominating the clones. They need to push out. They need to fight this one out here. There are so many lives left that the Separatists have to their team. They could really run through this. The clones have to start acting fast, because if they cap it, that will be it. The Separatists will win this game.
It's not looking so good for my boys in the clone army.
I'm a Separatist fan, so I'm excited.
I'm just going to go on whichever team wins.
Oh,
okay. So I'm not going to be too picky here.
Okay, jump and ship. I understand that. No loyalties. Maybe you are Sith after all.
Maybe I am.
Who knows?
Shots fired.
Shots fired.
Yeah, so in this third phase, though, the droids are trying to capture that throne room. So you can see here, if you remember, this is the main throne.
And this is such super close quarters. Do you have any sort of strategies that you would?
Absolutely. I mean, if you're the clones, you're hoping that. Oh, geez.
Han Solo's just getting torn up.
This is gonna be trouble.
It's like too soon, man. I can't relive Force Awakens again. Like, don't do it.
Darth Maul is just destroying absolutely everything. I mean, is there any tips to taking him down?
I mean, you want to try to combined arms fire.
Oh.
The tip is blasters.
Run away. Maybe run away.
Run away and just shoot the crap out of Darth Maul. Oh man.
He was our MVP. Look at that.
Nice stuff. Moose-Elk. Congratulations. 36 kills he ended up picking up there, man.
My goodness.
Well, guys, that was it. What did you guys think?
Intense.
Not bad. I'm lying. It was freaking awesome. I love it. It's so good. It's like, I love the class-based gameplay personally. Because again, you can really get your squad, your friends, to get together and say like, hey, I want to, run the officer, and we're running through some highlights here. Maybe not was the best highlight.
Not the best highlight.
Because although maybe it was.
Let's take a look at some of these highlights.
Actually, I think it's just a crash montage. I think that's what we're gonna do at this point. It's just all crashing all the time. I'm down with that.
But it was Moose-Elk. I mean, he's sitting there, getting as many battle points as he can before his next life. I mean, that's what you want to try to see with those battle points. Listen, you want to either snowball your points, keep earning them, keep building, getting more and more things.
Yeah, that's right. And again, just the game. One thing I do want to compliment the team on, EA and DICE, just the way the game looks. It's so beautiful, especially seeing this part of the Star Wars universe brought to life. The way that you guys really managed to do so. I mean, kudos on that one. Once again, just dropping jaws everywhere.
We try. I mean, the team back home is amazing. They do incredible things. I mean, you can see it looks so pretty. Just look at this laser fire. It's intense, and it looks beautiful.
It really does look incredible.
So good. I was just gushing right now. Like we get it. The game looks good. Definitely. Oh man, well that was awesome. And overall, I mean, I have to say, I can't wait to get my hands on it. I can't wait to coordinate with my friends. And destroy the clone scum. I can't wait for that. Yeah, exactly. Separatists all day.
Well, guys, that was so awesome. Now, if you guys are in LA, you can come join us at FanFest this weekend. And if you come down on Monday, we've got a chance for you guys to win a trip to Gamescom in Germany this August. All you have to do is come and play, which is, I mean, that's not asking too much. And you have to be the best player of your match, and you guys will be entered to win a trip for 2 to Cologne, Germany, and a full pass to Gamescom. You've been before.
Yeah, I've been there plenty times. It's one of the most ridiculous conventions ever if you happen to go. It's insane. It's massive. So you're if you don't get the trip, you're going to be really sad. But if you do get the trip, you and a buddy, you're going to have a good time. It's a fun time. Hopefully I'll see you there.
Well, if you guys like Star Wars like we do and you guys want to play as your favorite heroes and villains, you guys can download Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes right now on Android or iOS. And you can play as any of the iconic characters that you guys saw today and many more. Paul, I also heard that you're making Battlefront 2 because you've been playing a lot of Galaxy of Heroes.
I play a ton of Galaxy of Heroes. I've played that game every day since it launched. I think I've actually spent about $1,000 in that game.
You have a problem,
I do have a problem.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
man.
it's just, there's just so much Star
That
Warsy
guy.
goodness. I can't help it.
I got to pick it up. I have to play it.
You should try it.
Yeah, I know my brother, he's going nuts about it, so I guess I have to make it happen.
Yeah, I started playing in December, so around the holidays, that's pretty much all I did. It was great.
At Christmas, just tapping
All right,
away,
sorry,
just
I'm
going
busy.
nuts.
Well, thank you guys so much for joining us here. Stay tuned to battlefront2.com for more about the game, and we'll see you guys soon. Thanks, Paul, Golden Boy. This was incredible. And now I'm going to send it over to Patrick for more.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you to the real rock stars of this show, the development teams inside EA. You are truly amazing. Now, we can't wait for more of you to play, and there's more coming. Stay tuned online for a closer look at some of our biggest game. And remember, EA Play is for all of you, our players. Thank you all for joining us. Now, let's play.
E3 2017 is the biggest video game event of the year.
Hello, everyone!
The show is sold out, but don't worry, because we've got your ticket inside.
I've never seen anything like this at E3.
IGN has it all with exclusive first access. Get a front row seat for every press conference.
We're so excited.
Jump the lines and go inside the best booths.
This might be the biggest booth I've ever seen at E3.
Totally fangirling right now.
Get breaking news straight from the show floor.
Excited about our new IP.
Hear from the innovators behind the game.
Playing with Xbox's own Aaron Greenberg.
Crackdown 3 is coming. It's going to be great.
It's got a gleam in his eye.
We break down everything about the Xbox One's powerful next upgrade.
Wow.
Be the first to see all the hottest titles.
Get your head down and keep moving!
IGN Live takes you inside Super Mario Odyssey and the future of Nintendo Switch, and unleashes all the games you want to see.
Battle Station!
Insomniac's long-awaited Spider-Man.
Now that's fun!
EA's Star Wars Battlefront 2, and Sony's bold new take on God of War.
I will have my revenge!
IGN has over 40 hours of live coverage.
Am I right or am I right?
And you don't want to miss a second of the action. Strap in. IGN Live at E3 starts right now.
Welcome to day 2 of IGN Live at E3. I'm Brian Altano, and we're coming to you from Los Angeles for a full day of coverage. In just a bit, we've got an exclusive look at Fortnite, the intense survival game from Epic. You won't see this gameplay literally anywhere else in the world. And later, we'll have complete coverage of both the Microsoft press conference at 1 p.m. Pacific and Bethesda's event at 9 p.m. Long day. Drink coffee. You'll be able to catch the Microsoft press conference everywhere IGN is available and on Twitter at e3.twitter.com. Tweet us at IGN with your questions about Scorpio, anything Xbox, and use the hashtag E32017. We'll answer your questions live on the air, so please keep it clean. Do not talk like I talk 90% of the year. But first, let's kick things off with the new trailer for Kingdom Hearts 3 that was revealed overnight by Square Enix. There's a ton of new gameplay and some huge battles, so check it out.
久しぶりだってのに随分な挨拶じゃねえか。
あんたらに関わってうまくいった試しがないんだよ。さあさあ帰った帰った。お帰りはあちらから。
好きにするがいいさ。ただし一つだけ教えておく。この世界に黒い箱はないかい？
黒い箱？
界に呼び戻すというのだ。ロクサスを復活させるということは、ソラ、お前は結局闇の力を使うのか。
Wow, I don't think I've ever seen Donald Duck that angry. Last night, EA kicked off E3 with the first press conference of the show, and Jonathan Dornbush is in the IGN newsroom with more. Jonathan, what's up?
Hey there, Brian. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How's Kingdom Hearts happening for you right now?
I haven't stopped thinking about it since I saw it last night, and I actually got to see it performed with a live orchestra scoring the entire trailer, which was just incredible. I got chills the entire night.
And you understood every word they said in that trailer, right?
Of course I did. Yes, I understood every single word. This trailer has huge gameplay and story implications, even though we're going to have a trailer in another month. We learned so much from this trailer. It's awesome.
What's the biggest takeaway?
I think the biggest takeaway for me is that we learn what the villains are going to be up to in Kingdom Hearts 3. You see Maleficent and her good buddy Pete there. We're learning that they're on a search for an object that we learned about in Kingdom Hearts HD 2.8 Final Chapter Prologue, your favorite title in video games. And
rolls right off the tongue.
Exactly. And then we also learned a little bit about sort of the villains who were created for the series, what they're up to too in that final shot that you saw, which is incredible. I've been dying to learn more, and we finally did.
It seems like you can just, in the combat sequence, just not touch the ground for a half an hour. That sounds like a lot of fun.
Honestly, aerial combat in the Kingdom Hearts games is my favorite part of the combat, and it seems like they're really just pushing it all out this time. They're kind of taking the best parts of every Kingdom Hearts game, it looks like, and mashing them all together, which works for me.
Jonathan, thank you so much. I want you to continue to be excited about these Disney characters beating up those bad men for the rest of your life, because it's important to me.
Oh, I will.
Yesterday at the EA press conference, we heard plenty of announcements, like a brand new IP from BioWare. There's a lot to cover, so here's a look at the EA press conference in 3 minutes.
What better place to start than with a game that has taken the world by storm, Battlefield 1.
Oh, I just shot an airplane out with the cable!
We're bringing epic battles to the Eastern Front of World War I.
Long shot from the depths of the unknown to being drafted by an NFL team.
That's Madden like you've never seen it.
What does your heart tell you?
If I stay, it will be double.
And EA Sports know the only way to make Cristiano look better is to jam him in spandex and capture his data.
She wants a fella with fella, there's no I in it. I bring it time and you never know. Don't show up to my show if you got no.
So Need for Speed has been around for a long time. There's been a lot of new things coming to the game and a lot of old things that people are familiar with the franchise.
You got this?
Jeff!
What started out as a wild idea on paper has now turned into a groundbreaking, one-of-a-kind game called A Way Out.
Well, you can trace lines in your face, but it's the way that your spirit.
The game is designed for split-screen co-op only, and I mean only. You're going to be able to play everything. I mean, not everything, but a lot of stuff.
Here's the first glimpse of our brand new IP from BioWare.
Now let's take a look at the one.
Team up with friends to take down NBA legends at historic courts like Venice Beach.
Starting today for the rest of the week, Origin Access, as well as the Vault in EA Access, are free.
Star Wars Battlefront 2 will tell a new Star Wars story that helps bridge the gap between Return of the Jedi and The Force Awakens.
After the release of Star Wars Battlefront 1, the community thought there should have been more. And the good news is this, the developers have been listening.
Yoda, Darth Maul, Wookiees, Kylo Ren versus Rey.
Finn will definitely be a part of Star Wars Battlefront 2 as part of the first season of free content.
All post-launch heroes, maps, weapons, and vehicles will be free for everyone who owns Star Wars Battlefront 2.
coming up on the Star Destroyer, but we need to clear that escort. Let's give him everything we got.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks. IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
Two friends, one controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by two players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3. We'll have the Microsoft press conference in just a bit, but first, it's time for some hardcore survival action. Fortnite is the game, and here with exclusive new gameplay is Darren and Zach from the Fortnite team. Hello.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for having us on.
And James Duggan, of course.
Hey,
my
what's
buddy
up?
Here from IGN.
I'm here too.
James. Fortnite is real. It's happening. You have a release date. It's next month.
That's right.
You can't hide from it anymore. It's been years, right?
Well, it's been a while, so we're excited. We're really happy that finally we're going to be able to go out wide. It's going to be on PC, Mac, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One. It's pretty awesome. The most amount of people that want to play, they can finally all come in and play.
So we've seen a lot of different iterations of it over the years, and I've had a chance to play in the closed beta a bit. Yep. But the first thing I want to talk about is heroes, which are the characters you play as, the playable characters, and they're not specific heroes in the sense of Overwatch, but they do have different abilities. So can you talk us through the structure there? Are there classes of these heroes? How does that work?
Yeah, we basically use a hero card system, and all those cards are derived from 4 classes. We have the soldier class, which is your run and gun, like I've got grenades, I can whip out a giant chain gun in a pinch. Then we have our Outlander, which is our scavenging hero. He's really awesome at harvesting and gathering loot, so all those people are there looking for loot. He can see loot through walls, and really, that's what he's about. So if you want stuff, that guy's going to help you get it. Then we have the Constructor. That's our class. Everybody in Fortnite can build, but he's able to sort of enhance the building of all structures in the game. It means he can structures that take damage, he can reflect that back, he can auto-heal walls, like that's his big thing. And then of course we have the Ninja, which is a mobility class, so you can double jump into combat, smoke bomb in, and then dragon slash out, so he's the melee class of the game.
I love that your game makes me decide between if I want to be a construction worker or a ninja.
It takes all kinds, that's what Fortnite's about, actually.
I feel like every kid should have that option. One of the things I'm really looking forward to in this game is just the sheer amount of construction and creation that it comes in terms of the weaponry. Like, it seems infinite. I know that's a weird word to just throw around, but what's sort of the craziest weapon that you guys have seen get kicked around the office?
Oh, man, I don't know about kicked around the office because we've had some crazy weapons, but let's see, what's in the game right now?
Well, I was gonna mention in the office, we literally have a stop sign axe, which is straight out of the game that we threatened each other with. So
we did make that.
But stop sign axe comes to my mind.
Does that mean like stop axing?
Well, like,
Yes, it is.
Yeah, like literally like everything from scavenged materials in the world and sort of weapons of that nature to, I don't know, the deer horn sword.
Yeah,
like,
that's pretty cool. We've got ricocheting laser rifles. That was pretty awesome. So you can bounce them down hallways.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, there's some cool stuff in there. Like we obviously the upside of having worked on the game for this long. There's a ton of stuff in there, and players are going to be discovering it for hours.
And so the basic loop of that is like you'll find loot out in the wild, and then do you have to bring it back to a like central location? Can you just do it on the fly and just start building weapons?
So you can build weapons anywhere you find them. You'll get schematics, which is sort of your know-how of like the type of things that you can build, and then you'll find items in the world that let you craft it together. At its heart, you know, Fortnite is a creation game, so crafting is just part of that. And then building forts or is all really dependent on the mission type. So the missions, building is a tool like everything else. Your classes are a tool, your weapons are tools. We just give all these tools to the players, and then we let them solve the mission problems however they want in a cooperative way.
Tell me about what's going on screen right this moment.
Well, right now, our heroes are headed towards their objective, which is Ray's told them that there's a shelter that needs to be repaired, and so they're coming up on it right now. So our constructor is taking a look, and she's going to go in and she's going to start the repair cycle, which is then going to essentially start the encounter. And so they're going to get a timer now to be able to defend the shelter. And be able to basically go out into the world, and they're scavenging parts, and the storm's going to start reacting to them coming up in about 5 minutes. But they have 5 minutes to be able to go out, find a bunch of parts, build a defense, and get ready to push back.
The shelter itself exists because it's a game in the end. This is this giant storm has swept into the world, and many of the people in the world have disappeared, but there are survivors out there, and this shelter is literally a shelter from the storm, and the players need to set it up.
So talking about mission structure, what we see here is similar to what I've played. And I think coming into this game, I guess my initial impression, it was going to be very, very open-ended in terms of the mission structure, but at least from what I've played from the first few missions, there's definitely a linear nature to it. Do you think that opens up towards the end of the game, and you start getting, once the players have really figured out the dynamics of the core gameplay, you can kind of let them go crazy and build this super fort? How does that work?
Yeah, so one of the things is that we have a mission structure, so players in a cooperative game, they kind of all know what to do together. One of the weird parts is if you have true possibility space and it's cooperative, everyone doesn't know what to do and they sort of run off. And that was sort of the early days. So we created the mission structure so then people can have sort of a cooperative experience. But one of the cool parts we added not too long ago is that everybody has a space called their sort of home base. And they bring resources back, and it's at that space you can build an infinitely, well, within reason of our performance size fort, and then that's really where that you can express your creativity and make giant fortresses. So it's a hybrid between it. Just depends on what you're in for that. If you want to roll out and do a 20-minute mission with your buddies, you can do that. You just want to noodle around and build up your outpost, you can do that too.
Do you find like a lot of players are just immediately start to build the tallest fort they can make to see if they can touch the sky?
It depends. So we have something called Stairway to Heaven, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is how long does it take a player to decide to how tall can they build? It varies. Like we've done a lot of tests. We've watched a lot of things. Some players do that within their first maybe 4 or 5 missions. Some players never do it, and it's really interesting to watch. It's building with a purpose. As soon as you give a player a reason to build, they build very thoughtfully towards that. And as you can see here, right now we're working on putting a defense around the C-bot. So the C-bot's going to help these guys find sort of the hidden construction bots that are then going to go back and help repair our fort. And then the constructor here is setting up the defense.
And are you able to sort of unlock different textures and stuff here? Because here we've got this sort of like Spanish tile going down on the floor, and then there was cinder blocks back there, and then we've got this weird, Art Nouveau museum on the side over here. It's great.
Yeah, there's 3 materials in the game to build with, and each one of those materials then has 3 upgrade levels. So what we're putting up here is metal. There's also stone and wood, and then as they upgrade, they get different material classes. So you can see some of the wood arches here that they've put up to help protect against lobbers that are going to be able to dropping stuff from the sky. As far as anything beyond that, I'll tell you what I tell our players, which is put it into our feedback. There's a nice feedback menu. You click it, you type in whatever you want in there for whatever we're going to do next.
So this seems like a perfect time to talk about the enemies as they're coming down with this storm. Yep. We see some larger guys here, there's some smaller guys, and you guys kind of have fun with it. There's a tongue-in-cheek nature to the enemy types, like there's a guy who throws a baseball at you, who's presumably a pitcher for a professional baseball team and is now a zombie who's wearing his face as a hoodie. But talk me through the enemy types. Do we start seeing much larger enemies later in the game?
We do. So in this case, we haven't spawned any of our truly big monsters. These are from sort of the Husk variants, and Husks represent sort of the basic creature type. They come in hordes. You have to deal with them en masse. Then we have the Huskies, which are bigger. They're more bullet sponges. They're there to be at the forefront. Then we've got Dwarf Husks. They're fast little Husks that come in at you in packs. Then we have propane tank Husks. They carry propane tanks.
Assume they sound like Hank Hill.
And they will lob those propane tanks into your base, so you want to destroy them before that. Then of course we have our artillery units, these bombs, the lobbers. They fling skulls into the fortresses, and then we graduate up into big creatures like the Smasher. Does what he says. He's a big siege tank. He will take down your fort if you let him run too wild. Then we have flangers that are literally throw enemies up onto the top of your roof, and then they try to burrow down into the top. So there's the game sort of starts out at a slow tempo, but then it ramps up quickly, and you get more and more of these creature types as you go.
That sounds awesome. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll have more of our exclusive look at Fortnite right after this.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
2 friends, 1 controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by 2 players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3. Our coverage of the Microsoft press conference starts soon, but first, we're continuing our exclusive look at Fortnite with Darren and Zach. Welcome back. We were just going through that demo. We're going to start it up again, and I just want to know everything about this game, as much as I can get out of you while you're here. So we went through the character class types. We talked about the just insane amount of weapons. We talked a little bit about the enemy types. Let's keep going from there. We saw some of the smaller ones. I want to know, do these guys get like a text when you start building something and they just hate you and they just, like, what's their problem with you?
The initial part of the game sort of begins to explore like what causes the storm, but it really is like trying to figure out what happened to the people, and then ultimately like they think it might be sentient, and so therefore it reacts to what the players do. So when the players are trying to build something or turn on one of their piece of technology, the storm shows up and it attempts to stop them.
So this character's using these abilities in addition to the weapons they have, and that's all relying on a system called energy, which if you don't use it, you lose it. So talk me through the abilities, especially combat.
Yeah, absolutely. So as we were saying before with their classes, like all the characters have 3 additional abilities, and then generally they have some passives that work together. And so those enable the characters to just do things in a pinch. Like we're watching the Outlander right now. He has everything from his rocket punch to to effectively a micro teleport where he gets to leap away, which you just watched him do that. So really take advantage of the class abilities is the proficiency, and in this case. We're seeing, I'm going to pivot a little bit and say you're seeing some of the gadgets that are available to the players as well.
That was awesome.
They just dropped an airstrike to clear out some of those creatures, and prior to that, the Outlander was healing himself with his adrenaline rush. And so there's you basically get to mix and match your gadgets with the class abilities. In this case, the Constructor, I don't know if she's going to deploy one of her gadgets, but she has something called the base, and when she drops the base, and it's a little bit to the right of that footage, it enhances all the worlds around it, so allows the player to say like, nope, the storm is now coming in for the west. I'm going to drop this base, and I'm going to enhance all the walls along that. So allows players of the builders to really alter their strategy depending on the storm front.
I really love the art direction in this game. It's
me too.
Almost it's almost slapstick at times, especially with these sort of like 1950s cartoon bubbles popping up everywhere. How did you guys sort of land on the art style?
Iteration was a big process of the way Fortnite came together, and like the art team is super creative, and I know everybody says that, but man, I have not worked with a bunch of more creative folks. So they got to this point actually early on in the project where the game looked a little bit more like what you would expect the next, game from Epic Games. It was grimmer, darker. It was the next evolution of that. But a bunch of the artists got together. Yeah, a bunch of the artists got together and said, you know what? We think we want to push this into a completely different direction, go complete stylization, and that was the basic seed of Fortnite's idea. And over the years, they've just refined that and gotten it even cooler. Like, over the years, we made the heroes more heroic. Like, as soon as we added classes into the game, the characters got to be bigger and cooler. But they effectively, still exist within this stylized sort of heroic world.
Purple, they love purple.
The lighting in this game is awesome.
Yeah.
So there's this whole out-of-game system that we're not seeing that's kind of a periphery.
Yep.
It's an overworld. It's looking at your hero deck, civilians, defenders, things like skill trees. Can you talk us through that?
Yeah, so at its heart, as building and exploring are the key elements of that section of the game. There was the collection nature of it, and we were like, well, how can we sort of push collection in terms of just finding widgets to craft, but also into the gameplay as a whole? And so at the top of it, we sort of went to this card system that enables you to have schematics to build or even heroes to advance. And so you collect these heroes and then you advance them, and they can all be leveled up and effectively evolved into more powerful forms of themselves. And over time, they grow in power and they can be collected like rarity, just like items.
So you can take an uncommon hero who you really like and really like their skill set and level them up to the power level of something like a legendary hero?
Well, basically you can transform other cards into additional cards over time. So basically you take that power and you either recycle it and gain XP and rewards from it, or you put it in the transformation and you create an amalgam into a new form. So it all depends, actually. There's lots of depth. It's basically it's a giant ingredients list, basically.
Can you play a sort of passive creative mode where no one is hurting you or attacking you? Is there any way to just be like, I want to build a bridge today?
Well, there's certain mission types that basically enable players to sort of wander the world a bit more and sort of explore. But true creative mode, we don't have in this version of the game, at least from what I consider that as a definition. But it is actually one of our #1 requested features, and like all things, it's on the list, and we'll probably explore it one day.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Well, I was going to say the players right now, they tend to use their outposts as that space.
Yeah.
Because they can go in there and they can build anything. There's no time restriction.
Yeah.
So we've seen everything from pirate ships to extremely large castles with just all sorts of variety.
That's got to be such a sort of fulfilling thing to enable the audience with these tools and then just kind of sit back and like proud parents and be like, look what you built.
It very much is.
Yeah, that's actually my favorite part of the game, and actually going through on July 25th when we're gonna take the sticker off and people can stream, people will finally see some of these amazing things. Because we've been able to watch it, like we'll clone whole accounts and then look at what people have built in their outposts in these giant fortresses. But finally the players can do that themselves themselves and stream it and show off all the cool stuff that they've been making. So
do you hope that people will maybe be like, hey, this is how I built this thing, this is how you can build it?
Yeah.
Is that going to be easy for people to kind of communicate with each other?
Yeah, I mean, that is absolutely the hope. I think there's a high level of virality around the cool stuff in Fortnite, and people will be able to show that off. It's like, let me show you the death machine that I built, and as it's grinding up creatures, and I think then they can show off the strategies that have. And I think that's going to be one of the most fun parts of the game.
So you guys have announced pre-orders and founders packs.
Yep.
But talk to me about the overall monetization. Will this game at its heart be free to play, or do you need to purchase? Because I know there's this kind of aesthetic monetization system, and similar to like an Overwatch loot box scenario.
Yeah, our ultimate goal, like straight up, and I want to make sure that everybody knows, is like we made a free-to-play game, and sometime in 2018 it's going to go free, without a doubt. But we wanted to offer the ability to get in on the Founders year this year, and we're going to do lots of cool stuff for people who want to get in. I mean, I am constantly hit up for people to like, hey, I want to get into your game. How do I get in? All the time. And finally, we're just like, you know what? We'll just let people in, and then when we're ready to change over into true free to play, we will. But this year allows people to sort of get in, and if they want to hang out until 2018 when we open the doors for everybody, that's actually cool too.
And I assume that enables some cool post-launch content. Because this strikes me as a game that is very much a service, and you're playing with your friends, playing the new expansion, whatever that may be. Do you have any idea what that will look like? I mean, you haven't even launched the game, but I always ask this question.
Can you guys outline your next 20-year plan?
We could talk about maybe the next 3 months. What we're really excited about is right at launch, bringing some events online that allows players to actually interact with the world in new ways that even the players that are currently in our online tests haven't seen yet. And so those are some things we're going to enable. So specifically, the storms are going to become more alive. They're going to start doing some more interesting things, and the players are going to have to start interacting with those. There's going to be some unique rewards that come up because of that. Along with that, along with that feature, we also have something that is going to start allowing players to visit each other's outposts while they're offline, and to be able to potentially defend those outposts against the storms with their friends. And so then they can come back, they can see what other people have done, they can actually defend it, they can actually play it, and then they can rate it. And then you'll be able to come back in, and your outpost will be defended, and you'll be able to see some of the cool things that happened while they're defending, and then be able to get some rewards on the other side of that.
Yeah, that's important. Like, we wanted to give more places for players to show off their creations. So the next 6 months after launch, we're going to focus on stuff like that.
So your fort will kind of persist a little bit, because I know at the end of the match you build a new one going into the next zone.
But absolutely, in the Storm Shield area, that's always persistent, even at the launch. Like, that never goes away. That's always your place where you can build and make bigger all the time. That happens right at the very beginning of the game.
And you get multiple of those as you kind of move through. So your the initial solutions that you use for building, they'll change over time as more monsters are introduced, and then you'll have to be able to react to those. And so you'll learn as you go on.
I really love a lot of the traps that we've been seeing in the demo in the last minute or so. We've got the floors with the spikes that jut out of them. There's like tripwires and mines. Do you find plans for these in the wild? Like, how many? Okay, I'll put it this way. Just describe a completely insane fortress to me. Just give me a variety of the stuff that you can put around the outside the perimeter to keep it safe if you're paranoid.
Well, yeah, you have everything from what you'd expect, some spike traps and spikes on walls so the players take damage. But then it starts getting like insane, where like there's player jump traps where they can literally fling themselves across the board from tower to tower. So you'll see, like, when you get these giant fortresses in our Storm Shield areas, they will basically build traversal from tower to tower by flinging them off that. And then also that's true of the enemies. Like, there are push traps that players can use to just throw enemies off of the buildings. And same thing is true with pop traps, where like creatures will get flung into the air and then hit another trap in the air and pushed out. We're tinkering with the timing right now, but what in an ideal scenario, we'd be able to construct the better mousetrap, where you could hit multiple trap types all in a row and then like destroy creatures without actually having to fire a shot.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's our long-term intent. We're still tuning and adding more traps to the system, but yeah, that's where we want to go.
All right, so when is Fortnite out?
We are out on July 25th. We are out PC, Mac, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One. If you get us in early, if you buy early, you'll get access on July 21st. That's right.
Yep,
right,
July 21st. Pre-order and get in on July 21st. Get a head start.
before anybody else.
Build that stairway to heaven before anybody else.
No, that's right. That's right.
Thank you guys so much for coming by. If you've been following E3 2017 so far, you'll know that yesterday EA showed off a Battlefront 2 announcement, new BioWare game, and more. So here's Naomi Kyle with the Daily Fix for a quick recap.
The most magical video game time of the year is here. It's E3, and this is the press start part of an awesome week on the Daily Fix presented by the Marines. We're going to bring you, yes you there, all the biggest and best news from each conference and the show as a whole. Plus, we have a totally rad daily giveaway through Wednesday as well. I'm talking a game and console, whether you're a Jedi or Sith. So let's do this.
Whoa, man. For the first time in Battlefield history, women will be playable characters in Battlefield 1's expansion called In the Name of the Tsar. About dang time! On top of that, the DLC will feature 6 new maps, as well as additional vehicles and weapons. Oh, and the night is dark and full of Battlefield 1 this summer, as 2 new night maps are coming to the shooter too.
Pew pew pew!
Madden 18 wants you to have clear eyes and full hearts this year. What appears to be inspired by Friday Night Lights, the new long shot campaign mode in the football game focuses on a young player trying to make it to the NFL. It's up to you whether he does, but no matter what, we can all enjoy Moonlight and Luke Cage actor Mahershala Ali because he's in the game. Super dig it. It Takes Two in the new game from Brothers creator Josef Fares. No, I'm not talking about the Olsen twins. You see, A Way Out is a co-op adventure game following 2 inmates named Leo and Vincent as they try to escape from prison. The catch is, you must play the game with a buddy through split screen or online. There's no way out of it. Mass Effect and Dragon Age developer BioWare has a brand new franchise, and I couldn't be more freaking excited. Called Anthem, the game world apparently has a wall that protects people from scary stuff. Think more monsters than White Walkers, but all Anthem got was a brief tease because more will be unveiled at Microsoft's presser tomorrow at 1. Need for Speed Payback? More like EA's Need for Fast and Furious. The E3 demo for the racing game showed off a mission called Highway Heist, and man, it looked like a scene ripped straight out of the film franchise. But hey, I'm not gonna complain unless the game won't shut up about family and let me drive. Free Star Wars Battlefront 2 DLC will be. That's right, EA is avoiding the dark side of the Force to provide add-on content at no additional cost. First up will be Finn and Captain Phasma as heroes, along with new planet Crate and a space map above the planet Dakar. There's also a new multiplayer trailer for the sequel showcasing a battle on Naboo. But sadly, no Jar Jar. I'm so sad.
Now this is the giveaway you're looking for. Thanks to the Marines, we're giving away a game and console of your choice. That's right, Xbox One, Xbox One S, PlayStation 4, PS4 Slim, or even PS4 Pro. All you have to do to enter is fill out the form in the link on the screen here or in the video's description, where you'll also find official rules for the giveaway. No Jedi mind tricks to it. And that's your Daily Fix for June 10th. Now that you're all caught up on EA's E3 press conference, be sure to stick with us here at IGN for all of your live coverage of E3 2017. I'm Naomi Kyle. Don't forget to download the official and upgraded IGN app. And remember, you can get your fix anytime online at IGN.
What's up, everybody? James Duggan with IGN Access here at EA Play at E3 2017. A couple of our IGN editors got to go hands-on with a really interesting game called A Way Out. It's kind of a cooperative narrative game, so let's wrangle them up and see what they thought.
What the? What? Who's him?
Yes, it is split screen all the time. 2 players are required, either couch co-op or online. And you can always see what the other person is doing.
You absolutely have to have somebody you trust on this. Like, I think that's a really cool part. You want someone you can work with and will agree on. And I think the moments when you disagree are going to be really fun.
It's always in a dynamic split screen. Sometimes it'll be 3/4 one side and 1/4 the other, half and half other times. It adds a real cinematic flair to the game from what I can see.
The pace and the transitioning is really awesome. The creator actually has a filmmaking background, which I'm like super into when filmmakers make games. You see it, like these techniques come through and everything from like the pacing to the transitions.
Vincent and Leo are now in the laundry room. Your goal is to smuggle sheets using a laundry cart.
I love the idea of these 2 characters. Obviously, they escape prison together, so they have some form of bond, but they don't seem to really like each other.
They seem to be very dissonant with their personalities of like how they like to handle things. Like one person's like, let's not cause a scene, we need to lay low. The other guy's like, no, just do it real quick, guns blazing, let's go. And I'm like, what he said.
It's pitch black. We need a light. Screw it. I'll go first.
I'm really curious to see where the story goes. The on-stage demo that we saw really hinted at a real sort of potentially emotional tale of these guys.
You aren't supposed to play this game swapping characters with the person you're playing with. Apparently, playing through this, you're going to get so attached to the character that you're playing that you're only going to feel connected to them, which I think is a really interesting concept.
The people who are actually playing have to kind of discuss this, like, this choice that they're going to make, and you can kind of put yourself into the shoes of the characters themselves.
One thing I saw was, this is while the bank robbery is happening, one player gets put in a chokehold by someone who's in the back of the gas station. And if the other player doesn't get there quick enough, it's going to be game over. So the idea that you constantly have to be aware of your surroundings as well as your friends' surroundings in order to get through the game seems really cool to me.
There seems to be a lot of thought put into every moment, every decision that happens in the game, and that's the kind of thing I really want to see how it plays out over the course of the entire thing.
So that's what our editorial team thought of A Way Out. For more on A Way Out and all things E3 2017, keep it right here on IGN.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we got your All Access Pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
Two friends, one controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by two players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to day 2 of IGN Live at E3. I'm Damon Hatfield, and we're coming to you live from Los Angeles, where in just a few minutes, Microsoft will kick off its E3 2017 briefing and unveil a little thing called Xbox Scorpio. Remember, no matter where you are, you can catch IGN Live's coverage of E3. We're on Facebook, Twitter, your console, your phone, and we're working on telepathy for 2018. Over the next half hour, we're going to talk everything Xbox One, including the debut of the most powerful console ever made, Scorpio. Plus, we'll take a look at Crackdown 3 and Rare's latest, Sea of Thieves. And that's only the beginning of today's coverage. After Microsoft, we'll have a special live edition of Up at Noon at 7:30 p.m. Pacific. And then at 8:30, we'll kick off our Bethesda Pre-Show and take you to the press conference, where Wolfenstein and The Evil Within 2 likely await. But first, last year, Microsoft announced it was working on Project Scorpio, a revision of the Xbox One that promised to be the most powerful console ever. Ryan McCaffrey explains everything you need to know in this Road to E3 report.
Project Scorpio, as no doubt most of you know by now, is Microsoft's successor to the Xbox One, but not a generational successor. It is a mid-cycle upgrade in the same way the PlayStation 4 Pro is. It promises, nevertheless, to be the most powerful console ever made, with all sorts of fancy numbers thrown at it that should help a lot of games run very, very well in 4K. Since its E3 unveiling / teasing last year, we have in fact heard about Project Scorpio recently. Microsoft partnered up with one of the more tech-oriented sites out there to release the raw numbers, the technical specifications of what this thing can do under the hood. But we still haven't seen it. We don't know what it looks like. We don't know how much it costs. We don't know what the release date specifically is. Still a lot more to learn. I expect the bulk of Microsoft's conference to revolve around Scorpio in some way. I wouldn't be surprised at all if they kicked off with it and said, okay, let's not beat around the bush. Here's Scorpio, here's what it looks like, here's how much it costs, here's when it's coming out. Now let's show you all the games that this thing is going to make look really good, and then they'll just go game after game after game. So I expect the Scorpio narrative to be very, very prevalent in Microsoft's E3 press conference this year. I am very much looking forward to seeing what Crackdown 3 is finally all about after all these years. It already had this cloud-powered thing going on, so with a more powerful raw box, that should hopefully make Crackdown 3 even more destructive and enjoyable. We're looking forward to seeing State of Decay 2. That's been a sequel that we've kind of known about for a while or assumed was happening. It was announced at E3 last year. It's 4-player, co-op again, big open world, lots to do. Scorpio could really beef that game up. And then there are just so many huge third-party games hitting this fall. Destiny 2, not Red Dead Redemption 2 anymore, but Battlefront 2, Call of Duty World War II. A lot of twos, a lot of good times to be had, whether it's third party or first party. And of course, FORZA MOTORSPORT 7. I'm forgetting the big signature game that they're probably going to be pushing on the Scorpio this fall. Car games always go with new consoles. It's like practically a law. You have to do it. You have to have sexy cars to go with your souped up new console. It's a chance for Microsoft to flex their muscle again. We haven't seen them really be this aggressive and this confident in a long time. We really saw that confidence at E3 last year, and it's going to be interesting to see what they can do. I mean, Xbox now should be the place where the third-party games play the best, and Microsoft hasn't been able to rightfully claim that since this generation started.
They shot that really well, though.
That was a quick look at Scorpio, obviously the biggest topic of today. Joining me to break down all of the news and announcements and leaks, Ryan McCaffrey, Gav Murphy, and Alana Pierce. Hi. Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready for the first party conference of E3?
T-minus 15 minutes. Looking forward to it.
Okay, so now we've covered everything that's coming up. Let's talk about what we hope to see today from Microsoft. Maybe we should start with that alleged price. $500, $499.
What's that in the Queen's money? I need British pounds.
You tell us.
I don't know, actually. I don't know what it is.
Ryan, does that price surprise you?
No, it doesn't surprise me. That's what I've been expecting all along. We've been conditioned by Phil Spencer, premium console, premium console, premium console. So you think premium price. They did just temporarily cut the price of the Xbox One S, which would create a pretty large price gap.
$300 gulf.
I think $499. It seems like the console is going to be a good console, but man, against the $399 PS4 Pro, are they going to be able to convince a lot of people to jump over into the Xbox ecosystem? I'm not sure.
The thing is, especially with 4K, in theory, if I want to buy a Scorpio, I need the $500 console, and then I need a 4K TV, which isn't cheap either. So for me, I'm tempered with those expectations. I need to wait to prove that it's worth that money, and hopefully we'll find that out today.
Yeah. Do we think we'll get a release date today?
Yeah.
Well, it would be shocking if we didn't, because after a year of teasing, they've got to tell us when it's coming. They've got to.
So you think they open up the show with Xbox Scorpio?
I do. It's what everybody, they get that out of the way, and then they can just go game after that. So I think we'll see the whole thing, see the box, get the price, get the release date, and then all right, now every game you're about to see is souped up by Scorpio.
I like you say get out of the way as if it's small. They just get the console out of the way, get it done with, get the games in. Come on, let's.
Well, they closed with it last year too, right? So it's kind of fitting to open with it this year.
It's also apparently Scorpio is the actual name of the console. If Best Buy.
I'm not sure I believe that yet.
Really?
I really wonder if that could be a placeholder because Nintendo Switch. In the name alone tells you something about what that console does. PS4 Pro tells you something about what that console is.
The thing is, Ryan, it's powered by actual scorpions.
That's terrifying.
Don't crack it open.
It's the most organic console ever made. Yeah, so I don't know.
I guess Xbox One S, that doesn't say anything.
True.
I call it a Scorpio. It's cool. Scorpio's a badass, right?
Yeah, that's true. What do you, in terms of games, what would really get you excited to play with the power of Scorpio, Gav?
I guess it's got to be Halo, man. They've got to do something with Halo.
You think we're going to see Halo today?
I think it'd be really silly not to.
We were warned not to expect anything Halo-related.
But that's probably why, though. I think they're probably trying to play it cool and be like, no, don't expect Halo. boom, Halo straight away.
I think Forza Motorsport 7 is a really good way to show off graphics. We already know that
Car
racing
games always do the job.
Exactly. So I'm expecting that really early on. But I think Crackdown will do a really good job of that as well. If we see Crackdown 3, it'll be open world. It's really destructive. We're going to see a lot of explosions and chaos. I think those are really good ways to show off Scorpio.
The one we're forgetting to mention that I think it's not quite top of mind, but I think it probably will be by the end of this conference in another hour and a half, 2 hours. State of Decay 2.
Yeah.
And that was a game. We just got that CG teaser last year, but the original game is so well liked. The mechanics of it were so good. That is a game I think that is primed to really make the leap from just cool game that got a lot of neat stuff right with the first game to just turning into a blockbuster with the sequel.
They did say we can expect State of Decay 2 to be more AAA, which I don't know what that means entirely, but bigger budget and probably looks prettier.
It should mean fewer bugs, because as great as State of Decay was, it was a very, let's say, lacking in polish.
Gav, for you, in your mind, what would make the Xbox Scorpio a must-buy? Like, you just have to have this upgrade.
As in games?
Yeah.
Man, I think like a really cool sports game. Like, I think like if they show off like some kind of like mental Madden stuff, I think, because Madden looks amazing. I was watching it on the EA stuff yesterday.
Exactly,
The new like story mode looks really, really good. And I think like that, as well as like, I'm not really into racing games, but it does show off like how good a console is for a racing game. But I think like a really cool like FMV style like Madden would be really good.
Yeah, they did mention. EA did mention yesterday that they were using their sports games to take advantage of Scorpio. What about Need for Speed Payback that they showed yesterday?
Yeah, that looks really good. I guess I mean, it's a bit sillier. That's what I like about it, because I'm just not very good at racing games. And same with like, I'll look at like Forza Motorsport and be like, yeah, that's really nice. Like, poof, straight into a wall.
And then you have to drive for 15 minutes straight, and you're like, wow.
Yeah, I'll watch somebody else drive. I'll be better at that. I'll be a passenger.
Well, one of the games we hope will benefit from the extra power of Scorpio is Crackdown 3. Here is everything we know so far about the open world mayhem.
Means Forza Horizon 3 can be bent to your desires like never before in the series. Combined with dazzling visuals, outstanding sound design, and well-honed driving, the results are fantastic. There are times I feel the only way...
Obviously, not Crackdown 3. Unless the game has changed. I don't know.
It's changed
I didn't even
lot.
notice.
I know we haven't seen it in
It's been a couple years since
but...
we've seen Crackdown 3. But while we reset, we can talk about Crackdown 3 for a minute. I think it's been since summer 2015 since we've seen that game.
Yeah, lots of people like really, really into that as well.
Yeah, that beta never happened, or at least hasn't happened yet.
It's crazy though, because a couple of people in the office have played it. People have played it 3 years ago at Gamescom, so it's like, how have we not seen anything of it since then? It's insane.
I think we have our clip ready. We can throw you to Crackdown 3 now.
Some people look out on the city and just see lights. I see lives, Agent, burning with hope for a better future.
Now, we haven't heard too much about Crackdown 3 lately, but the last time we got hands-on time with it was at Gamescom. They had a demo that was multiplayer. You got to blow up a whole bunch of buildings. It was really, really awesome and showed the power of the clouds. Seriously, though, that cloud computing thing sounds really freaking cool. And when they showed how many more processes they could do while blowing up all these buildings at the same time in a multiplayer setting, stuff like that just looks awesome. I am seriously really stoked for this game. The original Crackdown was really, really exciting because you could just make a big pile of cars, blow them all up, and it really showed the processing power of the 360. And it was awesome to see developers kind of having fun with this sandbox where you were basically a super soldier that could throw cars. Now, they're resetting with Crackdown 3. They have some of the original devs again, bringing back that heart, and it's going to be interesting to see what they do with next-gen hardware like the new Xbox. So Xbox is saying that the Scorpio console is going to be the most powerful console ever, and the tech specs back that up. So I'm really excited to see what that means gameplay-wise. Fully destructible worlds, can I go into a town and blow up every building? That would be a playground of destruction. So the big rumor that's been going around is that Crackdown 3 is going to be at E3. A lot of people teasing this on Twitter and such. I would love it to be there. I want to see this game again. I want Microsoft to come out swinging, and Crackdown 3 would be a big punch to the competition. So there's no secret that Xbox needs killer exclusives on their platform, and with the most powerful piece of gaming hardware, which is what they're marketing it as, a game like Crackdown 3 is going to give them a chance to showcase that power, and it would be great to see that on the stage. Crackdown 3 could actually be a killer app for the Scorpio. My dream for Crackdown 3 at E3 this year would definitely be a release date with the Scorpio. That would make me want to buy that console day one.
We do what we always do. We go to work.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we got your All Access Pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
Two friends, one controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by two players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
All right, Microsoft will kick off its press conference in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Another 2015 announcement we hope to see more of this year is Rare's Sea of Thieves.
I still haven't played this game. I can't believe it. Like, I love
You've had 2 years.
I know, it's crazy. I still haven't played it. I live like down
next
the road
door,
from them.
yeah.
They're really good. Like, Rare are amazing. They do these like really weird little things. Like everything I see from Sea of Thieves just looks really silly.
A couple of us played it at E3 last year, and I've never cried from laughter from playing a game before.
Awesome.
I absolutely did, even on the show floor with 15 minutes playing Sea of Thieves last year. It was amazing.
Yeah. It was the game that made me smile the most last year.
That's good to hear. I mean, it's been a long time since we've gotten something really new and fresh from Rare.
Yeah.
Right?
It's true.
It looks like really silly as well that you can get drunk and fall off your boat and do loads of like sea chanties with your mates and things like that. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to do in real life as well as in a game. It's amazing.
Pre-Microsoft, Rare might still be my favorite game development studio ever. They made so many of my favorite games, and I'm really excited about Sea of Thieves because it just looks like so much Rare personality has gone into it, and that's what I want. I want them to make goofy, drunken pirate games.
Exactly,
like, that's amazing.
Who doesn't want that?
I love the art style. I love the sort of vibe of it, the very sunny, colorful vibe. And I just want to, I want that game so badly to live up to the potential that it has in my head.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Ryan, do you think this game is out this year?
I don't think so. This is a big game as service. They've been very deliberately doing closed NDA technical alphas with small groups of members of the community. They seem to be taking it very slow to make sure they get it right. So I don't expect that we'll see I mean, maybe there'll be like a public beta kind of thing, but I don't think the final Sea of Thieves is going to happen this year. And that's okay. I just want them to get it right.
Yeah.
If this isn't this year, I think Crackdown will be their big first-party release this year then?
Yeah, I guess so.
Along with Forza.
Along with Forza, of course.
For sure.
Yeah. Okay, well, now that we've talked about a few exclusives, let's talk about what third-party titles we hope to see on the stage today. Yesterday, EA unveiled this little thing called Anthem and promised we'd be seeing more of it today. This is the next one from BioWare.
I still have no idea what it is from yesterday's conference. It's really hard to tell. It looks something like Destiny. We know it's from BioWare, so it's probably going to have a whole lot of, I guess, more RPG elements. So I really have no idea. No idea.
BioWare's been trending in more of an action shooter direction with their last couple games. I mean, there's Dragon Age, but the last couple Mass Effects. And so I could definitely see this being a Destiny-like game, but with a BioWare quality story on top of it, which would be fantastic.
I mean, that would be filling a gap in what Destiny offered, right? It wasn't really known for having a great story.
So maybe too similar to Destiny 2.
Well, that's true. That's also possible.
Yeah.
I feel like it's too big of a game to be like take my time as well.
Yeah.
Like I don't want it to be that big. Like like Destiny's like a big time sink. You have to really put a lot of time in to do it. And I feel like I don't have that for Anthem. Sorry, Anthem.
Well, we will see more in just a few minutes. Actually, we're standing by. The Microsoft conference will start at any time, so we might have to crash out. But definitely stay tuned after the conference for our full post-show breakdown of all the big announcements. In terms Shadow of War, in terms of other third-party games that we'll most likely see today, Middle-earth's Shadow of War was the first game announced to have full Scorpio support.
Yeah.
You think that'll be on the stage today, Ryan?
I can't see how it wouldn't with with that kind of public backing. And it we played this at Judges Week ahead of E3. Our preview is up on IGN. It's just so polished. The mechanics are so good. It's hard not to like Shadow of War, at least from the 30 or so minute slice that I've had a chance to play.
Gav, are you a fan of the first game?
I was a fan of the first game. I'm not a fan of Lord of the Rings, but I don't care because this looks amazing.
Sure.
Like, it looks like it'd be really good fun. Like, I love the sort of the system they've got where you can just really annoy someone early on. They're going to come back and haunt you for the rest of the game. I really love that. It's such a clever idea.
That's a really fun system.
Yeah.
How about you, Alana?
Oh, I'm super excited about it. I love the first game, love the Nemesis system, love the combat, love the climbing. I just feel like all of the pieces are right for this, but I just can't get over how many good games we've already had this year.
Yeah. The conference is actually starting. Everybody enjoy the show.
Exciting.
We'll see you after here for our post-show.
Let's do it.
This is the 2017 Xbox E3 briefing. Ladies and gentlemen, the head of Xbox, Phil Spencer.
Hey, no, stop. Okay. Good afternoon. To those of you with us here in person, watching on this incredible 4K screen, to the millions watching us around the world or TV or online, and to those of you watching and interacting on Mixer, on behalf of everyone on Team Xbox, welcome to E3 2017. When the renegade group of gamers, creators, and engineers came together to form the original Xbox team and deliver the first Xbox console, we were driven by 3 principles: empower developers, delight gamers, and deliver true hardware and technical innovation. The original Xbox team lived by the mantra, there's no power greater than X. And today, we are proud to welcome the newest member of the Xbox family, fittingly named Xbox One X. Xbox One X, the most powerful console ever made, sets a new quality standard for gamers and game creators. Starting on November 7th, Xbox One X joins the Xbox One and the Xbox One S when it launches worldwide. Now, I'd like to introduce one of our leaders in the Xbox engineering team responsible for making the Xbox One experience great for gamers and developers. Please welcome my friend, Kareem Chowdhury, to tell you more.
Thanks, Phil. It's an honor to be here at E3 and represent 3 years of engineering the team has done to bring you Xbox One X. From the beginning, our focus on game creators and you, the gamer, gave us 3 big goals we needed to hit: power, compatibility, and craftsmanship. Let's talk power, which starts with the specs. 6 teraflop GPU clocked at 1.172 gigahertz. 12 gigabytes of GDDR5 memory, and 326 gigabytes per second of memory bandwidth. These are impressive numbers that are more powerful than any other console on every dimension, because that's what it takes to give game creators the power they need so you can experience true 4K resolution, 4K textures, and 4K assets in your living room. And when we say true 4K, we mean 8 million pixels, high dynamic range, wide color gamut, premium sound like Dolby Atmos, and 4K UHD Blu-ray playback. Next, compatibility. We knew compatibility was critically important for Xbox One X, and your reaction to 360 backward compatibility has energized the team even more. So right from the start, all of your Xbox One accessories and games will work with Xbox One X. But for the team and me, that wasn't good enough. We wanted more. The game library you have today will look and play even better on Xbox One X with enhanced visual fidelity, anisotropic filtering, and faster load times. Even if you haven't made the jump to a 4K TV yet, we designed this product for you as well. Since Xbox One X enables a technique called super sampling, the new 4K games you see on stage today will look better on your 1080p TV than anything you've seen before. And finally, craftsmanship. We meticulously paid attention to every detail of design as we crafted our most technically advanced console ever. It starts with the Scorpio engine. We use 16-nanometer technology to build a 360 square millimeter chip with 7 billion transistors and a 384-bit wide memory bus. This is the fastest, most advanced processor to ever power a console. Our premium design means that every millimeter and every component within the console has been architected for maximum power and efficiency. Our aspirations were so high, an industry-standard approach just wasn't good enough. The Scorpio engine is so intense that for the first time ever on a console, we're using a liquid-cooled vapor chamber normally reserved for servers and high-end PC cards. An engineer on the Xbox hardware team invented a new power management system so innovative, we named it after him. The Hovis method uniquely optimizes every single Xbox One X at the system and component level to deliver consistent performance efficiently and elegantly. Now, it's easy to think all this technology and capability will mean a bigger console. But again, we wanted more. Not only have we built the most powerful console ever, Xbox One X is the smallest Xbox ever. This is the system you asked us to build, and it has been a great honor to design and build it for you. I couldn't be more proud of our team, and I hope you love it as much as we do. Now, let's see what this monster can do.
Exclusive world premiere. Please welcome, from the Forza Racing franchise, Dan Greenewald.
In the automotive world, supercars are debuted at international auto shows. Frankfurt, Paris, Detroit. But through your passion for racing on Xbox and PC, Forza has become the premier partner to the automotive industry. So today, for the first time in history, a flagship supercar is making its world debut here at E3 in front of you. This year, we announced a 6-year partnership with Porsche to bring you amazing experiences, both in-game and in person. Porsche shares our vision for the future of racing and esports. And this car has never been seen outside of the guarded walls of Porsche. That honor belongs to you, exclusively. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present the 2018 Porsche 911 GT2 RS. This is not only the most aggressive expression of Porsche's legendary design, it features the most powerful road-going 911 engine ever made. Like the Xbox One X, it's a monster. And with over 4.8 million active players across Xbox and Windows 10, Forza is one of the largest racing communities on the planet. You made this historic moment possible. Through your passion for racing, the digital and the real worlds are merging in an unprecedented way. So now, let's take a look at the Porsche 911 GT2 RS in Forza Motorsport 7 running on Xbox One X. I'm joined on stage by two presenters for our Forza Racing Championship eSports series.
I'm Shannon McIntosh, professional race car driver and Porsche driving coach. I'll be pushing the GT2 RS to its limits on the sun-baked streets of Dubai.
And I'm Verena May, professional racer and stunt driver. I will be fighting to survive dynamic weather in the Nürburgring in this Nissan GTR race car.
We start with Shannon in her customized driver on Dubai. Using the power of Xbox One X, Forza Motorsport 7 runs at a native 4K and a rock-solid 60 frames per second. And we have the additional power to deliver shocking levels of detail. Using super high resolution assets, we've recreated the intense feel of one of the greatest driving roads in the world, the Hafid Mountain Pass. But in Forza Motorsport 7, we've reimagined the entire racing experience on all devices. Racing is more immersive and dynamic. Ominous skies roll in as car parts rattle and vibrate. We've made racing more epic and grand. Race through living environments featuring spectacular vistas and massive scale. You can see we've made racing more dynamic and surprising. Dynamic puddles grow as the storm unleashes its fury. It's more thrilling and competitive. Feel the intense heat grease up your tires as you battle your rivals. And it's more beautiful and alive. Dark skies open up and change as the sun emerges from the clouds for a breathtaking finish. Racing is reborn in Forza. Whether running on the Xbox One family of consoles or Windows 10 PCs, Forza Motorsport 7 is the most technically advanced and comprehensive racing games ever made. With more than 700 cars, it features the largest collection of Lamborghinis, Ferraris, and Porsches ever assembled.
Today, you are the first people to see the 2018 Porsche 911 GT2 RS. And this week at E3, like me, you can be the first to drive it.
So come experience the most powerful road-going 911 ever made on the Xbox One X, the most powerful console ever made in Forza Motorsport 7. Thank you.
I'm going to play a ton of Forza Motorsport 7 when it ships on October 3rd. And when Xbox One X launches, we will all get to experience Forza Motorsport 7 in true 4K at 60 frames per second. Today, we're going to showcase the world's greatest creators with a lineup of different types of games for every type of gamer. It is the largest and I believe the most diverse lineup of games that we've ever shown on our Xbox E3 stage. Games from creators large and small, games that inspire and challenge us, games that transport us to new worlds and offer us new perspectives, and games that push the boundary of our art form. Today, we will feature 42 games here on our stage, including 22 games with console exclusivity on Xbox One. Every one of these games will play great on each member of the Xbox One family, but of course, they will play best on Xbox One X. Up next is a game from a creative team that built their franchise on Xbox. In 2010, 4A Games worked with us to launch a single-player masterpiece that I played on Xbox 360. Now, I'm honored to bring them back with the premiere of their next work, running in-engine in true 4K.
World premiere. World premiere.
We are the first. The first to see the gods. The first to tame their beasts. The first to guard the soul from evil. We conquered this land and built an empire. But there are whispers on the wind. A brotherhood born in the shadows. They are the first to call themselves the Assassins.
Creative Director Jean Gadon.
Thank you. Ancient Egypt is the birthplace of modern civilization. And it is also the birthplace of the Assassin's Brotherhood. Assassin's Creed Origins is taking you to the perfect setting for an epic gaming adventure. Egypt, 3,000 years of history and mystery at the tip of your fingers. Assassin's Creed Origins is also the story of one man, Bayek. Bayek is the last Magi, the protector of his community, an Egyptian sheriff, if you like. And his struggle against the dark forces that corrupt ancient Egypt will lead to the foundation of the Assassin's Brotherhood. But recreating ancient Egypt, going back so far in time, pushed us to rethink and expand our gameplay mechanics. We added many RPG elements to a huge systemic world, more detailed and alive than ever before. So today, we are very proud to show you what the game looks like on Xbox One X running in 4K. And now, just for you, Bayek is coming back to Siwa, his hometown, to kill the fake oracle, Medunamun.
World premiere.
Siwa, my home, the sacred oasis.
I thought he was dead.
Our Magi, the last protector, our treasure and faith. Siwa has not been the same since then.
I hope you are here to rid us of Medunamun.
Be my eyes, Senu.
This temple resembles a fortress. What has happened?
Get out of my way!
There you are, Medunamon. The next masked one on my list. Now it is my turn to tip the balance of Anubis. Better be careful here.
I should go drop these priests in the desert. Let us stand to take them.
Ah, a fine bow.
If the people see these dead priests, they will surely revolt.
It is too dangerous. I will pass for now. Guide me, Senu. Medunamon. You will die, Medunamon.
Die, you bastard! Going to kill you for that! See what is mine!
Finally.
At Xbox, we've always believed in the power of games to unite us all. Today, communities of gamers not only play together, they create together and watch together. A whole new genre of games has emerged designed for both the player and the community. And with Mixer, we're innovating new features to make these experiences even better. This one's special. Of all the games in this genre, here is one that the world is having as much fun watching as they are playing. And I can tell you that includes many of us at Team Xbox. The creative director of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is a gamer turned developer who designed this game together with a passionate community. Please welcome PlayerUnknown himself, Brendan Green.
Thanks, Phil. Good afternoon, everyone.
PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is a multiplayer battle royale where you must fight against 100 other players to be the last one standing. Our team's focus is to bring the most complete battle royale experience ever to console and deliver a great experience across all Xbox One devices. Our development is truly community-driven, and we owe much of our success to everyone who's given us feedback over the past year. With over 3 million PC players to date, we can't wait to bring PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds exclusively to Xbox One later this year, with an update for Xbox One X enhancements shipping with the final version. See you on the Battlegrounds, everyone.
Exclusive. Exclusive.
Let's try to stick together this time. By the buckle out, no heroics. Get ready!
Exclusive.
What would you do if the world you knew was gone? All the comforts, the simple pleasures you took for granted. How would you protect yourself and the ones you love when the protectors can't even save themselves? Army's pulling out. Come on. Last truck, get in.
Want some of this? How about you?
How will you decide who belongs?
Thanks. I owe you.
How will you choose a place to call home? How will you build it? Work together to defend it. From the terror just outside the walls. When you get hungry, cold, what risks will you take? What mistakes will you make? When the only family you've got is about to tear itself apart, will you end a life?
Wait.
Or save it?
Please.
This is our only one, but we need everybody we've got. Too deep and realize no one gets a second chance.
How will you find the strength to carry on? In this world of the living and the dead, how will you survive?
Exclusive.
Players remaining. One player remaining.
And what a play from the wounded warrior. She was caught in a trap, but she used superior tactics to get herself out of there. She's going to take the win. Let's move on to the next arena. Here we're following Bloody Marrow. There's only 2 players left in this particular map. Those tracks are leading up, but that tree is going to give them direct information. That red outline, there's a mortal unicorn, and he's letting in about 100 meters away now. Looks like he might be crafting or something, but what is this that Bloody Marrow's going to do? Getting ever closer, join that beeline, and now he's going to cloak it up. Is he going to walk in through the front door or what? Looks like he's going to sneak in on the back window. Here we go. Shot in the back. That's one, twice. Immortal's in trouble. Somebody from Mixer decided to chime in. That invincibility bubble's going to help him out. and put on the fight of his life. There we go, the next strike on Bloody Barrel, bouncing it up forward. There we go. Oh, that was going to do the damage to the arrow to the belly. That's going to be the win for Bloody Barrel. Bloody Barrel wins the round.
Please welcome, from Mojang, Brand Director Lydia Winters.
This summer, millions of Minecraft players will be able to play together on the device of their choice for the first time. Xbox Live will unite the global Minecraft community across mobile, VR, Windows 10 PCs, and consoles. As part of this effort, we're excited to welcome player-made skins, maps, textures, and massive community-run servers into the game itself. Because we know that the amazing content you create makes Minecraft even better. This fall, Minecraft will receive a free 4K update that brings more graphical options to the game. But we didn't stop there. With all this talk about graphics, we're taking things one step further. Today, we're revealing a new look for Minecraft that we're super duper excited for you to try out. One that's inspired by the power of Xbox One X and available this fall. Let's check it out.
Minecraft in 4K. When the Minecraft team showed me the first version of the game in 4K, I was blown away. Mojang is a great example of a studio that started something new and different that led to a global phenomenon. At Xbox, we're searching for games that are fresh, new, and in some cases familiar. That means ensuring that the biggest third-party franchises you want to play are there for you on Xbox One. Of course, you'll find these great games in the Xbox Store, available for pre-order today. But bringing the biggest blockbuster franchise is just one part of the job. Delivering broad, diverse, and new games to Xbox means searching to find unique games from creators around the world that will surprise and delight. To me, these next few games do just that, starting with the game I got to play on a recent trip to Japan. It's hilarious, a little crazy, and a whole lot of fun. Let's take a look at it.
World premiere. Exclusive. Exclusive. Exclusive.
We've scoured the globe meeting with creative artists and development teams, and I'm often surprised and humbled by their work. Whether it's a story that could only be born of a different land, or artistic design and storytelling that, in a single moment, can capture your imagination and inspire. There is much to be learned by looking beyond borders. Our first party is also a place of innovation and creativity. Today, I'm excited to share with you an extended look at never-before-seen gameplay from Rare's shared world adventure, Sea of Thieves.
Exclusive.
Ah, the joy of a new voyage far across the Sea of Thieves. Just you, the wide open world, and oh, well, it's not just you, she's here too. Oh, and this guy's here. But the point is, this is a shared world, ripe for exploring and raiding with your fine pirate crew. Look at them, scurrying around, making themselves useful. That's what we like to see. The world of Sea of Thieves seethes with possibilities, with adventures skulking above and below the waves. All you have to do is jump in and oh, there she goes. Few things tempt a pirate like the siren song of a lootable shipwreck. Careful though, there could be anything down there. Literally, there could be anything. We haven't finished designing it yet. Joking, that was a joke. Ah, sunken treasure. It's like a pirate performance bonus. Every player's decisions and discoveries will be different, but however you plan on seeking your fortune, it pays to be prepared. For gigantic lumps of iron, these are surprisingly portable. Amazing workmanship. Anyway, better get them back on board while the coast is clear. There's really no sense in pushing your luck down here. Now that is not a beast you want to pick a fight with. Yes, it's possible to take on these toothy terrors of the deep, but you're not much used to your crew bitten in two. Sometimes a tactical retreat is perfectly acceptable, in the spirit of that legendary pirate captain, Pathetic Dave. Thankfully, for every tense standoff, there's a moment of celebration or shared wonder. But for now, stow your hard-earned loot and enjoy the voyage. On Devil's Ridge beneath the sands, the gold lies hidden from thieving hands. Well, that's typical. Oh look, here we are at Devil's Ridge. Nice transition, by the way. And so you'll shift from the heart of the sea to the island shore, where you'll explore jungles and coves, cliff tops and caverns. Every region has its very own landmarks, and over time, you'll uncover hidden shortcuts, abandoned stashes, and vistas that will steal your grog-soaked breath away. And yes, sometimes you'll encounter people who, for whatever reason, would like to blow you into little pieces. That's pirating for you. Keep that pistol primed, because you'll also face the roaming remains of those raiders who came before you, caught short in pursuit of their own legends. An afterlife of fighting and troublemaking until all your bits fall off. It's what they would have wanted. Now, make sure your crewmates all have a part to play. Yep, that works. And look, he brought the riddle map. Seek the cursed boar shrine where there is no sky. It lies in wait for a light held high. Right, well that's got to be around here somewhere. But if you've got a bad feeling, you can always leave someone on board to brace the ship for a speedy getaway. Decisions. Ah, looks like they've sniffed out that place where there is no sky. Time to pool your resources as you plunge into the unknown. It would be easy to come a cropper in these claustrophobic caves. You don't want to wander off track. Unless, of course, you're streaming, and you'll have loads of people in the chat telling you what to do anyway. Don't mind that. It's probably nothing. Just kids. Of course, the premier plunder isn't just lying around to be claimed by any old drunken bumbler. You'll need to watch out for likely locations, following your map, clues, and your instincts to make light work of each new mystery. Light work. Little lantern joke there. You're welcome. Anyway, step 11 paces northwest, through the gloom. Dig my chest from its tomb. And with that, we're one step closer to payday. Then again, some of the loot in these parts has lain undisturbed for a long, long time. That has to be the spot. You can practically taste the treasure. Good call on the double-duty shovel work too. That storm outside was nipping at your heels. Ah, very nice. Of course, the trouble with treasure, as a rule, is that the owners really like to hang on to it. If you've got your hands full, it's up to your crew to watch your back. And while they're doing that, it's time for another strategic withdrawal with the loot. Nope, not that way. That's it. Easy now. Don't stop, keep going. Almost there. Watch that next step, it's a doozy. Now that's a rescue. Regularly beat the odds and get chests back to your ship, you'll be able to turn a tidy profit by trading them in at an outpost. That's just the tiny matter of making it through this storm in one piece. Here on the Sea of Thieves, and you can live yours however you want, so rally your crew. Swear your oaths and set sail for riches and infamy. Become a pirate of legend. Just try not to be this one.
Exclusive. Exclusive. World premiere. Exclusive. Exclusive.
Motherfucker. They killed the power around the world. We're gonna light it back up because this is far from over. In fact, it's only just begun. That's why we brought in you. You got the talent. Now you need the tech. Big things too far! Today, you throw grenades. Boom! Tomorrow, you'll be throwing cars. Ah! Forget dropping bombs. You're dropping buildings. Now it's time to get to work. Time to step up your boom. It's go time! Oh yeah! Welcome to the agency!
Determination to conquer all my ambitions. Headed to this position, and so my disposition. Not seeing no limits, killing the competition. Yeah, I'm a beast. Now I'm released. Ready to feast, calm and Some people never have trouble. That's why they don't know what the struggle is. I done paid the cost and laid off the boss. Analyzed my losses. Now I'm taking off. Yeah, I'm a beast. Now I'm released. Ready to feast. Peace, not the least. I think that I'm number one. Just to keep it 100. 0 to 100. So you have a opponent. Are you a beast? Are you released? You ready to feast? Or do you a beast? Not the least. Do you think you're number one? Can you keep it 100? Are you a beast?
Eyes on the prize, ain't no tripping us up. Ain't no denying, you gotta be tough. This train ain't slowing down. This train ain't stopping now. This train ain't slowing down. We got it all. The only thing you want, yeah, you know that we got it. Hard as we try, yeah, you know you can't stop us. This train ain't slowing down. This train ain't stopping now. This train ain't slowing down. We got it all.
At Xbox, it's not just about finding creative artists. It's about empowering them and nurturing them, helping shine a light on their work, making it easy for them to build and share their creations. That's why the ID at Xbox program is so important to us. The team has released over 500 games on Xbox One and Windows 10 through the ID at Xbox program. And this is not just a milestone for the program and the independent developer community. It's a milestone for everyone who loves great games. I hope you're reminded today why it's so great to be a gamer on Xbox. Action, adventure, story, skill, surprise. These next few games bring it all together. Let's start with a game whose stylistic approach alone makes it something very special.
Exclusive.
The dark is older than the light. At last a day dawned, and we rose with this first light. But that light was a betrayal, only fleeting. In its wake, the night returned to claim us. After lifetimes, the light grows again, faint and vulnerable. We will live in the new light rather than just survive in the dark. This rebirth will end our wandering.
premiere.
Follow me home, pretend you found somebody to mend you. I feel numb. I feel numb in this kingdom. I feel numb. I feel numb in this kingdom.
Rachel?
Please welcome, from Monolith Productions, Vice President of Creative, Michael DePlatter.
Remember me? You tried to humiliate me. You left your mark on me, but it didn't work. You burned my mind. I'll kill you. Until this moment, you have not known suffering. I've had enough of your mouth, Bruce. So now I'm gonna kill you. For all these orcs to see.
Always said you were an optimist. Know what that is, mate? It's about sizing up a situation that's bloody impossible and saying, yeah, all right, I'll have a go. I'm exactly the same way.
I like him.
Bruce killed the boss! Come on, lads!
In Shadow of Mordor, we introduced a way to create unique personal stories for every player. And in Shadow of War, we're expanding the Nemesis system. Two new features we're really excited about are forging an army of followers and Nemesis fortresses. Here, we'll use the Ring of Power and recruit this Olog, Bruce the Chopper, to expand our army. Then, we're going to assault a fortress controlled by one of Sauron's overlords.
Oh, that was nasty.
Oi! Reckon you're going to skewer me? That little sword's good for a tickle, maybe, but you're gonna need more than that to take me down. Nice one, Ranger. This has never happened to me before.
Serve the Bright Lord now.
Bright Lord, Dark Lord, same thing really. End result's me ripping spines out, which I like to do anyway, so either way's a win.
A fine addition to our army.
Name's Bruce. From here on out, I will be your shadow. No one gets to you without my say-so.
Don't worry about my enemies. They will all follow eventually.
You want to plant your flag in Mordor, you'll need to do it deep. There's a fortress nearby. They say it's ruled by a two-headed troll big as a mountain and deadly smart. Which, well, I guess he'd have to be given the two heads. You take him down, you'll send a message to Sauron and get yourself some nice new digs as part of the bargain.
I'm not going to do this alone. Gather your troops.
Will do. Oh, just make sure you let me pop his heads off, won't ya?
So we already have a few loyal followers in our army, and recruiting Bruce means we're ready to assault the fortress and overthrow the Overlord. We're enormously expanding the open world of Mordor to new regions like Saragost and Cirith Ungol. Mordor's a massive, living, breathing world filled with orc society, tribes, and wildlife, as well as stories and secrets.
You cleaved me in two. Any other orc would have died, but I survived. More than that, I thrived. My brothers put me back together, stronger than ever. But they didn't make me into what I am. You did. You created the machine. No!
We've just been ambushed by the machine. He's tracked us across Mordor seeking vengeance. He's one of the 7 new orc tribes we've added.
The machine will grind you to paste! I hate big sticks! Finally! You dishonor the Styrians!
Instead of killing the machine, we'll dominate him, so we can take advantage of his abilities during the fortress assault.
You take out the Overlord.
But before we charge headfirst into battle, we should plan our attack and select our followers.
My black speech is a little rusty. Actually, I don't know a single word, which is a pain in the ass. But to hazard a guess, he said you're all gonna die horribly. Yeah, my kind of black.
Well, I will handle the Overlord. You focus on the defenders.
Define focus.
There are unlimited ways to forge your story and conquer Mordor in Shadow of War, and we can't wait to show you more this week at E3. Thank you very much.
Exclusive world premiere.
Ori affirms my belief in the beauty, artistry, and heart within the art of gaming. We believe that games, like books, movies, and music, should be celebrated and enjoyed by countless generations. We're passionate about preserving and celebrating the games you own, the classics of the past, and the genres you love to play. That's why 2 years ago, we launched the Xbox Backward Compatibility Program to bring Xbox 360 games to your Xbox One. And we've seen tremendous growth in the program. Today, our library of games stands at 385 titles, and over half of Xbox One gamers have played a backward compatible game. But I've heard your feedback and you want more. Today, I'm pleased to announce an exciting expansion to the program. Our team of engineers are working hard to bring us some of your favorite original Xbox game to today's Xbox One library, including a fan favorite that I'm asked about often by the community, Crimson Skies. And it looks great. And like the Xbox 360 games, OG games will look better and play better across the Xbox One family. We'll have more to share about this program when it launches later this year. I'm proud of the library of games available today on Xbox One. All of them will benefit from the performance and power when you play them on Xbox One X. But we won't stop there. I'm excited to announce that if you own Gears of War 4, Forza Horizon 3, Killer Instinct, Halo Wars 2, or Minecraft, we'll be providing 4K updates to these titles for free. And we already have over 30 titles from our third-party partners that are planning to provide free updates as part of our Xbox One X Enhanced program. Titles like Final Fantasy 15, Resident Evil 7, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Wildlands, and Rocket League, just to name a few. This means you probably already have a large library of titles that you own today that will automatically get better on Xbox One X. Today, we showcase some of the world's greatest creators with a lineup of different types of games for every type of gamer. We showed you the largest and most diverse lineup of new games that have ever appeared on our stage. From every corner of the globe, from developers large and small, 42 games, including 22 with console exclusivity on Xbox One. And you're also going to be able to play all of the biggest cross-platform blockbusters on Xbox One. And every game will play great across the Xbox One family, and on Xbox One X runs every single game you've seen even better. So if you haven't joined the Xbox One family, now's the time. This week, you'll find Xbox One S available in the US for $249. And on November 7th, we'll begin worldwide rollout of Xbox One X, the world's most powerful console, at $499. Be the first to experience unrivaled power and performance on the Xbox One. We close today's show by looking to the future with a really great partner. They've been with us from the earliest days of Project Scorpio, and they're building an incredible game that takes advantage of the power and performance of the Xbox One family and the new Xbox One X. Please welcome Patrick Sutherland, Executive Vice President, EA Worldwide Studios.
New IP is the lifeblood of our industry. It's also risky. At EA, we have teams dreaming up a lot of projects, and only the greatest will make it their way to you. And that's okay. It's all a part of the creative process. And it's worth it, because when you find something special, there's no better feeling as a developer than introducing players to a brand new world. And as a player, there's no better feeling than losing yourself in a completely new experience. Our developers at BioWare have been creating something truly special. A huge open world that is lush, savage, mysterious, and ever-changing. Filled with interesting characters and new types of gameplay you'll enjoy with your friends for years to come. This is what's possible when we take an extraordinary vision and combine it with the latest technologies and hardware. Amazing concepts become possible. Great ideas become reality. So here we are, and we are so excited to share this with all of you. On behalf of the team at BioWare, let's see what this game looks like running on an Xbox One X. Here's John Warner from BioWare to show you Anthem.
Hi, I'm John Warner, Game Director for Anthem. Here is the world premiere of Anthem's gameplay.
Hey!
Freelancer.
Fraxling,
Listen, there's trouble. Big trouble.
what did you do?
I made a mistake. I hired some people. They weren't freelancers. I know. They said they could handle it, and the price was right. I thought maybe...
Unbelievable.
You're right. It was stupid. I'm sorry. But they're still out there. Somewhere. If you could just bring them back. Anything you need.
In the world of Anthem, you and your friends are freelancers, the heroes who leave the safety of the walls of Fort Tarsus to explore the unknown and protect humanity. Let's join two players as they head out on an expedition.
Hey, Paul. You ready to go?
I'm just grabbing some supplies, just about ready.
What are you going to use today?
I decided to go with the Colossus.
I'm going to use my Ranger. Try out some new upgrades.
Every player will own an array of exosuits we call Javelins. These suits give players superhuman capabilities and are heavily customizable so they look and play how you want.
Bam, looking good. Nice, you've got a mortar equipped.
Yeah, I got it on the weekend. You lead the way, I'll follow.
This is a vast open world you explore with your friends. Each Javelin exosuit has its own unique playstyle. The Ranger is balanced and all-purpose, while the Colossus is a tanking powerhouse.
All right, let's see what's up here.
The world of Anthem is hostile, and threats can come from any direction. This dynamic world where the unexpected is around every corner.
Yeah, he seems like a problem for another day.
We're getting some fire from up ahead.
I'll go low. You flank.
Hang in there. Almost there. Have you been in there yet?
I haven't. Oh, we should do that later with Kim.
Yeah, you could use the XP. Hello, treasure. I think we got some action in there.
Anyone, we're under attack. Anyone in the area, we're under attack. I think that's part of Prax's mission.
You can equip your Javelin exosuit with gear that brings devastating power to combat.
Oh, there are a lot of scars down there. Oh, the scars have a heavy.
I have time to use that mortar. Give me some covering fire. There's a bunch more coming in.
Okay, I'll get this round.
Oh, come on. Be something good. Oh, yes! Jerry's wrap.
Oh, nice.
Large-scale world events like Shaper Storms are dynamic and pull you off the beaten path with the promise of new stories to discover.
Oh, Shipper Storm incoming. Okay, actually, let's get some more people. Hold on a sec.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey, what's happening?
I'm right behind you. Whoa. This storm is getting crazy. So what are we supposed to do? Fly into it?
All right, let's do this.
See you on the other side.
Our story is out there.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3 2017. Microsoft just wrapped up their press conference, and we have a lot to discuss. Like the fact we have to say Xbox One X instead of Scorpio. I'm Damon Hatfield, and joining me once again is Ryan McAfee, Gav Murphy, Alana Pierce. Oof, ladies and gentlemen, that was a lot.
There's a lot going on.
A lot to unpack here.
Over 90 minutes.
Remember, you can catch IGN's complete E3 coverage on Twitter at e3.twitter.com. Tweet us at IGN with your questions about all the Microsoft news and use the hashtag E3 2017. We'll answer your questions live on the air, so proofread that stuff. Okay, let's talk about what we saw. Microsoft came out swinging, promising 22 exclusives during the show. We got to start off with the name.
Yeah.
Xbox One X. Ryan, you called it, at least in terms of it not being called Xbox Scorpio.
Yeah, I know. It just Scorpio would be such a weird name to any mom or dad trying to go in and buy a console for anybody, for somebody in their family. X doesn't necessarily tell you a lot about what it is as well, but it's people have pointed out to me on Twitter, I'm a big fan of Tesla, and they have an S and an X. So I guess now the next Xbox needs to be the Xbox 3 to just keep the parallel going. But
It
that's
sounds
neither
naughty.
here
It
nor
sounds
there.
dirty, like Xbox One X. Like it sounds like what everyone's Hotmail address was when they first got a Hotmail address, like _XXX.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of that. I don't know, but you talk about mom and dad going in to buy an Xbox Scorpio. I wonder if calling it the Xbox One X causes confusion for people. My kid wants an Xbox. Which one, X or an X?
The expensive one or the not
Probably the cheaper one.
The name doesn't really move my needle one way or the other. It's just like, I don't think it's terrible. I don't think it's great either.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Alana, what do you think of the name?
Yeah, I don't feel negative about it, but I do think that it doesn't do a good job of telling us what it is at all. So yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of confused people, and especially with the S being so small and so awesome. It's like I don't understand why anyone would get the X, but then they said it was smaller. So if we can physically see it, having that comparison might make a difference.
And I could have seen, I see the problem in calling it Xbox One 4K, because it would seem like you had to have a 4K TV to use it, but they spent the whole conference doubling down on this is native 4K, you can play everything in 4K. That would have seemingly been a little clearer than Xbox One X, but again, it's fine.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's fine.
One quick note, we are going to have the Xbox One X here on the stage at 6:30 p.m. Pacific. I believe, Ryan, you're going to be sitting in on that
Looking forward to
discussion with me, so please look forward to that. To show off the power of the Xbox One X and those 4K graphics, we got to look at Forza Motorsport 7. Alana, first impressions?
I, at this point, cannot tell the difference between cars in-game and in real life.
Yeah.
I've definitely hit the point, especially with that GTR, where I was like, I can't believe this isn't real. In the rain, it looked absolutely beautiful. Didn't tell us entirely what we're going to be doing in the game, but I expect it's going to be a classic motorsport game. We saw two very, very different environments, and it looks great.
Ryan, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, we get the sexy Forza trailer every year, and the game turns out, plays well, and looks good every year. I don't think I would have picked this to lead with as the first, like, okay, Scorpio, here's the first game we want to show you. But I mean, it's going to be really good, and it's going to look really good. But there's something maybe not so sexy about a Forza game, in the sense that as far as showing it off on an E3 stage, like,
Man, I totally disagree.
Great.
No, I think like the way that GTR looks, like, it's such a beautiful car, and seeing it in the rain on the track, like that, I love that. I think it looks awesome.
Like, it does look really good, but I do kind of see the point, like, because I was watching it, and I'm not into, like, car games at all. So I was watching it, and I was kind of, like, lost for a bit, going, yeah, this looks really nice, it looks really good. I did notice that Dan Greenwald seems to have a lot more hair. Like, maybe because the Scorpio, well, the Xbox One X is, like, powering his hair now. He's got way more hair. That's really good.
We did get to continue our tradition of a car on the stage at Microsoft.
They announced a car on the stage this year. It's crazy.
Announcing cars. Was that one of the 22 exclusives?
Yeah, I think that counts. So Ryan, to your eye, do you not see a lot of graphical improvement with?
No, I mean, it looks incredible. I mean, the thing is, Horizon looks great. It's a 30 frames per second open world game, at least on the Xbox One. We'll see what they do with the X. But Motorsport is a closed circuit track racer that they dial it up to 60 and make it look and run well. I mean, this is going to be stunning for sure when we get a look at it, which we should be hopefully seeing it tomorrow, and then we'll have coverage on IGN immediately thereafter.
Yeah. Also look forward to that. Oh, also Forza is also going to be on the show tonight.
Even
along
better
with the Xbox One X. So, I know, Gav, you're saying you weren't a big car guy.
Yeah.
Were you impressed by what you saw of Forza?
Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful game. It's really, really nice. Like, I think I've been saying Porsche wrong this entire entire time. I have no idea you meant to say
Oh,
Porsche.
don't start the eternal Porsche versus Porsche debate. That's, we don't have time for that.
Well, apparently, I've been saying Mojang wrong this whole time.
Oh, really?
Also.
God, guys.
We also got our first taste of Metro Exodus, a new Metro game, which is open world and set to debut next year. Now, this game looked super beautiful.
It's amazing.
If the game actually ends up looking like what we saw today, I mean...
Yeah, they said in-engine, but that can always, with marketing, like that can always be dicey. That's I tweeted this a similar sentiment, Damon. If it actually looks like that on your television with your controller in your hand, then my goodness, that's one of the most visually impressive games and certainly shooters I've ever seen.
Absolutely.
I mean, I just want to say I think that's one of the best trailers I may have ever seen. And then it had no text, no dialogue, and just showed us exactly what it's like. And knowing the Metro universe, I mean, it looks... I want to play it. I think that was my favorite trailer of the show.
The game literally, except not literally, spoke for itself.
It did,
right?
yeah.
The game literally
Without
maybe spoke for itself.
Yeah, Gab, what'd you think?
Oh, well, that's the thing. I never played the Metro games, but this looks amazing. As soon as it came on, it was like, this feels like a new thing. That's what I really liked about it, and it's obviously really new for me because I've never played the other ones, so it's fine.
Yeah.
But I think like when it gets into the actual fight thing, and like you push that giant rat monster thing over the cliff, I was like, this is amazing. It's so good. It looks like a lot of fun.
So they gave us this footage without sort of any setup or explanation. Do you think the Metro name is well known enough that people actually know what they're getting into with this?
I feel like it doesn't matter because, like, as I said, like, it's not well known to me. I know the name, but I've never played it. But I was still super excited by this just because, as you said, like, it speaks for itself. It looks so cool.
The lighting in this is incredible. Like right off the monster, what just happened when we shot the monster. Like that's where I started to go, oh man, this is something else. It does look next gen, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's an interesting thing to say, and I think it's in terms of like whether the Metro name means anything. I think with what this is, the way this trailer is made is it's really appealing to people who may have never played a Metro game. And I think it'll appeal just as much to people who love the Metro franchise.
Yeah.
What was the last Metro game? Can you remember?
Last
2034? Oh, I'm sorry. You're right.
Yeah. And I think it was maybe 3 years ago.
Okay. It's been a little while.
Yeah.
It's been a while. And these are post-apocalyptic games.
Very heavy on survival,
Yeah.
and some like psychological trippy stuff in there as well. They're fascinating, like really interesting journeys. I like them a whole lot.
Yeah, you mentioned the survival. We saw examples of how ammo is very scarce, right? You have to pick up your arrows from
anything. You have to manage your filters for your gas masks. Like it gets pretty intense.
Yeah.
If you had to guess what the subtitle Exodus had to do with, what would you say, Ryan?
I guess you're trying to get out of some horrible place, I suppose. And you and maybe whatever's left of humanity. I think in the previous games, because I've only dabbled a little bit in the previous one, you're kind of stuck in like the underground, like the subway tunnels,
You're in the Metro a lot.
Yeah.
That's the name. Yeah. But I actually, with the name, was kind of wondering if the name Exodus could have been intentional to make you associate it with Xbox One X.
That's actually a really good point.
I don't know. But that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
There's lots of X's going on, isn't there?
Did they give us a release window for this thing? Did they say 2018?
Yeah, I believe so.
Nice.
We'll have to wait and see.
And Gav, you've never played a Metro game before.
Yeah. Never.
But this has piqued your interest.
It looked like a lot of fun, man. I think, like, the giant rats things, I don't know what's going on there. I have no idea, obviously, what's going on in this world. But, yeah, like I say, I'm into it. I think it was really, really good. Is it going to be like an open world game? Were the other ones open world? Or
I would
kind of.
It's in between, yeah.
Okay. You had some freedom there.
Yeah.
Right. Ah.
This one looks like it might be true open world, so.
Yeah.
We also finally got our first official look at Assassin's Creed Origins during the show, and it's being touted as the beginning of the Brotherhood.
Yeah.
Were you guys impressed by what you saw?
That's like the hippo. Like the big old hippo going mental. I was like, that's really good.
What about the giant snake?
Oh, that was the seller for me. That was the thing, and I was like, oh, this looks like it's actually going to have a lot of mythology in it. That looks really, really cool.
The idea of big boss battles in an Assassin's Creed game, sign me up for that. That sounds great.
The series has never gone into like fantasy like that. So that makes me wonder if that's like a dream sequence or a drug-induced
Well,
vision.
I mean, the Apple of Eden isn't exactly something that makes sense.
Well,
So they've dabbled in it a little bit, but I'm thinking now, you know how we had all these leaks for Assassin's Creed? It's possible that Microsoft were the ones that didn't want Ubisoft to announce because they wanted that exclusive gameplay reveal on their show.
Right.
So it's not like Ubisoft was like, let's not announce it. It was maybe a Microsoft call.
Yeah.
I also thought this visually looked fantastic. Like to me, you can see the high budget on the screen in this game. It's just like, wow, like a lot of money went into this, and it's all on the screen.
The guy's got a really sexy voice as well. Like, he's got a really lovely voice.
I totally agree.
Big
fan
really
of that.
Really good.
Oh, actually, we have Marty Sleva. Our Marty Sleva standing by.
Okay.
to share his impressions of Assassin's Creed Origins. Marty, what'd you think?
I thought the reveal was super cool, but also Alana and I got to play the game a couple hours ago, actually, running on the Xbox One X. Ryan, you got to play it too, right?
Little bit,
yeah. And so I played about an hour of it, and honestly, you could totally tell that this is the Black Flag team. It's this giant, awesome, really just rich flora and fauna, diverse open world. Whether you're on horseback or whether I was infiltrating an encampment where I found a cage with a lion in it, and I just unlocked the cage, jumped up on a ledge, and the lion ran out and just ate everybody. Like, it was super fun, super cool, and I feel like this is a world that is kind of embracing fun in a way that the last couple AC games maybe haven't.
Yeah, I straight up, when I started playing, just jumped on a boat and kind of went sailing for a while, jumped in some water and found some treasure underwater. So it's really, really pretty and very dense. And I think a little more interactive. It seems like a lot of the people you pass by in villages are actually reacting to your presence or saying things to you. And I guess that's tied to it being his hometown.
I actually it reminded me, talking to one of our other editors too, who experienced the same thing, it reminded me of the first Assassin's Creed as far as the feeling I got while playing it, where it just kind of felt dense and alive and kind of like it was fulfilling that promise that the series had originally made to us way back when.
Yeah, and one cool thing is that they're really doubling down on the RPG elements. And they said that they want this sort of day and night cycle where, say, a farmer, even if you're not in that place, a farmer's going to be farming during the day and then maybe drinking at night, and it depends where you meet him is how he's going to act with you. Also, a ton of RPG stats and loot, and we saw just collecting a bunch of weapons, and there was sort of like a rare aspect to them where there was a purple one that was obviously a little more rare than the blue ones, big customizable skill tree, so it looked really cool.
So you got the sense that taking a year off has been good for Assassin's Creed?
Yeah, I think so. Like, I really loved Syndicate 2 years ago, but the fact that the Black Flag team has been working on this for over 3.5 years, it really shows that this is a game that they realized some people got sort of franchise fatigue with this, and I think taking a year off is a smart move.
One aspect of Assassin's Creed we're all wondering is still in here. Is it just the Animus, the trappings of the modern day sci-fi stuff? Do you get any sense of that?
Got zero sense of that. They really said they wanted to sort of double down on the historical aspect and the mysticism. So you saw that giant spooky basilisk, but they also said they're going to delve into mummification and the pharaohs and pyramids and everything. So this being the one that takes place the furthest back, I feel like we're going to focus a lot more on the origin of the Assassin Brotherhood than any sort of modern day Desmond stuff.
Thanks a lot, Marty.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, what did you think of Assassin's Creed Origins?
It looks awesome, man. It just looks so good. I love the parrying he's doing with his little shield as well. Like the combat in it, obviously like what Assassin's Creed is known for, but it just looks a lot more fun. It doesn't look like, it looks like you're really thinking about the stuff you're actually doing, which I'm not very good at, but still.
I love that arrow shot in the trailer where it just kind of
and it follows him. That's awesome.
Yeah, it seems like right here you have some control over the arrow.
That's cool.
Yeah, very cool. All right, we do have to take a quick break, but our Microsoft Post-Show continues in just a minute.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
2 friends, 1 controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by 2 players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3 and our Microsoft Post-Show. We were just talking about Assassin's Creed Origins. Another big announcement from the show, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is coming exclusively to the Xbox on consoles. Is that a big deal for Xbox, you think, Ryan?
It's a nice get. I mean, that game is absolutely exploding right now on the PC.
Sure.
Everybody on my Twitter feed can't stop talking about it. I still want to try it. I haven't had a chance to try it out yet. So yeah, I mean, to be able to, you've got the buzz already built up on PC, so when it comes to Xbox, everybody's going to be looking to the Xbox way for those of people that aren't PC gamers. Are like, well, all right, I got to go get an Xbox to play this thing.
I really like the look of the footage. For everything that I've seen of that running on PC, it never looks as clean as that. Like, it's all crazy stuff going on in that game on PC stuff, but they seemed like they went for like quite tame stuff in the trailers and stuff, which is kind of strange to me because that stuff has so much bonkers things going on in the game. I feel like they should have focused on that a little bit more.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the game is an example that a game doesn't have to be super polished to be fun, right? It's been a little janky, but
well
people
janky.
are, what, 3 million people are playing on PC. I don't know, Alana, have you played it?
Yeah, and really enjoy it.
Yeah.
The one thing I'm just wondering about is they said launch window exclusive. So does that mean it's going to stay Xbox exclusive, or maybe for the first year?
That's the new way of saying timed exclusive.
I think so.
Yeah,
that's the way they get around it so people don't realize. So I'm not actually sure because the very end card said exclusive on Xbox, but at the start it said launch window
and
exclusive.
And then when console launch exclusive wears it out and everybody figures out what it means, they'll switch to some other term to try and fool you into thinking it's actually exclusive.
Yeah, totally not sure about that, but even so, I think this is a really good get for Microsoft. And with the way games like that move so fast, you know, we had DayZ, H1Z1, PlayerUnknown. It like they move so quickly that maybe by the time it comes out on PlayStation, it won't be as relevant. So I think it's a good get regardless.
Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, did they say a release date, release window for?
They said the end of the year.
The end of the year. So they'll be there in time for Xbox One X as well. And that's a game that can really shine on Xbox Live, I would assume, right?
Oh, of course. You gotta have it.
Battlegrounds is a battle royale type of game. Can you give us a little bit of explanation on what the game actually is and how it plays?
You effectively all have to run to a point in the center of the map and complete an objective. And that's the simple way of putting it, but it is incredibly chaotic and incredibly difficult because everyone's trying to do the same. It's sort of like if you put Hunger Games on crack and put it on a server. It's fast-paced, action-packed, and a ton of fun. And a lot of strategy as well. You can definitely stealth your way through there. I've tried playing it without killing people, and it's pretty much not possible. Just trying to be a pacifist didn't quite work out.
Killing required. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is coming to Xbox One. The Xbox One family as a console exclusive.
It's already confusing.
It's really confusing, man.
XS. We have a question from one of our viewers on Twitter that we can bring up right now. Hopefully, remember, you can follow this whole show at Twitter. E3.twitter.com is the address. And this is Josh and Up, who asks, how expensive will the Xbox One X be in the UK retail?
In the Queen's money. I don't know. I guess it's going to be, it's like £391 is the direct sort of conversion. But I reckon it's going to be about 400 quid. I think,
I would guess in Australia it's probably going to be around $650 or so.
Yeah, $650 dues in Australia.
Yeah,
that's good.
That's the national currency.
Yeah, they did announce right at the end of the conference, $499. We can dig a little bit more into that later.
Almost in a cough, $499.
Yeah. We also got another trailer for State of Decay 2. Actually, we got a really nice long trailer for that this year. This is that game was a big hit on the Xbox 360. Does what you saw today get you excited?
Yeah, because it's the idea of a high-budget, polished, 4-player co-op State of Decay, which is basically what State of Decay 2 appears to be, is so appealing. Because again, the first one, the mechanics were brilliant. I mean, it was really like a role-playing game disguised as a sort of survival action game. And you can see a lot of that in this extended trailer that we saw. You can, the getting in the cars and everybody cooperating together, and one person, if you're alone, you're going to be in big trouble. There's stuff like stamina is a big part of this game, and you have to manage the relationships. At least you did in the first one, and I presume they'll bring that back. There's a lot of depth. Again, that's why I sort of liken it to a role-playing game in this, in a sense. And I just think, getting a budget and polish time, and I believe this is running on a new engine as well. With just the expertise of having made the first one, this game looks fantastic.
Alana, you were saying in our pre-show that you'd heard Microsoft is treating State of Decay 2 as a little bit more like a AAA title, maybe putting a little bit more money behind it. From what you saw today, do you see that extra polish in there?
Yeah, I think the environments look beautiful. I think they look a lot more detailed than they were originally. And it also looks like this here, there's tons more customization, which I'm really impressed by. It's also just really nice to have this game in a world where Left 4 Dead doesn't really exist anymore.
True.
And I
That's
love
true.
Left 4 Dead 1 and 2, and it's nice to have this that is basically an expansion on what I loved about that franchise. So, yeah, it definitely looks like it's a lot more polished, but we will definitely have to wait and see if it's as buggy as the first.
Spring 2018, so
Yeah.
not this year, but that's okay.
Gab, what were your impressions?
This does nothing for me, man. Like, I don't know why. Just like nothing
didn't do
about
it for
this.
you.
Didn't, no, not at all. I don't know. Maybe, I think it's because everyone kind of walks like they pooped themselves.
Did you play the first one out of
no,
curiosity?
I didn't, no.
So, yeah, you got it. You got to play the first one. You'll
Okay.
get it.
Yeah.
There are also
You'll
a
get
lot of zombie games.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard to make them stand out.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. When I watched it, I was like, this kind of looks like a lot of the same thing. But I trust you guys, so if you guys say it's good, then that's fine.
Are you seeing, from what we saw today, are you seeing like the extra content that's being added? Does it look like it's offering more than the original did?
I mean, well, you can see the game world looks enormous,
Right.
and I think they've actually publicly said, I think they've said something like it's three times bigger or something of a game world, and yeah, there's again the 4-player alone. This is going to be one. I wonder if this will be playable this week or if they're just showing it at all in any other capacity. But yeah, there will be a lot to dig into with this game.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess to my eye, it definitely looks better than the first game, but not super impressive visually to me, I didn't think.
Yeah,
I mean, it looks
think
fine.
my point of saying I'm impressed by it is compared to the first game.
Yeah.
Not necessarily
You put
as a
them side by
2017.
side.
Yeah, not necessarily as a 2017.
Yeah, it's not necessarily so you look at that and go,
shot.
oh man, I need an Xbox One X right now.
No.
But that's definitely not the point of State of Decay.
Okay.
All right, we do have another Twitter question we can bring up right now. This one comes from my personal friend, Ryan Mills. Do you think original Xbox games will come with achievements now? And what ones do you want to see on there? Time Splitters 2 for me. Time Splitters 2 is awesome. Yeah, I don't know if we've actually mentioned this on the show yet, but they did reveal that original Xbox games are going to be backwards compatible on Xbox One.
Yeah.
That was the thing I wanted most from this
Yeah,
conference,
you went
honestly.
crazy when they announced it. It was
I was
good.
so stoked about it. The lady was fixing my makeup, and I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. I just know. I'm really happy about this. I definitely think that they will have achievements. I think that that's a really important part of Xbox Live now, especially with the way you can share achievements, you can see achievements, the new achievement tracking system. I think that that is something that's so integrated into the hardware.
And it would also give people a really good reason to go back, either go back to those games or go check them out for the first time.
Yeah.
Like, well, if there's achievements, sure, I'll go check out Crimson Skies. I never played it back in the day.
Yeah.
So that'd be, I'm with you on that.
Yeah, I just want Fable 1, Fable TLC.
Oh, yeah, that'd
That's my
be
jam.
amazing.
Yep.
That's really good.
Fable
so
Anniversary was too buggy.
Yeah, what are there any other like original Xbox games that immediately come to mind? That you'd
Def
like to
Jam
revisit?
Fight for NY. Oh, man,
Def
what a
Jam.
game. That was such an amazing game. I
Listen to
wanted
this
that.
guy. Ninja Gaiden Black, preferably, would be.
Oh, you mean real
ace.
games? Okay, fine. That's good.
And then I just had another one top of mind. Breakdown's a cult classic, and I'm not going to get my hopes on that, but Splinter Cell Chaos Theory would
Oh, you
actually
were
be
gonna
the
say
other
that.
one.
Yeah.
The other one.
Yeah.
That's I gave that game a real big score way back today, and I stand by it. That game's so fantastic.
Yeah, we were getting set up here, ready to do this post show for you when they announced that. So I actually missed if there are any details about is the library
They'll look
limited.
better. The games will look
They are
better.
gonna look better.
And I think that was really all they said, right?
Yeah.
So we don't know.
Do you need the original disc? We talked about this on Unlocked, our Xbox
Right, that's an
podcast
issue. Is
last
like
week.
if you need the disc, not that many people still have their original.
And they're just
Xbox
not
discs.
in circulation, too.
Yeah,
so it'd be hard to come by. So.
Maybe they'll have to sell them on
Digitally,
Yeah, exactly. At least they could be. You could buy them.
And hopefully they're
Yeah.
priced well. If they're $5 or $10, I will 100% buy, rebuy a bunch of old games.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure. That might be a little low.
Yeah.
But I mean, it would be great for us.
Don't say that. Don't let Microsoft know that's okay.
I'm not approving it. I'm just
$10 is fine for Def Jam Fight for NY. I'll tell you that. Damn it.
An announcement like that, pleases current Xbox owners. But do you think it moves the needle for people who don't own an Xbox?
No, that's 100% existing, thanking your existing player base thing to do. And that's okay.
I kind of feel like that's a lot of what the conference was. It was a lot of things that are for people who own Xboxes already and not necessarily to draw new people in. And I think that that's an okay place for Microsoft to be.
Yeah.
But I don't know if there was anything there that I would buy an Xbox for if I didn't already have one.
Yeah. And, well, they didn't say Def Jam Fight for NY, so
I can tell you're very excited about Def Jam 5 for NY. It is a nice feature that PlayStation doesn't have. Right?
True.
Yeah, and it means the game library is enormous.
Yeah. All right, during the show, we did get an extended look at Rare's Sea of Thieves, and for me, that footage that we saw today really got me on board.
I wanted to high-five someone when this was going. First of all, I thought the presentation of this extended demo was great, where they had a professional, humorous narrator compared to the sort of chaotic, 4-player shout fest that they did last year.
Exactly.
So I thought this was a great way to walk you through the game, and it showed off everything, Alana, that you and I have been wanting to see from this game of treasure hunts and things on land and undersea things and just other than we didn't really get to see the outpost. They mentioned it, then we didn't see sort of the NPC go back to an island thing. But
well, I think we also got an idea of what quests will look like. That's the one thing I want to know what you do as main quests or if there's a main storyline. One thing I think is missing still is I want really entertaining NPCs.
Yes, I agree.
I haven't seen too many of those, but I do think that we might get quests as a treasure map, and with the way that cave that they went into a cave, and then it seemed like leaving the cave things were scripted. So that is a quest. That isn't just an open world thing that they happen to stumble across. I think that is totally a scripted exit. So. Also, can we talk about the fact that you can get inside the cannons?
That was great.
That was
and I thought for sure they teased the Kraken there on that cave painting, and we know the Kraken's in the game.
Right.
And I thought for sure that that would be how the demo ends, would be with the Kraken. But I guess
gotta wait.
We'll just keep waiting a little longer. It's okay.
It's like the first time that I've actually got a sense of what you actually do in the game, which I think that was a really, really good thing. I think even though the guy kind of got on my nerves a little bit, like the Scottish dude, like talking over it, you actually
probably not in the final game.
Yeah, probably not. Just talking
He
over
comes in
everything
the collector's
you do.
edition. He'll come home to your house and narrate the game for you.
That'd be really lovely. But yeah, it was like for the first time I was like, oh, this is what you're actually going to be doing in the game. This is awesome. I really want to do this. And like that was the first time I've got that sense from it.
I don't want to get you guys too excited, but we have Fran Mirabella III standing by over in the IGN newsroom for more on Sea of Thieves. Fran, what'd you think?
Damon, yeah, you probably know this as I was shouting it across the office before we left. This is my most anticipated game, I thought, of the year. Turns out it's early 2018, so that was the first big disappointment, but actually I'm super excited based on the footage that they showed. I heard you guys talking about it. You see the treasure quest, as Alana was talking about. That is so cool. They're talking about, under the cliffs, buried beneath the sands, it lies hidden away from thieves' hands. And so you'll have this stuff like that you're actually figuring out with your team. Everyone who knows me these days probably knows I play a lot of Destiny.
Exactly.
So I'm a huge fan of these co-op games. It looks like it's going to even go beyond 4 or 5 player co-op. We played that last year at their booth. We just hopped on the boat, and just the biggest thing I would say about Sea of Thieves to think about is the chaos. You saw it in the trailer. There's a shark chasing you. You have to drop the chest, and you're yelling to your friend, like, help me. And he's like, oh no, I'm drinking on the bow. I'm drunk. You can actually drink. There's an endless cup of alcohol. So stuff like that.
Endless?
Yeah,
Someone
it's just
playing
always
the
there.
accordion.
Yeah, maybe you have to buy some more eventually, but I'm stoked for it for all those reasons.
Yeah, like you say, you're a big fan of Destiny and this sort of cooperative gameplay experience, but aren't you also a big fan of developer Rare?
Oh, yes. I mean, yes, I've been following Rare or Rareware since the 90s. They made Donkey Kong Country, GoldenEye, Banjo-Kazooie, and one thing I've been thinking about a lot with Rare, not that they've ever been gone, but more than ever, I would say they're back. Sea of Thieves has that classic Rare humor. It's got the musical cues that we know they're famous for. If you've played Banjo-Kazooie, you know what I'm talking about. So it has all those pieces that Rare brings to the table, and that's what I'm feeling. Rare is back, and I'm super excited for Sea of Thieves.
Cool. Thanks, Fran. Yeah, Sea of Thieves is out next year, and I finally feel like I've got a good idea of what the game is, and I feel like I'm totally on board. We also got a new look at Crackdown 3 with a whole bunch of Terry Crews screaming at us. Terry Crews is in the game.
Well, no, I don't think so.
Oh, you don't think so?
Because then when they cut to the gameplay montage, it was other characters that were definitely not Terry Crews. I think this.
I don't think it was Terry Crews. I thought maybe he was going to be like giving you missions or do the tutorial or something. But Ryan, what did you think about this? It is coming this year.
Yes, same day as the Xbox One X console.
Like launch day.
I thought this was this presentation worried me a lot on behalf of this game because we didn't get a proper gameplay demo. Like right after this, they showed Shadow of War for like
quite a long time,
5 minutes or something. Yeah. We did not get a proper gameplay demo of this. We didn't really see the destruction in action at all. Yeah. I know this game has had a very long, complicated development cycle, so this game's due out soon, and we haven't seen it really. We haven't really seen it. So I'm not going to push the panic button because maybe it's going to be here, playable at E3 this week. I don't know, but just in the moment right now, I'm a little concerned that we didn't see not only more of the gameplay, but we didn't see really any of the destruction in action, which is, of course, the signature feature of the game.
Exactly. Yeah. What were your impressions?
Yeah, that's the thing. I hadn't actually thought about that until you said it, because I was watching this going, this looks amazing. It's only when you started talking about it, you were like, oh, I'm worried about this. I was like, oh, you're smarter than me, so that probably makes a lot of sense. But yeah, Terry Crews is awesome as well. Maybe that's what it was. I was too excited by Doomfist talking to me. So it's good.
By Terry Crews.
To be super fair, like a lot of games come, I've just observed them doing this for too long, and they come together. They really don't come together till the end. So maybe we're going to get a killer single-player destruction presentation at Gamescom or somewhere else. But it's fair to say for now, we just didn't see a lot of the game, and that's a little worrying.
Yeah, it had been 2 years since last we'd seen Crackdown. Alana, did it do much for you?
I'm a big fan of the explosions.
Yeah.
That's some of the most real-looking fire I've ever seen. No, I think it looks super high energy, but not to jump on negativity, this is the one thing that I wish we'd seen a little more variety of, and I totally agree with that. I think it looks colorful, it looks dense, it looks like a lot of stuff is destructible, so I'm totally sold on that, but exactly mimicking Ryan's thoughts. I wish I had seen more of it.
Yeah, like I was excited for it when we first saw it 2 years ago, and I just didn't see a lot more today. So it's like, well, I guess I'm still excited as long as I didn't mess anything up. Microsoft did just wrap up its press conference, and it is time to break down the biggest moments. IGN's Keys to the Conference is presented by the all-new Honda Civic Si. Number one, I think probably the biggest news of the show, at least one of the biggest reveals, was the actual reveal of the Xbox One X name. We were talking about that a little bit earlier. Is it growing on you? Have you come around to it, Ryan?
It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine.
I mean, a quick aside.
6.0 out of console names.
In my previous job, I had the privilege of knowing a whole lot about the Xbox 360, like months before it came out, and I remember like, oh, 360, what a terrible name. I don't even get it. But then after like a day after it's announced, it's just fine. You just you just get used to it, and it doesn't matter anymore.
The name has very little effect on the actual console.
Yeah,
Yes, I think it's confusing, but I'll be fine. I think it might just confuse parents a little, like, what does that mean? But I mean, we had things like that with, it's the iPhones, right? Like people are used to kind of the way that iPhones are named at this point. You've got a 7 and then a 7 Plus. It's like, what's the difference? But the main thing there is that Plus implies that there is more to it. X and S, I don't really know. I think the marketing is going to need to be really precise on it.
Gav, what were your impressions?
I'm fine with it. I don't mind.
Also fine. Do you prefer Scorpio? Without having like a cooler name?
Could have had a big scorpion on the front. It would have been amazing, Ryan.
Another huge topic, a big welcome reveal that people are going to be very excited about is that the original Xbox games, OG Xbox games, are being made backwards compatible on Xbox One.
I wish they'd have like ended with this. Just drop the mic at the end. Like, here you go.
One more thing.
I mean, not to that's super nitpicking, and that's lame of me, but
and Anthem looks cool.
A little bit. God, that looked real good. I'm going to get to that, but I mean, I really hope. There's still a couple questions, like we talked about. Alana, how can we get the games if they're gone or up in an attic somewhere? How's that going to work? But I mean, kudos to Phil Spencer and the team there for original Xbox compatibility. You said it, Alana. That doesn't sell consoles, but to the players like us that have been with Xbox for 15 years, that is a just huge thank you. It's like an ultimate like insider hug, basically.
And Gav is very excited to revisit Def Jam 5 for New York.
It's going to be great.
It's also just very on brand for Microsoft. I think if there's anything that they consistently push, it's that they will always support all of their consoles. So they opened saying that was just a shot of Scorpio, and it said, not Scorpio anymore, it's already difficult, but it had compatibility, saying all of your hardware that you can use on your Xbox One will work on Xbox One X as well. And I think this is just like totally a thing that they are really, really dedicated to, and I love it. I still have all my original Xbox games in their cases somewhere in Australia.
Do you really?
I bring them all over. Yeah, I kept all of them.
That's awesome.
I'm obsessed with collecting.
But they're the wrong region now that you live here.
Thankfully, the Xbox One is not region locked. Hopefully, the X isn't either.
Well, but your discs, I hope. Yeah, I mean, it depends. Hopefully, you can play them all.
Hopefully, don't crush my dreams.
Microsoft did close out their whole conference with the big reveal of Anthem, which was teased yesterday at EA. This is the next big game from BioWare. Give me some impressions on Anthem.
It looked lovely. Yeah. Like, it looks like a proper BioWare game. Like, the eyes look brilliant. The lips looked amazing. Like, it looks really, really good.
It's funny that you say proper BioWare game and the eyes look brilliant. Like,
It's
And
not
Andromeda.
what-
Oh yeah, except for those ones.
Andromeda, we
Yeah.
call it now.
But yeah, it looked really good. Like it looked like a lot of fun. Like I kind of like getting in like a little robot suit and cutting about the place.
Yeah,
that's
I like
good.
that it already fed us some lore. There was already things in that universe that looked really solid, like there was a lot of environmental storytelling. One thing I'm a little bit confused about is EA has the Star Wars property. Why wouldn't they make it a Star Wars game?
Well, because that deal will eventually expire. It was a 10-year licensing deal, and this they can own forever.
For a long time.
And keep all the
It just
money.
seems very odd to make another sci-fi game that isn't a Star Wars game when they're coming out with something.
You're saying, which by the way I'd be totally on board with, you'd have rather this been Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 3.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
I'm with you on that. But no, I thought it looked fantastic. That was one of the most visually impressive demos. It was a meaty gameplay demo, and I mean
the jetpack.
Yes.
The jetpacking under things through a forest.
Yeah, if it's, like I think we talked about in the pre-show, if it ends up being a Destiny-like game but with a high-quality BioWare story on top of it, count me in.
Yeah.
That sounds
Well,
fantastic.
we saw the Destiny-like gameplay. We haven't gotten to see any of the, like you mentioned, the story. What we saw looked beautiful and looked cool, but I wasn't able to see the BioWare DNA in what we saw today.
So like the chatting and stuff like that, so between them, and like I guess you didn't get to see anyone like chatting with like NPCs or anything like that either. So I guess that's what we want.
You didn't get to romance anyone.
You didn't get to romance
No
anyone.
nice kisses.
Come
yeah.
on, guys.
I don't
It's
know.
only like an 8-minute demo.
Cut to the kisses.
It takes. You gotta give that time.
Give the people what they want.
The people want nice kisses. I think we have to take a quick break, but we will be back with more from IGN Live right after this.
What's up, everybody? James Duggan with IGN Access here at EA Play at E3 2017. A few IGN staffers got to go hands-on with Star Wars Battlefront 2, so let's track them down and find out what they thought.
Impossible.
All right, first impressions are, it felt like a story-oriented single-player Battlefront game, which is what I wanted out of the first game. Just even in the 10-minute demo, there were a number of cutscenes. So I take that as a good sign that story is really going to be at the heart of this. It's got me optimistic for the rest of the campaign, for sure.
This is definitely a Star Wars game, which I think is really important to say because it's not just a game that feels like there's Star Wars things in it. Like, this is a Star Wars story.
Let's talk about the protagonist, or potentially antagonist, Iden Versio, who's described as a creative director as somebody who can believe in the good of the Empire. That says to me that they're interested in kind of contextualizing her villainy. Did you get that sense?
Yeah, absolutely. And casting Janina, I think, is inspired. I think you saw it on stage today. She was incredible. And the fact that we're seeing a Star Wars story presented from this point of view feels so different and refreshing than anything we've seen recently.
So how did the single-player gameplay differentiate itself from what we've played from Battlefront 2015 and kind of Battlefront 2 multiplayer?
Yeah, so Battlefront's always been fast and frantic, but it's sort of these moment-to-moment things that you forget about. Whereas with this, going through that mission as Iden and seeing her mow down rebellion troops felt weird. It felt like we're doing something wrong and we shouldn't be doing this. That's something really cool that I really want to see the game explore more.
Finally, was there anything that really surprised you about your time?
I was surprised by how okay I felt with killing Luke's friends, which is like really bad, but because the tone is captured well and I think it's really well written, that I think it's gonna be a really interesting experience to see how the Empire is crumbling while the Rebels are rising.
I will say I was very pleasantly surprised that the faces and animation looked amazing. It would appear from this slice, there is no need to worry about a Mass Effect face situation with Star Wars Battlefront 2, for what it's worth.
So that's what our editors thought of Star Wars Battlefront 2, but we want to know, what do you think? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and for all things video games and E3 2017, keep it right here on IGN.
The
IGN Live.
biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we got your All Access Pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks. IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
2 friends, 1 controller. IGN's Link Together turns Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by 2 players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
この美しい世界が見えますか？でもこれは仮初めの姿。そう、ここは滅びゆく世界なのです。どうか皆さん、私の世界を助けてください。力を。
離れマテリア。ここは俺の世界だ。さあ、お前たち、滅びゆく我が世界のために戦え。
光は我らと共にある。俺自身で決着をつけさせてくれ。
みんなでかかれば一瞬だよね。
どんな試練も乗り越えてみせる。行くぞ、風の赴くままに。
未来のために戦う。
星よ、答えを見せろ。俺のそばから離れるな。
誰かを助けるのに理由がいるかい？
すぐに終わらせてやるからな。
出会ったことを後悔させてあげますわ。
これは俺の仕事だ。やるしかなければやるだけだ。行くわよ、集中なさい。
私の記憶に残る戦士の姿。
かつて俺に捧げられた戦士の力、共に自由に使うがよい。
さあ、私の世界へ。
For a few years, fighting game fans have been waiting for Square Enix to bring the arcade action of Dissidia Final Fantasy into homes, and that time is almost here. The newly announced Dissidia Final Fantasy NT has insane 3 vs 3 battles, and we've got an exclusive look. Here to explain it all is Matt Kishimoto, Senior Product Marketing Manager. Matt, welcome to the IGN stage.
Thanks for having me.
So, give us a little background here. Dissidia is the fighting game, Final Fantasy fighting game series, right?
Correct. Yeah. So there's been 2 that have been released. The first one came out in 2009, and the second one came out in 2011, both for PSP.
Right.
And then now this one, it's been in arcades in Japan for a few years now, and then now it's coming to the US for PS4.
So this is the arcade version that's coming home to home consoles, and the first time the game has been available on home consoles here in the West. Is that right?
That's correct.
So can we expect anything new?
Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of new features that are going to be available for the home console version. We're not ready to talk about all the new features.
Not going to lay it all out
quite
today
yet. But I think the exciting thing right now is the fact that it's coming stateside.
Yeah, and I know you've brought some footage here to show us today.
Yeah.
Do you know what we're going to see first?
Yeah, so we brought about 4 clips today.
Okay.
The first clip is just a general battle stage.
Okay.
So what we wanted to kind of show you guys is exactly kind of how the combat works. And so for those who might be familiar with just the PSP version or not familiar at all, just kind of walk through like the 101 of it all.
All right, so yeah, break us down how this game works. 3-on-3, does that mean it's 6 players?
It's 6 players.
Okay.
So it's not you controlling 3 characters, it's you and 2 other buddies going against 3 people.
What if you're just playing by yourself?
So there will be an offline mode
Okay.
that you can play by yourself that'll have 5 CPUs. But it's probably the most fun to play with a total of 6.
Yeah, that's what it's designed for.
Yeah.
So you pick your fighters, you and your teammates pick your fighters, the opponents pick your fighters, and then you battle it out. What, you're just trying to whittle everyone's health down?
Yeah, so I mean, you start, I mean, you can see on screen right now, it's Tidus from Final Fantasy X, tons of different Final Fantasy characters. But it's not quite as simple as kind of button mashing and just kind of taking away health from the other guy. So what you have to do is really figure out how to use the Bravery combat system, and that's what's unique to Dissidia in and of itself. So the Bravery combat system, the way it works is you use X and then kind of different button combinations with that and modifiers. And then basically once you build enough Bravery points, and the Bravery points you can see in the lower middle where it says 1,000 on the screen.
Okay.
Once you build up enough of that, then you unleash HP attacks. And the HP attacks are what takes away opponent's HP.
Okay.
And so the ultimate goal is just to defeat the opposing squad 3 times. So you can defeat the same guy 3 times, or defeat 1-1-1.
I see. Talk about the crystal here.
Ooh, yeah. It's not a Final Fantasy without crystals,
no, exactly,
right?
yeah. It's a key component.
So that's a summoning core. Okay. And so the way that works in this game is you can destroy it, and then that will fill up your summoning gauge faster. And so once you fill up your summoning gauge, see in the middle how you're calling in your summon?
Yeah.
Now you can call in the iconic and legendary summons like Shiva and Ifrit and Odin and Bahamut, things like that.
So like this summon animation, are all players seeing that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That affects everyone. And then talk about the arched line that's connecting you to other players. Is that who you're targeting?
Kinda not really. So the arc line is actually who's targeting you. So if the line is blue, then that means somebody's targeting you. But if the line turns red, then that means they're attacking you. So you can either block or start kind of dodging.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said there are online battles here.
There are online battles.
And voice chat? So you can communicate,
yeah, voice chat,
communicating with
yeah.
your teammates there. So what are some different strategies that you find people using?
So there's a lot of kind of different strategies you can do. You can kind of divide and conquer. There's 4 different classes actually. There's Vanguard, Assassin, Marksman, and Specialist, and kind of each are fit to play your own style.
I see.
You know, kind of like how different MOBAs or other kind of like team-based kind of shooters have kind of categories.
Sure.
So it's kind of fit for however you want to play.
Sure.
But yeah, that was the first battle. But we brought one more that's a little bit different.
Okay, yeah, well, they're gonna load that up here. You're also working with Team Ninja on this one, is that right?
Yeah,
so
Team Ninja from Koei Tecmo.
Okay, and obviously they have a lot of experience with combat in video games. So can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so it's really a joint collaboration between Team Ninja and the Square Enix team. But yeah, they're really a great partner to work with. But I mean, with their credibility with the Dead or Alive franchise and the recently launched Neo. So they bring a lot more kind of credibility into the fighting game space.
So what's the environment we're seeing here?
So we are on the battle stage of Cornelia from Final Fantasy I, and so the main player is playing as Warrior of Light from Final Fantasy I.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah,
to see this rendered in full 3D.
Rather than the 8-bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Little guy.
So I know you're not talking about all the full character roster and the environments, but the whole idea of the game is you're pulling in characters from all of Final Fantasy's history, right? And maps and environments, right?
Yeah, and that's the exciting thing. So we have characters all the way from Final Fantasy I to Final Fantasy XIV, and stages kind of from across the legacy as well. But some other things kind of on the UI and HUD that you can kind of take note of. So in the lower left, there's like 3 kind of circles that you see. So what those are your EX skills. And so you can equip different EX skills based on your playstyle, whether they're like regenerative or they provide attack boosts or things like that. So that kind of modifies your kind of gameplay style.
I see.
Yeah.
Can you talk to us about how you go about choosing the characters? Do you try to pick fan favorites? You try to find some lesser-known characters that you think would be really cool in the game?
Yeah. So again, I think it really fits your gameplay style on kind of who you want to choose. I think you can choose either your favorite character or one that kind of plays a little bit more like yourself, like kind of assassins.
But I was meaning more like, how do you choose characters to be in the game, to include in the game?
Oh,
you're looking at all of Final Fantasy's history. So like, okay, I think I'll pick this guy, this girl.
Yeah, so I can't really kind of go into too much detail on why certain characters were included or why certain characters were excluded. I think, at least for now, there's characters from 1 all the way until 14, and there's at least 1 representative from each. How that specific character came about, I think that's a much longer story, which unfortunately I'm not able to go into right now. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Yeah.
You know, you don't apologize to me. Apologize to them.
I know. Sorry, guys.
No, it's okay. You mentioned those 4 classes, right?
Yeah.
And so are the characters divided up between those 4 classes?
Yeah. So this is the second of the 4 clips we brought through today. The next 2 will kind of go into kind of the different classes and kind of how they play and stuff like that.
All right, we can save that for then.
Yeah.
If a viewer out there has played the arcade game, are they going to feel at home here? Are they going to recognize this?
They're going to feel
familiar.
At home. I think some of the button prompts are going to feel a little bit different. So in Japan, it's on an arcade cabinet, so the button prompts are a little bit different, whereas these ones kind of have the standard PlayStation 4 square, triangle, circle.
I see.
Yeah.
How much content would you say is new from the arcade game, or has been added?
It's hard to say, kind of percentage-wise, but I would say there is going to be different content that's coming out for the PS4 version.
What about people that played the PSP game? Is this still going to feel familiar to them?
I think what people will recognize immediately is, of course, the Final Fantasy characters and the Bravery combat system. But everything else will feel very, very different. So what we were looking to do was really compare like apples to apples on kind of what's the same and what's different in the PSP version, and it's so different. Certain things are going to feel familiar, like the Final Fantasy characters and the Bravery combat, but so many things are going to feel different.
Sure.
And I think the main thing that you're going to immediately recognize is the 3 versus 3 combat.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, bringing the game to PlayStation 4 opens it up to a whole new audience that maybe never played Dissidia before. So what would you say is the best way to approach this game for them? People that never played Dissidia before.
I'd say grab your buddies and just jump in.
Is there a good character to start with? Who's the best here to like?
So I think one of the easiest characters to kind of jump in and play as is actually Cloud Strife.
Sure.
And that's the first clip we brought today.
Yeah. Okay. Is that what we're bringing up next? Is that
that's what we got.
That was good timing.
Good timing. So what we did is we actually simplified down the screen so you can kind of see a little bit more about Cloud Strife. And this is actually the first time we're ever debuting a really in-depth look.
Okay, at Cloud.
Yeah.
But I see he's still called Nameless Soldier here.
That's
Seems
where
like
the PSN ID would go.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I remember all of the characters here are, Nameless Boy, Nameless Idealist over there. Yeah, okay, so those are going to be your PSN names.
Yeah.
All right, so how does Cloud play?
So Cloud is a Vanguard class, and the reason why he's one of the more straightforward characters to play is there's not a lot of tricky things to do, and I'll explain why that is when we show the next character.
Okay.
So his moveset is pretty straightforward and it's pretty easy to master. What we're showing is kind of his full range of moveset. And this is the next character. This is what I want to show you guys.
This is Lightning.
This is Lightning from Final Fantasy 13.
Yeah.
So for those who have played Final Fantasy 13, people will remember the paradigm shift.
Sure.
So one of the really, really cool things about Dissidia is they're taking certain elements from the original games into this. So if you look right where it says 3616, and right to the left of it, it says Rav. So basically that's taking from the paradigm shift system in Final Fantasy 13, and you can switch between Commando and Ravager.
I see.
And they brought that back into this game. So basically she has 2 full different movesets. So the Commando set, if people remember from Final Fantasy 13, it's a little bit more melee, it's a little bit more combat focused, and then the Ravager is a little bit more magic and a little bit more range focused.
Sure.
So it's pretty cool, and that's why Lightning becomes a little bit more of a challenging character to play as.
I see.
Because it's 2 completely different movesets.
Yeah.
To kind of master and figure out.
It starts to give you a look at the depth of combat that's available here.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you were mentioning earlier that if you're playing solo, there's a single player mode. So if I guess that means that if you're playing online, you have to have 3 players.
Or it'll auto match you.
The auto match, yeah. I wondered if you could speak to the online system, like how it works finding games. Matchmaking?
We're not quite ready to go into exactly all of the different kind of gameplay modes.
Okay.
I wish I could go into every single one. But
the game is just announced, so I understand you have to hold some stuff back for later. Who are we seeing here? Who is Cloud facing against?
So we wanted to bring a different look at Cloud. So this is his outfit from Final Fantasy VII Advent Children.
Cool.
Have you seen it? The movie.
It's been a while.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
But what's cool, the reason why we wanted to bring this through is we wanted to show that there are different outfits and different weapons and stuff like that.
Are these just cosmetic? Just like, are they stuff that you unlock as you play the game and they just change the way your character looks?
Yeah, they're just cosmetic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got you. All right, so what's this environment we're fighting in now?
So we are in Midgar from Final Fantasy VII.
Right.
So one of the cool things is every map's a little bit different. So this one has a little bit of verticality. You can kind of see the different platforms and stuff like that. One thing, I don't know if you noticed it, but there is a finite arena that you fight in. And so you can actually pin characters against the wall and then do a quick juggle.
Interesting.
So certain characters, depending on the class, see he got pinned right there. Certain characters can kind of pin and then do another juggle after that.
Are the environments reactive or destructible? Can you use the environments as a tactic at all?
You can. They can be very strategic in terms of the verticality, because some will be very flat, so you can't really hide anywhere. But something like this, you can kind of hide behind barriers and then kind of hop over and then do quick sneak attacks. Especially with the 3-on-3, you just always have to watch your back and see who's targeting you.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
it gets wild.
But it looks like this is one-on-one. Is this just for demo purposes?
This is just for demo purposes. This is just what we brought for you guys today.
Okay, well, this is something very special then.
Yeah, just for you guys. Just for you guys.
So we have one more clip after this.
Yeah.
Right. And what are we going to be looking at there?
So this one. So what we did is we brought 2 clips of Cloud in the different outfits, and then we brought 2 clips of Lightning in different outfits.
Okay.
So for Final Fantasy 13 fans out there, this is her outfit from Final Fantasy 13-2. Yeah.
And I can predict what your answer is going to be, but all these customization options, are they included in the game, or is this stuff that's going to be added later on after release?
It's going to be added into the game, and then we haven't really discussed our post-launch activities quite yet, but soon.
Please look forward to learning more. I think this is really cool. This is finally coming. It's coming to a home console. Because I actually, I've been a long time Final Fantasy fan, but I never played Dissidia on PSP.
Yeah.
So this seems really cool.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be one of the really exciting things is network connectivity is a very different thing than it was on PSP, and now it is on PS4. And so it'll be interesting to see kind of like how matches get done and all sorts of different capabilities we have now. So that's going to be really exciting to see in the...
I have to ask if, along with all the characters that are included, are there any monsters from the Final Fantasy universe you can play and fight as? You don't need to reveal specific ones.
What we have is just the characters.
Just like, okay. Got it.
But, I mean, right now I believe we have 6 summons.
Okay.
That you've seen, and then each one of the summons has a completely different ability of how they can completely destroy the environment.
Okay.
Yeah. So like, for me personally, I like always trying to select Ramu, the lightning god, because his AoE attack just kind of spreads across the entire arena.
And does each player get to choose their own summon?
It's
or is it based on classes?
It's actually when you're selecting your characters, and then after that your team can select a summon. So if 2 of the 3 people select the same summon, then it's going to be that one. But if everybody selects different summons, then it's randomized.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So you have to strategize with your teammates. So it's more fun if you play with your friends, because you guys can kind of talk and be like, let's get this one because this suits our play style better. But of course, if you play with random people online, then
yeah, that's true. So Dissidia Final Fantasy NT.
Yes, sir.
What does the NT stand for?
The NT stands for New Tale. And so what that means is the PSP games, they had their own story, their own universe.
Yeah.
And while this carries over into the same universe, it's a completely new tale.
Okay. And you mentioned a single player mode. Is there actually like a story mode or a campaign that you play through?
Yeah, there is, but I think that's about all that we're able to kind of discuss in terms of, the offline single player mode.
Yeah, I know. Like the game was just announced last week, I think.
Yeah.
It's coming early 2018.
Early 2018, PlayStation 4 exclusive.
Okay, can you let us know when we could look forward to learning more about Dissidia Final Fantasy NT?
There will be lots of coverage at E3 this upcoming week. When the next big reveal is going to be, or next big thing, I can't quite say that quite
Later
yet.
on.
I'm sorry.
Some
Soon.
point in the future. Well, thank you so much for coming by the show.
Yeah.
That's really cool. As always, for all the latest E3 news, exclusive interviews, demos, and much more, head over to IGN.com/E3. Stay with us. IGN Live continues in just a second.
So I found Marty Sleva. Marty, let's talk about some of the mechanical differences from Battlefront 2015, the first being classes. They're back in the original series. Can you give me kind of an overview?
In the level we got to play, the feed map, we played as the clone troopers, and there was a handful of different classes this time around. So you play standard infantry, you play heavy, which I was a big fan of, and I'm really curious to see how the classes work on both sides.
Well, I started with assault. I felt like that was kind of a bit vanilla for me, so I gravitated towards heavy, and that's when I really found my stride.
I really like having the structured tier, like what I want to play as. After a while, I went back to the assault trooper, and I played as a spaceship for a while, and then the clone jump trooper was a really nice thing to just fly around.
Battle points strike me as a much fairer system than something like pickups. Is that your read of it? Did you like that battle point system?
Yeah, I mean, I feel that it makes the sort of battlefield on the whole a lot more dynamic and interesting. There's not a lot of wandering around and trying to find things. I mean, you can execute things basically on the fly if you've built up enough battle points.
If you want to play as some of the vehicles, you can do that. If you want to play as some of the special characters like Rey or Darth Maul, you can do that. And so it was really interesting getting to lean into what your specialty is as a player instead of hoping that it's luck of the draw and you can just grab whatever upgrade you can.
The point system meant that even if I wasn't killing people, if I was helping the team out in the objectives, I was still building my way towards unlocking something super cool. That being said, one of the things I unlocked was a spaceship, and I was like, great, I can fly around. And so I'm flying around Feed, and I could see Naboo, and I'm like, all right, I'm in a ship, but no one else is. So flying around was cool, but it was sort of lonely, so I'm hoping that they're able to meld the two of those a little bit better closer to release.
Your pathetic rebellion ends here.
Let's talk about thematics. Theed is a really interesting environment. Number one, because it's set in Episode 1, which is a very divisive series, and the prequels in general. So I guess the first part of this question is, did you enjoy playing on Theed? And secondarily, did you feel really part of the battle?
I will just say that prequels might not have been great, but Theed is awesome. I love the look out of that place, and I love flying through there in a spaceship. It looked so nice to like see everything explode around you.
So it was really cool getting to run through the streets, getting to be in the throne room. It was really exciting to feel like I'll get to know this environment in a way that I didn't necessarily get to in the movies.
We're coming up on the Star Destroyer, but we need to clear that escort.
From what you played today, is there anything that you weren't a big fan of?
Felt like towards the end, I wish the battle points kind of changed, because once you're inside, you can't, obviously get spaceships, so you kind of have two tiers like locked off that you can't really use. So in a pinch, I'm like, oh man, I wish I had something to use my 500 points, but I had nothing to use it on.
Everyone wanted more flying in Battlefront 2, and I hopped in, and it was cool, it was gorgeous. I was flying around Feed, couldn't really do anything, I couldn't really carpet bomb or anything, so I sort of just flew around until I just flew into the water on purpose, and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna become a soldier again.
Impossible.
So that's what our editors thought of Star Wars Battlefront 2, but we want to know, what do you think? Leave your thoughts in the comments, and for all things video games and E3 2017, keep it right here on IGN.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
Two friends, one controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by two players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3. Telltale Games has just announced they're returning to Minecraft, the magical world of Minecraft. What's going on, guys? I'm here with Eric and Kat and Job from Telltale. Minecraft Story Mode Season 2. It's happening. You're making it. The first one was a big success. I didn't know how people would react to it, and they loved it. So you're in a good spot.
Yeah, when we first announced it, everyone was so confused. Like, wait a minute, Minecraft doesn't have a story. That doesn't make. What is this? And brain explode. And Telltale's been around well over a decade, and I think a lot of people coming into Telltale, finding us in 2012 with The Walking Dead, a lot of mature titles, had no idea what to expect. And then honestly, for us, it was we love working with Mojang. We love Minecraft. We all play it. And yeah, there's a little bit of a younger audience. It's more family friendly, and for us, it was kind of like stepping into this new emerging market, or really fan base that's kind of a younger Telltale fan that's learning about the Telltale experience, learning about interactive drama and difficult decisions and relationships. And honestly, Mojang just kind of gave us the blocks to build what feels effectively
and
like.
you crafted a story.
It is.
We have this. Okay, with the puns. I know they're going to happen, so let's just lean into it. Make it. Just go with it.
Well, we have a lot of puns in the actual game.
Oh God!
So it's very fitting.
Yeah. So I feel good about that. But yeah, to what Job was saying though, the first season was a little bit of a question mark for folks when it first was announced. And it's been so cool is seeing with this second season being announced. Like we had this, this amazingly passionate fan base that rose up during the first season, and then in between seasons kind of grew and grew and grew. And even just off the very, very first, just the first screenshots that we shared last week, there's been so much fan art and stuff that's already emerged of new characters before folks even knew their names, before folks knew anything about them. And yeah, it's been really cool to see.
That's such an awesome position to be in, is just to give people a tease, and all of a sudden they're like, hey, I love everything I'm seeing already. I'm already drawing them. I'm already a big fan.
Yeah.
So what's it like, besides writing the puns, which you get paid to do, and that's a pretty incredible job, what's it like writing these episodes?
Yeah, I think the thing that's really cool about it is it's such a wide open space, which is both really inspiring and also a little bit intimidating, because it's like you kind of start with just the basics of even just looking at crafting this. Oh God, I'm sorry. And even just looking at putting together this second season, we sort of had to look at okay, Jesse and the gang saved the world in the first season. Kind of where do we take the characters from there? And I think what was really cool is we started looking into kind of these characters and saying, okay, so you've saved the world to this group of friends. What happens after that? We pick up, we're picking up 5 or 7 years later, and it's neat to kind of show how this group of friends has all sort of evolved and changed over time. And I think, the way those relationships and friendships evolve has been really fun to dig into.
And so the audience is giving you feedback in between episodes, right? And how, does that impact you? Do you sit there
for every Telltale series it does, and I think for this one in particular, Minecraft itself is so community driven, and we weren't going to have it any other way for story mode. It wasn't until later on in the season that we found some of the biggest Minecraft community members, like Stampy Cat and Stacy Plays, Dan TDM. They all showed up in season 1. Some of them are returning for season 2. But as we go along and we hear what fans are saying, we watch all their videos on YouTube. We listen, and in this case, it's the rare case where fans have actually made it back into the game.
And it's unique too, because Eric is actually involved in our recording sessions, which doesn't really happen all the time. So even as we're going along, it's if this doesn't feel exactly like Minecraft-y, or if this doesn't feel Jesse-ish, then it gets tweaked right on the spot to make it really that special experience.
That's so cool. And you do voice work on 1,000 projects. Do you get to walk out of them and go hey, I had a really cool experience over there. Can we do that more often here? Or you just kind of leave it with the Minecraft guys?
I leave it with these guys, but also these guys are slave drivers, which it's awesome, but because of the speed of things coming out, we work really fast.
I like how completely unfazed they're just we are. We own it.
We don't stop.
It's in a good, we have so much fun, but it's really fast paced, and it happens
and that's the thing too, is at Telltale, people like Eric are writing these scripts, and our entire writing and design team oftentimes other game studios, it's not those, you don't get those people in with the actors.
Right.
And really, diving into the characters, understanding a character in 4 different dimensions of how a player can role play as them. If they're going to play their Jesse as more, more lighthearted or more of a sarcastic jokester or something like that, it's the characters have so many different facets, so they can swing so many different ways. And if the writers are really, the ones really designing in all these different directions, it's awesome to have them in the room.
Yeah, I mean, and that's been something that's been really cool is, you'll have these times where it's like, you'll even be just in the booth and they, say Kat will be recording, we'll be going through a scene, and we'll have an idea as we're going through the scene, like, man, it'll be really cool to do. And then it's sort of like almost, you'll even have times where you're rewriting on the fly, where you're like, okay, hang on, let's go back, we'll tweak that. And then when the other actor comes into the booth later today, we'll tell them kind of what happened. And it's been a really organic
that's so
process.
awesome, because that's the way I build a house in Minecraft.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm going to make it like this, and it's going to be out of dirt with some iron blocks on top. And then halfway through, I'm like, I have a bigger vision than I ever thought was possible.
Yeah, and this, I'd say with Season 2, there is some expanded crafting elements and a lot more puzzly elements, which is the thing with Telltale games. A lot of people, that loved adventure games growing up, a lot of the Lucas stuff or early Telltale, we don't have that opportunity to kind of play with different objects and play with logic puzzles and kind of like that Moon Logic classic adventure experience.
Right.
Yeah. Well, and that's been something I've really loved, because the reason I actually first came to Telltale was I loved games like Puzzle Agent, Sam and Max, Tales from Monkey Island, and so for me, getting to kind of do this game and getting to do like more of that sort of like classic kind of the more esoteric logic, where it's like it's inventory puzzles, it's getting to explore and poke around, and I absolutely love doing that stuff. And it'll be really funny because I'll be explaining to Kat in the booth, I'm like, okay, so this is what you say if you try and combine this item with that item, and it doesn't work, but we need to hint to the player the thing that they do need to do. And so it's been really, really fun.
The whole process is very Minecrafty of making the game, actually. So,
which is fun, because a lot of those old point-and-click adventure games were sort of completely, almost hysterically illogical. Like, you would sit there and be like, oh, I have to make a clay bomb out of a soap and a candle, and it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
But then you have to write something like that, and then you kick it over to you, and you're like, I have to come up with a reaction for when that doesn't work. And you're there yelling at everyone to go faster.
No. We have a lot of fun, and hopefully that comes through in the game. I think it does.
It does, and I mean, it's, again, like story mode, it's, this is the kind of game where younger audiences and older audiences play together. And I think over the last few years, we've kind of seen Telltale move from this place where, it's really feeling more like this interactive TV network, where there's stuff for adults, there's stuff for kids and family. We have stuff, like T-rated stuff like Guardians of the Galaxy, where, the generation that played Season 1 of Minecraft now understands Telltale and can play with an older generation at the same time. And above and beyond anything, it's an awesome year for us. And honest to God, Telltale fans, you've been asking for some things for a very long time. A lot of our mature series and mature content, there are always going to be Telltale series for all ages. There are going to be Telltale series for mature audiences. And I think some of the stuff that you guys have been asking for a very long time, we are very close to being ready to...
You're combining the adult audiences and the child audiences, right? You're doing
not
Bloody
exactly.
Sesame Street.
You're going to see things overlapping, but I think the core Telltale fans that have some pretty high expectations for us and wishes are going to be really happy this summer and this year.
It's going to be a good year for everyone, is what he's basically saying.
So obviously we're going with an episodic release again for Season 2. Do you have a sort of strict plan in how that rolls out? Because the thing is with TV is, like, I know what it's on, right? Like Game of Thrones is Sundays on HBO. With Telltale, sometimes it's here, sometimes it's there. And obviously you're creative. I'm not trying to rush you. I'm not the slave driver. You have obviously people on staff that can help you with that. But what's the sort of rollout plan for the new season?
Episode 1 is going to kick off on July 11th, and it's going to be everywhere: Xbox One, PlayStation, PC, mobile, stuff
iOS.
Like that. Yeah, iOS and Android.
Every platform.
Yeah, and that's another thing too, is like Telltale is very close to appearing on devices and boxes that are probably in your living room already that you don't even think you can think of as game-playing devices.
Are you doing Nintendo Switch?
We will be on Switch with story mode later this summer, and we should be following up with more later on. So we're pretty much everywhere. That's kind of the Telltale experience. It's kind of like Netflix, but it shows up.
Now, one of the things you guys are leaning on is this sort of spectator ability, where people can sort of watch and interact. It's like kind of like Twitch plays Minecraft story mode.
Exactly. There's For those of you that aren't familiar, like sometimes we'll do things called crowd plays, and we'll get together in theater. We premiered season 1 at the Cinerama Dome here in Hollywood. You were there.
So much fun.
Yeah, we had like 1,000 kids and family all screaming at the screen telling us what to do. We are now working with, it integrates into the game. It's called crowd play. So the core player can drive the story, and an audience can chime in from their cell phones, decide what happens. And right now, if you play over Microsoft's new Mixer platform, that happens live and one-to-one. So you can be streaming from home, and you can have an audience of viewers actually controlling the narrative from their audience perspective.
Awesome. Well, guys, thank you so much for coming. Minecraft season, Telltale Story
Minecraft
Mode
Story Mode Season 2.
It's a title. That's a title, all right.
Yes.
I love it.
Episode 1.
Thank you guys so much for coming.
Yes.
E3 continues right after this, so stick around.
IGN Live. Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
2 friends, 1 controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by 2 players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
I played Star Wars Battlefront 2, and my initial reaction was, oh my god. It's just amazing. The graphics were phenomenal, gameplay was just action-packed. It was just everything I was hoping for.
I feel like the space battles could be more broad, though. They could have been just a little bit more intense.
I love using the heavy weapons a lot. It was a pretty intense firefight. I saw Rey from A Force Awakens. I definitely saw Darth Maul a few times, you know. Pretty exhilarating. I was a little scared, honestly.
Each gun kind of just overheats too much. They should improve that a little bit more.
I just got a first look at Star Wars Battlefront 2, and I thought it was fantastic, especially for a pre-alpha phase game. I thought it was really smooth.
My first reaction was, it's better than the first one. There were more things where you can blow something up in the middle of the game and you can open up the map a lot more.
I felt very much like I was in the middle of the Star Wars movie, running around as a stormtrooper trying to stop the droids. From what I saw, the vehicles were very useful. We had a lot of stormtroopers trying to take us down from the sky. That's very much going to be something you're going to have to watch out for in the game.
Welcome back. Star Wars Battlefront 2 was the highlight of EA's press conference where a ton of gameplay and mechanics were revealed. Max Scoville is joining me for a look at the game with Craig and Paul. Star Wars. We've been screaming it for 24 hours. Max and I have been screaming it for 30 plus years.
Same.
Same. Good. So we're in good hands. Okay, here's this interview can go 2 ways. 1, we can go deep dive. We can get into the real intricacies. 2, we can just start blurting out Star Wars animals' names and asking you if they're in there. Let's try to do a mix of both.
Sure.
Starting with Rancors.
That's how you're starting it?
I'm just going to say Rancors.
Starting? I'm sorry, I told you we'd softball it, but he really needs to know. The man loves his Rancors.
I really like Rancors. Will we see maybe even a Rancor skeleton somewhere?
Oh, is that giving away too much?
I don't know.
They didn't say no. They did not say no.
We didn't instantly.
We got a Rancor's question mark.
Okay, so let's get into this a little bit more like kind of top level. Obviously, a lot of people kind of came away from Battlefront when it first launched feeling it was light on content, and you guys have said this is, 3 times the content?
Yep.
And the DLC is going to be free. Yep. What?
Please elaborate.
Okay, so we heard a lot from our fans, right? We got so much feedback. We had our first game, we had a year of live service. And what we really wanted to do is we wanted to address 3 core concerns. One was, where's that story? You know, we really want a story, and not only just a story, but we want an untold story. And we decided to pick something really special from the other side, so something from the Imperial side. So that's really special. Next thing that people really want is to say, where's space? Give me space, right?
It's up there.
It's up there. We know it's up there. How do I get there? So what we did is, you know, we touched on it in the Death Star expansion pack, but now we're going to bring in launch, and we got Criterion on board, same as we have Motive working with the single player, and these people are experts at what they do, and they're really just adding so much to the game. And then it was about the multiplayer. It's like the multiplayer is good, but where's that breadth and where's that depth?
Right.
Right. So how do we access all of these eras? How do we access more of our heroes, more of the locations that we love, and how do I get the depth so that I don't achieve my goals so quickly that I'm not sure where to go? So all of these points are points we're addressing.
So one of my problems with the first game was the fact that unlocking stuff felt kind of grindy, you know, like to get like a cool hat, it would take hours and hours, and it's like I could just go to the store and get a hat. You guys have like kind of a new currency resource system. Could you talk a little bit about that? Like you get points in the game as you're playing
the
it.
battle point system.
Right.
Right. So that's more for if you want to become a hero or a special character on the field.
Okay.
That's where we're adding some of the depth and giving you a chance to live out a bit more of your Star Wars fantasies in terms of more unique things that we had in the first game. And we want to make it easier for players to, how does my direct gameplay allow me to do that thing very easily? Before it was a token system, a little bit unfair. If you knew where it was, you could find your way there.
Right.
Now it's like, if I'm just doing some team play, if I'm just working around with the others, I'm going to gain enough points, and then I can spend that on becoming a hero. Or if you get to play our Assault on or our Theed gameplay, you get to become a B2 battle droid. There's so much stuff that you can do just by playing with your team, playing the objective, which is what we really want people to do in this game.
Yeah,
okay. So plenty of opportunities for people.
You're using some Battlefield language there. Playing the objective and all that. That's kind of the thing there. One of the things I've gotten really into Battlefield 1 since then, and that's kind of a game where there's so much chaos. You've got horses and tanks and trucks out there, and it's cool to see. I think in the first Battlefront you'd have infantry, and then there were heroes, and there were vehicles, and they were very kind of separate. And now you've got super battle droids, and you've got AT-RTs walking around. Is it sort of more of a gradual scaling thing in terms of the stuff that's fighting it?
Absolutely. I mean, we're trying to create that tiered experience. So the great thing about the battle point system is it's so flexible, right? I can, whatever positive action I do, whether it is playing the objective, killing people, supporting my team, I can save all my points and try and get to that hero, but I now have player choice. I can now turn around and say, you know what? I'm super great as a clone jump trooper, or I'm an incredible pilot. So what I will do is maybe I'll spend less points, a smaller amount of points, get to be that pilot, rack them up faster, and get to where I want to be.
Right. Okay.
So it's all about having multiple ways to get to wherever you want to be in our
So you've
game.
got sort of branching paths of
Absolutely.
your
Yeah.
career progression in a way. That's really awesome. So I adored the maps in the last game, especially the ones based on Endor. Like I got goosebumps the first time I did a 40-player Walker Assault mission on Endor. Because I had never seen a Star Wars game like that. Are we going to see some of those classic maps return? Are we going to go to Endor and have a sort of remixed version? How is what we've seen going to sort of impact what's still to come?
Yeah, so I think with our signature mode that we're actually showing off here on Theed, it's Galactic Assault. And what this will do is this will go from planet to planet. And the important thing here is that it invokes the fantasy and the spirit of that planet. So when you think about back to the first Battlefront, stepping on Hoth, what was magical about that? It was stepping into that fantasy that you'd always want to live as a fan. Now here with Theed, we're stepping into that invasion fantasy where you see that droid army take on this, this crown jewel of Naboo. So every time you go to a planet, whatever planet it is, and there are multiple planets across all 3 eras now, you will invoke that fantasy, and you will feel that immersion that Hoth brought. That was so
now
passionate.
my Theed fantasies usually involve Gungans, and I'm not seeing any here. So what are the chances we're going to get to see some of those floppy-eared boys running around?
I mean, who knows?
Yeah,
who
exactly.
knows? I mean,
You didn't say no.
I personally would love to add a Jar Jar or something. Who knows? But we'll see what we bring. I mean, you mentioned free DLC earlier.
Right.
There's plenty of places that we can go and take that as time rolls on.
Such as Otagunga, maybe? That would be super bomb bad, guys.
I really enjoyed in the last game this sort of diorama mode of just unlocking figurines and rotating them. Max and I, our desk at IGN is covered in Star Wars toys. And there was a collectible aspect to that I think that Star Wars fans understand, right? We just, the new movies come out, our wallets open up, and everything flies out.
Of course.
Do you guys have anything along those lines planned for this game, like sort of collectibles, sort of like unlockables along those lines?
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's a whole host of collectibles and unlockables. There's far more than there has ever been. When we think, we think about there's vanity items. There's going to be a whole host of new star cards, and not only star cards, but like rarities of star cards. I think that's a really important thing to mention. Is before when you got your star card, that was it.
Yeah.
Now you can upgrade that star card across different rarities, and it will either become more powerful or last a longer duration, so that you can, it's really just the beginning getting that card.
Okay. So I'm hearing you've got paid stuff in some form in there. Is that correct? And it's for like loot boxes. I think I read that.
Yep.
I actually am like. I love that because it doesn't screw up the game. It's not segmenting the community.
Exactly.
But at the same time, I'm probably going to spend money on it to try to get some weird costume or something, and that's kind of a problem. Is it going to be how weird are you going to get with cosmetic stuff? That's going to be a you problem too. Just wait and see.
It's definitely a me problem.
But no, like we've seen people going crazy for like weird special Overwatch skins and going. Is it kind of going that direction? Would you say?
I don't think it'll be that over the top. We're a very authentic experience.
Right.
We want to give you skins that you would expect to say, I've seen a character wear that before, or that doesn't seem out of character for that character, if I could use that word twice.
So maybe not like a Droids animated series Boba Fett.
Yeah, that'd be a little bit weird.
Oh, like in terms of a aesthetic look versus authentic Boba Fett? Yeah, no, nothing like that.
I just think that would be hilarious to just have like this purple Boba Fett
like a cell-shaded
That'd
Boba
be
Fett.
really jarring. But at the same time, like maybe having like a battle droid skin where it's got like 3PO's head or something. Like that happens in the movies.
I saw some people asking about that.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, those are things that we can always explore, but like I think right now we're going to the authentic experience that people know from the movies as a base, and then we can always see what goes on after that.
Yeah, for sure.
Are you guys willing to talk at all in terms of just sheer numbers of maps, planets, vehicles, and stuff in the game at launch, or is that still kind of off limits?
I mean, we're really not going to numbers at this point.
Okay.
But we can say this is huge. You heard people say that it's 3 times larger, and it's a massive game.
Yeah.
If you saw our EA Play stream, then you will see that like this is the most ambitious game that we've ever tried to make with EA, and I can say from personal experience, it definitely feels that way. I've been working in this industry a long time, and this is by far the most ambitious thing we've ever
It seems like
attempted.
the ships are integrated into multiplayer a lot more sort of strategically, and it seems like someone like me who would hop in a TIE fighter and then just immediately die might have a better chance now. How does that sort of that ground to sky combat work?
I think that's the brilliance that Criterion helps to bring to this game. Is they are masters at vehicles and vehicle handling. So what we did with the first game is we created this very, an accessible experience, but perhaps it was a bit too disjointed from the ground combat. So they've been working really hard to not only add more depth with things like manual roll and leading reticules and everything, but you can see that it's much easier. You get a soft lock when you're strafing down, so that you can actually really connect the aerial layer with the ground layer for like a more holistic experience.
Now, does the Vulture droid transform into the fun spider walker that you see in episode 1, or is that like mixing things up too much?
That would be mixing things up.
Yeah, I just imagine that sounds like a headache, and it wouldn't be fair to those fine people in the Naboo fighters.
For the last game, you guys went into the vaults of Lucasfilm and you scanned a bunch of high-res statues that were props and artifacts of the original trilogy. But the prequel trilogy is mostly CG pre-rendered. There's some props there. Obviously, there's a lot of tangible goods that were made. What was it like to create versions of the prequel trilogy that were basically CG to begin with, and then make them, look the way they do in modern video game graphics?
Yeah. I think it was a little bit easier because a lot of it was digital, so they can pass those assets over to us. We can work with them and kind of make it match our art style.
Yeah.
Our art style is authentic, so it's very realistic looking, similar to what you would have seen in the movies. So it's a little bit easier than having to physically scan everything and then kind of do a little bit of work on top of that. We still would have to touch them up a bit because it needs to fit our game, but a little bit easier just because they're digital assets to play around with.
I think it's really cool because it's kind of just it's helping smooth that kind of disparity between the prequel and original trilogy. And there are people who love both. There are people who love all of them. There are people who love one and hate the other. And it's just really cool. It helps meld them. And it's fascinating to see a super battle droid that looks more realistic in a video game than it does in the movie. I'm dying to see what Kamino looks like, because you're taking like Frostbite's rain effects, and I mean, it's considerably more advanced than what ILM was using, 15 years ago. Are you focusing more on prequel content, or is it going to be a mix of everything and you're just kind of leading with the prequels to get those people on board?
I mean, it's a mix of everything. Like, we are going to bring absolutely a mix of everything. The reason why we brought here is people have been shouting for the prequels for a long time. People have been shouting for Darth Maul and seeing that incredible acrobatic, Sith Lord moving through the map and just wreaking havoc. It's also showing much more of an urban environment that is an environmental. So it showed off so many highlights that we had, and I think it's just an incredible credit to our art team and our art directors that what they've managed to do is something similar to what Rogue One as a movie did. Was it's. When you watched it, it didn't look like they did like the original trilogy movies, but it looked how you remembered that they would look like.
It felt like sort of tonally familiar.
Exactly. So that's what we're doing, and that's how we're trying to bring the prequels and the original and the new all in line with each other for this holistic.
And that's the thing about sort of, Darth Maul specifically had the entire IGN war room cheering, clapping, because he's just incredibly fun to watch.
Yeah.
But when you see him in the movie, he's not really there much. He only does a couple of cool moves. You guys had to kind of fill in the blanks. What's it like to sort of say, how would Darth Maul run upstairs?
I mean, that's a fun challenge for the character team back home, but a lot of it is just what makes that character, you remember the character a certain way. You kind of have this vision of how he would be. We work with Lucasfilm to kind of cultivate that and say, how does that translate into gameplay?
Right.
So a lot of that is making it feel like that's what the character would do. It's believable that he would go do this thing. He's a very agile fighter in the movies. You see him when he's fighting Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan. Okay, how do we translate that to gameplay? Okay, he's bouncing around, he's doing these things. And it's again, being authentic to the character and just teasing that out and bringing it to life in gameplay.
Okay. Now, we talked a lot about the kind of the class system and the differences between sort of ground level gameplay. Does that apply to heroes too? Are there sort of different ways to play heroes? Is there any customization there?
Absolutely. I mean, we want to make sure that, first of all, the heroes embody that character, right? So they have different styles. You've got Darth Maul, who's incredibly acrobatic, great at close quarters. You have Boba Fett, who is far more mobile and can rain death and destruction from the air, which is fantastic. You've got Rey, who's adept at mind tricks. Like these, we really want to embody those characters, but each of these characters, similar to the troopers and also similar to our starfighters in space battles, are going to have so much customization. They're going to have multiple cards that you can collect for them, multiple rarities, so that basically my hero will not play the same as your hero. I can make sure that my playstyle is embodied within my character.
That's really cool to hear.
So one of the things I really loved about the last Battlefront game was that I'm not great at shooters, which is probably why it took Max and I so long to unlock stuff. It was kind of an arcadey, kind of casual shooter, but you guys, it seems like you're swinging for kind of a more hardcore game here. How are you doing that?
I wouldn't say it's more hardcore. We're just trying to add more depth to the gunplay, and with the introduction of classes, we give a bit more of that ability for you to have more distinct roles on the battlefield. How do you work together? So it's adding just depth on top of what is already there. We don't necessarily need to reinvent the wheel and make it too hardcore.
Cool.
We don't want to be quite as far as maybe like a Battlefield is in terms of the realism of the gun, but we still want some weight to the gun, make it feel a bit different, and just add some mechanics that players are wanting to use so they can have a bit of a, okay, I feel good with this gun. I feel good with that gun. How do I continue my path down that? How do I evolve that gun? How do I unlock things for the gun, change up how it feels? So it doesn't, not a hardcore shooter, but it's not a casual one either. We're trying to find something that is a good mix for everybody.
Okay.
Now you have Yoda in the game, which immediately evokes to me Odd Job in GoldenEye. Like you got this troll little thing that's going to run around and just shoot everyone in the knees, and no one can hit him because they're shooting over his head. How do you account for that?
I mean, that's a challenge. Like, we're still tweaking things with him. We're still trying to figure out how do you fine tune that.
Yep.
But he's an iconic character. You can't not have Yoda.
Yeah.
Right. But and then we'll play with gameplay stuff. Like maybe he has some abilities that play into that fact, or maybe there's some ways that we work around that with other abilities or with what the troopers can do. But it's I don't think it'll be quite Oddjob, but it'll be he is shorter. He is shorter. So, yeah.
Now we've seen Luke in his Return of the Jedi outfits, and we've seen Rey in her Force Awakens outfit, and we've also seen her in her Last Jedi costume, which I think is pre-order bonus, right?
Yep.
Are we going to see a Luke in Last Jedi outfit, Force Awakens? Is that a costume we might see show up, maybe?
They did not say no.
Yeah, that's one of those developer
He's
shrugs.
inside the ring. With the gun game.
Yeah.
There you go, yeah.
Tauntauns are in your game.
Yes, they are.
They're- Can I ride a tauntaun through battle?
can.
Absolutely.
I almost cursed. That's awesome. That's so awesome. There was a tauntaun skeleton in the last game. I'm telling you guys, we played a lot of Battlefront. How do you make that work? How do you go like, okay, well, all of a sudden, like we have these space kangaroos, and like, do you hear them running through? Like they're like, la 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 la. Like, they make that awesome noise.
Is it like a vehicle that will just you can shoot and kill? Like, is it like a horse in Battlefield? Or?
Yeah, I'd say it's fairly similar to something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. But I mean, I don't want it. You shouldn't shoot and kill tauntauns, man.
Unless you're cold.
That's true. Yeah, unless you need to come up for some warmth.
Can you climb inside it and regain your health?
No, that's something we
missed it.
wow.
Yeah.
We got a hard no on that.
It is a bit gory. I don't know if we want to allow.
I'm not sure if our ratings
It's canon. It's totally canon.
Now I gotta flex just a very nerdy muscle here. In the trailer, there's that one shot of Yavin. You got Death Troopers on there, and there's this blurry thing that runs by in the foreground, and you sort of see its butt.
Yeah.
Is that a run yip?
It's a run yip.
Wow! I did it. Nailed it.
Well done.
Nailed it. I tweeted at Pablo Hidalgo, and I was like, "Can you confirm or deny what this hippopotamus duck tiger thing is?" And I think he's blocked.
Max grabbed me before. He's like, I think this is a run yip. He's like showing me these drawings on DeviantArt of run yip. I'm like,
Sure, man. Sure. That was for something else.
So that must be a ton of fun to just go into the depths of weird Star Wars lore and pull out stuff like that. I mean, even in the single player campaign, we see that Palpatine Sentinel.
Yep. So
Which I
think,
screamed at the entire room. I was like, is that a Palpatine robot? And everyone was like, actually.
It has a name.
You have to read Shattered Empire and the Aftermath book by Chuck Wendig.
but yeah, no, I mean, the wildlife, and I mean, all of this is part of our living world, right? So a lot of people ask us to say, like, why don't you have full-scale destruction? Why is that not there? I've seen that in Battlefield. Why is that not in Star Wars? And it's like, that's not part of the Star Wars universe, right? When I fire blasters at things, you get scorch marks. You don't actually destroy a whole bunch of things. So what we wanted to bring, what we want as our signature element is this living world.
Right.
So when you start, actually, let's go back to Theed for a second. When you start with this intro run-up, if you're starting from the droid army, then you're seeing these MTTs unload these battalions of droids. You're seeing drop ships come in. If you're on the clone side, you'll see LAATs dropping off a whole bunch of clones, setting up defenses and things like this. You'll see civilians running away. On things like Yavin, you'll see run-yips. You'll see, a whole bunch of wildlife, because we want the world to still feel alive and still feel dynamic without necessarily invoking things like destruction.
I mean, a lot of the
Gungans are civilians.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the team,
They are second-class civilians in the city of Theed, good sir.
But a lot of the team back home, they're huge Star Wars fans too. And they're the ones going like, hey, on this planet, we really need these things.
Yeah.
Let's make sure we have run yips in there. Let's make sure we have this thing here, this thing here. They're deep in that lore, and they're the ones that are really fueling a lot of this great stuff that you guys are seeing.
I probably spent like 5 hours walking around the Jabba's palace map on the outside, just looking for that weird toilet frog that comes out. It's like, where is he? And everyone's like shooting me, and I'm not helping anyone.
Yeah, that was kind of a recurring theme in our games, was us stopping to just like stare at the scenery and then get shot in the head by someone who's better at the game and has a cool costume.
So you're making a map based on Crate, which is a section of a new planet that we saw for just a few seconds in the Last Jedi trailer. We saw those new ships sort of just like skirmishing over it, dust kicking up. Like, dust kicks up every time something happens on that planet, apparently. How does that work?
That will be a fun one to figure out.
Yeah.
I think that'll be really interesting to see how we can make that happen. And I think that there's stuff that we can do. That Frostbite engine is super powerful.
Yeah.
We'll figure out an interesting way to make that happen, and so you could relive that moment, right?
Now, here's a question for you. Obviously, Battlefront 1 was aligned perfectly with The Force Awakens, which was probably the most hyped I've seen anybody for Star Wars, almost ever. We've got The Last Jedi. This new trilogy is more of a known quantity. Are you guys going to have more Last Jedi stuff in there at launch, or is it going to be Crate and then just kind of like save the rest for DLC so you're not
So when we start moving into our live service, I mean, that first season is going to be centered around The Last Jedi. And yes, we'll be visiting that new planet of Crate. We'll have Finn and we'll have Phasma. I'm sure you saw John Boyega. He's super excited to be seeing himself and playing himself in the game. And then there's a lot more that we can do. We can, there's a lot more opportunities that we could do with new movies. But when you come to this idea of seasons and when you make it available to everybody, then you start opening this universe to an entire community, keeping that entire community together. I don't have to worry about whether Paul or yourself has bought something. Can I still play with you? So there's so many opportunities to expand this universe, but as a whole as well.
That's awesome to hear. Are you going to be taking any input from the community in terms of what kind of content you create, or is it all laid out in advance?
I think the beauty that we have with these seasons is that we can actually start reacting to the community a lot faster. I would say with our first season of live service for Battlefront 1, like we had it pretty well laid out for the start. We knew what beats we wanted to hit and where we wanted to go. I think this one is much more organic. Like, of course, we have ideas as to what we want to do, but if something amazing happens in the community or in the world of Star Wars, or just things that people want, we can now react in a super fast way. So it's really beneficial for us as developers and also as our for our players.
On sort of personal levels, you've obviously played this game a ton so far. Who are your favorite heroes and villains to play as, and why so far?
I'd say of the ones that we've shown,
yeah,
it's easily Darth Maul. It's just there's nothing like I can describe running into the palace itself with Darth Maul, spinning around, taking out tons of clone troopers. It's ridiculous. And watching others do it, we've had some of our game changers playing around with the build, and just crazy nonsense. It's over the top. You just need to do it yourself.
Yeah, he's like a human fidget spinner. He's just like, sort of like rolling down the hallways, like jutting through the sky. There's lights and lasers everywhere. Yeah. But you've got Rey also, and she looks awesome to play.
We got Rey. Yes. Rey's a fantastic character, and Rey, as one of her abilities, is Mind Trick, and I can see a lot of people trolling. So what this happens is when you use the Mind Trick, then it'll start to invert some of the controls on your opposing players. Yeah. So it's like if you're super clever, you can get there quickly, but chances are what you're going to do is you're going to start fooling people, and you're going to start taking that advantage. So I imagine I see big trolling here.
Of course. And I think the great thing about the way that we've designed a lot of the hero characters is you're able to work well with a team. So if you can imagine Rey mind tricking everybody, they're all confused. Somebody else comes flying in. Maybe it's Han from the side, comes and start taking out people. Yeah. It's how do the heroes work together? Not just a hero individually. Because we'll have more heroes playable on the map in this game versus the first game.
So Rey can use her Jedi mind tricks to invert your controls.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that a Last Jedi spoiler?
I don't think they have controls.
I don't. Do they have pads?
They don't have controls in The Last Jedi.
They don't have controls. So you're going to do Kylo. We know Kylo Ren's there, right?
Yep.
And we haven't seen Finn and we haven't seen Phasma. My guess was because we haven't seen those characters in the new film yet. One of them got slashed in the back. We saw him in like this new back to tank suit. And the other was because Captain Phasma, I think, just got dumped in the garbage can. So are we going to get to see those characters based on their new designs, their old designs?
Ooh. Oh, that's a good one. We'll see. We'll see. No, that's good. We'll see.
All right. Yeah. All right. Cool.
I keep trying, man. I keep trying.
You keep trying. I appreciate it. One more question. Maybe not. I don't know how much time we have. We can keep doing this for a while. So obviously you've got a campaign for the first time. Yeah. Not the first time, but and there are new planets invented. That we've got Eden Versio's home planet with all the red orchid trees and stuff. Yep. Is that going to be a multiplayer map, or is that strictly single player?
So that environment is strictly for a single player. Okay. It's part of Iden's story and her journey, because her journey takes place between the end of the Return of the Jedi and then, of course, the beginning of The Force Awakens. And it meets, it's not only just her journey, but she also encounters iconic characters such as Luke and new planets and stuff. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that we're keeping for that single player experience, but then there is nothing stopping us from converting, if we find that these are loved environments and loved places, then we can start to create multiplayer maps out of them.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for coming by. As you can see, we're incredibly giddy for Star Wars. We will not shut up about it. Stick around, because IGN Live is going to continue right after this.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
2 friends, 1 controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by 2 players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
I just played FIFA 18 for the Nintendo Switch.
Play FIFA 18 with my friends.
I just played the FIFA 2018 game. The graphics were gorgeous.
And it was actually pretty good. It kept up quite well.
Immediately, I just thought it was amazing. It was a lot of fun, and I had a good time.
I was really excited because I had played FIFA games in the past, but this one was a really innovative and really immersive experience.
I got a goal, which is great. You know, always good to win a goal.
The game has improved a lot since FIFA 17. What I noticed was the reaction time with the gameplay was very smooth, very fast, and I think that's one of the greatest improvements that they made since last year.
I liked how fast and intuitive the controls were. The reaction, the speed when you press the control, you know, it just works straight away.
The facial expressions that were kind of added to the game was awesome. The crowd, all of that was definitely a part of the experience. The reaction time is real time, which is awesome.
It seems like the players respond very fast compared to the last game.
They added body where you can go like that, like shove people to the side. It got harder. The CPU got harder. The computer got harder.
I didn't notice any lag or anything like that, and the passing was very precise, very on point with the shooting, and very portable.
The controls were really easy to use. They were easy to understand. So for someone who hasn't played it before, it seemed, you know, easy to adapt to. There was a story about some guy named Hunter who was gonna get transferred.
I'm really excited about the story too. The journey was really good in the last game, and I'm really excited to look forward to what they have for this year.
Being a Switch owner, I definitely gravitated towards this one a little bit more. So seeing that it's playing just as well on a portable is even better.
So I'm very pleased with how the game came out, and I'm definitely happy with the results that they come out with this year.
It seemed more real than it did anything else. You know, this was one of those games where you really have to sit down and play with friends and really, you know, get in and compete. Because when you play this game, you're really immersed in the experience. It doesn't feel like you're, you know, watching it on TV. It feels like you're playing a game and you're actually in the game, you know.
That's a beat. Microsoft's press conference had lots of guns, cars, and zombies, but one thing we didn't expect was a colorful platformer with style. Here to show us Super Lucky's tale are Paul and Dan. Guys, thank you so much for coming.
Thanks
You're
for
smiling,
having
I'm
us.
smiling. You have this amazing new logo with a tail in it. Everyone's
There it
happy. That's exactly it, right? Like, I think when you watch the Xbox conference, we used to think it was just about explosions and death and, you know, everything was morbid and the Lancers and all that. But then you guys come in and you're like, hey, what if a cute little animal had to collect a lot of things? So tell me about this game.
Well, I think you hit it on the head. It's about delight, and it's about colorful characters and a fun, lovable adventure that you go on. And you know, these types of experiences, they don't come along, I think, frequently enough. And we get so excited when we've been making this game, because this is the type of game that we've really wanted to play ourselves for a very long period of time.
Right. That's right. Which I really appreciate is the idea of sort of saying, like, this is missing. We're just going to fix this problem ourselves. We're going to take it on. I grew up playing platforming games, as I imagine you did, and most of our audience did. 2D platformers, 3D platformers. It seems like this is kind of a mix of both.
Yeah, so we actually, when people get to play and they get to go hands-on at the show here, you're going to see, like, there's kind of been these two places that platformers have gone. Either the kind of sandbox, kind of explore whole world platformer, or more of the kind of linear, just kind of run from left to right. We've actually found this sweet spot in between, and I can't wait for people to check it out, where you kind of have, you don't have the complexity of controlling a camera, but you do have the joy of exploring these worlds with Lucky.
So what's the story here? I could make one up, but I'd be probably doing
I'd love to hear what you would make up, actually.
Okay, well, no, you really want to hear mine?
Yeah,
okay,
sure.
I think Lucky is dead, and this is the afterlife.
Whoa,
and he's got to battle his way back to the world of the living. I see ghosts. I don't know what to tell you.
There are ghosts. Yeah.
Okay, so what's the
That's
actual
excellent.
story? Because mine's terrible.
Well, so Lucky, there's some things that he doesn't know about himself and about his role in the world, but a nefarious kitty by the name of Jinx has appeared and is looking to locate the Book of the Ages, which contains stories of all these worlds that make up the game, essentially. And he wants to get access to this book for reasons that are going to become apparent when you play the game.
Yes, that's right. And along the way, with Lucky, you're going to meet this cast of characters, a lot of which you can see in the trailer itself. Both good guys, allies, and of course, the kitty litter, which is Jinx's
nefarious
Did
kids.
you say the
kids.
Did you say the
Yep.
kitty
The
litter?
kitty litter,
He has a litter of kitties, and they're called the kitty litter, and those are his kids.
Are you talking about poop rocks? Is that what those things are?
No, those are actually some of the good guys.
Oh, okay,
And then you can see the bad guys coming
at
up
the very end of the trailer, you actually see all the other bad kitties next to him.
Yeah,
and those
actually
are his
right
kids.
there. Yeah, some of
kitty
those guys
litter.
that are on
well
the side.
played. I will say your version of the story is a million times better than mine.
No,
yours
I
is
like
actually
yours.
thought
Should
out.
be the sequel.
You didn't come up with it in 5 seconds. Now, the way these levels sort of connect with each other, are we going to see a kind of hub world? Like, I mean, I'm a big fan of Super Mario 64. It's got the big castle and stuff like that. Or is this more of like kind of the more traditional platforming game where you start at one end and you end up at the very end in a different way? Is it like level based or?
It's chapter based.
Oh, cool.
And so a chapter can contain a smorgasbord of different types of levels and experiences, and you need to complete a certain amount before you can unlock the next chapter. But within that chapter, you actually do have a lot of freedom of movement.
And so does the sort of like book chapter setup give you an opportunity to say like, hey, we're going to turn the page and we're going to do something completely different?
That's exactly it. That's what we love about it is, we call Super Lucky's Tale a playground platformer. And the idea is that like every one of those levels that you go into, my favorite platformers are like that. They're just, every one is a new experience, a new ride to go on basically. And doing it this way kind of lets us surprise the player every time they encounter a new level.
That's awesome. So what are some of your personal favorites so far?
Of levels?
Yeah, that you've seen. We saw a good variety in this trailer alone.
Yeah, so it's funny because some of them are actually still being built right now, and Dan just showed me one right before we left that I don't even know if it's going to get in the game, but it was amazing.
I will attempt to get it in. But you just see a glimpse in this. You see a glimpse in the trailer.
Okay.
But the secret could be there's moments where your perspective can shift, and it's not maybe what you expect to see. But the gameplay is still what you're used to, and it's I think the more we can do that, the more we can surprise our players, the more memorable it is. Like every encounter, every boss should feel memorable in a very strong way, and that's always about character and theme.
Yeah.
So why wasn't sort of like when you started out with the idea of like this is a fox? How far do you go down that road? Like, did you start doing fox research?
Actually, one of the best moves in the game is Lucky can dive into the ground. He has this kind of unique burrow move. And, for us, it's just one of the signature things you expect in a platformer. There's got to be some move you haven't seen before that just feels so good when you're doing it with the controller. And when people get their hands on this, it's just got this flow to it, this rhythm where you can dive into the ground. Obviously, it's Fox inspired, and you pop out and you dive back down, and it lets you go a little bit faster than running, and that's always the key to I think some of these moves is you just want to sit there and continue to do it. So that's one of the direct inspirations that we pulled from the fact that Lucky's a fox.
We even looked at other things too. We very much felt like this was like a dolphin, almost like moving in and out of the water, right? And we wanted to mimic that feel throughout these worlds here. So we've opened up a lot of the areas to where Burrow can really. There's plenty of stuff to dig up under the ground, things to discover, but we never really want to interrupt that flow of you diving in and out of the ground.
Yeah, it almost gives you like 2 layers of gameplay. You have the stuff that you can see on the surface, and then you have this hidden kind of under the ground layer of secrets and collectibles and things that you can get by using this move.
Right.
That's awesome. And how long has this game been in development?
This about 16 months or so now. So shipping this holiday. It'll be about 16 months.
Was it? What was the sort of the energy like today to kind of finally go like, here it is, we're doing it.
This was such a big day for us and for Lucky.
Day.
Yeah, I mean, for people to get to meet him in this kind of context at Microsoft's press briefing, and for him to debut that way, I mean, it was just, it was the greatest feeling.
This is why
ever.
we just wanted to share these characters and this world with as many people as possible, and this hits to our core and why we're excited about making the game every day. It's just, wow, we really get to kind of open that up even wider and share it with more and more people.
And even, between the press briefing and now, just watching on like some of the initial reactions to the game, it's just wonderful. There's such a warm kind of the players who have experienced games like this before, and they have this nostalgia, and also just people looking at this and saying, now there's a game I want to buy that I can share with my family.
Well, it's like what we were saying about 3D platformers. I think there was probably an era where we thought that we would get 100 of them a year.
Yeah,
and then now we get like 3 or 4,
yes.
right? And you guys get to be number 4 or 1, whatever it is. Yeah. So we first saw this character on Oculus. And now, like, how did you go from like working with a system like that to going like, we're working with the Xbox One, and we're getting you out of VR, and we're just on your TV?
Surprisingly, there's been a lot of kind of commonality, because that was a cutting edge platform, and Xbox One X now is like the most cutting edge platform. So when you see the game running at 4K 60 hertz, it's not like any platform you've ever seen before, and it actually really benefits the game, because controlling Lucky is smooth, and it's kind of a precision thing like platformers
It's addictive.
are.
I mean, you just only want to then have your platformers feel like that.
Yeah, that's right.
It's kind of amazing that you guys are making this adorable Fox game on like some of the most powerful
I know,
hardware
it's
in the
so
world.
great.
So have you guys been working with the Xbox One X? That's finally just rolling off our tongues for the first time.
Yeah, I only still really know it as Project Scorpio.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what we all thought it was going to be called today, right? Yeah. But Microsoft keeps us on our toes. So what's it like developing for that thing?
It's phenomenal.
It really is.
Just being able to get those dev kits and kind of just deploy the game for the first time and watch it run at 4K and 60 hertz. I mean, Microsoft, there's a lot of hype around the power of this console, but from our standpoint as developers, it's absolutely warranted. I mean, it's pretty hard, actually, to pull off just 4K 60 hertz of anything, just like some boxes bouncing around at that. It's a lot of bandwidth, right?
I think that's the sort of great divide between game developers and, consumers like me, and people that, journalists. We're just like, make it perfect.
Yes, exactly.
You guys are like, that's hard.
It's hard.
Well, I'm like, well, I don't care. Make it perfect.
It's the opportunity, I think.
Yeah.
And it's peace of mind, because when we see it look good there, we know it looks good for everybody. And that is the key. It really is. It's helpful for us to develop in that way.
And I think when people look at the Xbox One X and the hardware that it's able, and the software it's able to to work with, you don't think about a game like this. But then there are benefits from that, right? Like what is something that is sort of immediately...
The thing I love the most about it is that, I mean, for me growing up as a kid, probably for you, one of my favorite things was a new hardware coming out, a new console coming out, and I just couldn't wait for that mascot platformer that would come with it, right? And that doesn't happen as often anymore. But we get to do that now with this console.
Yeah, you open up the box. It smells wonderful,
yes.
and there's a colorful animal jumping around.
Exactly, it's what you
Or
expect.
a man with a red hat and a mustache. What kind of platforming games did you guys grow up with? Speaking of which,
of course, all the ones.
them.
Yes, we're the
classics.
biggest fans of whether it's Mario or Sonic or
Banjo-Kazooie.
even some of the
Yeah,
There's
it's a good list.
How about Rocket Robot on Wheels? You remember that
Yeah,
one? That was a wonderful game.
I mean, we saw Bubsy come back the other day. So
I know, I saw that too.
now there's like orange feline battles happening in the platforming. This is a weird year. It's great.
It's a good year.
Thank you guys so much for coming by. I'm super
for
excited
us.
for your game, and congrats on the big debut today.
Thanks
Thank you
a
so
lot.
much.
We've got to take a quick break. So remember, Xbox One just got announced today. The Xbox One X. We've got Crackdown 3 and more coming on IGN Live. So E3 continues in just a minute. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. Thanks, guys.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
Good to meet you.
IGN Live at
The
E3.
biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks. IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
2 friends, 1 controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by 2 players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
Well, you know, I have a life of watching movies and playing different games. Whatever the creative kind of force come, you know, as we've input things into Need for Speed, it's just a combination of all those elements. You do get out of vehicles, as you saw today, but it's not in a playable form. You know, Need for Speed is about driving cars at speed. That's kind of the core component of it. But you'll have a good variety of stunts and action and heroism, I'd say, as you play through the game. Well, you can expect a very accessible and much deeper customization system. You can also expect to take cars in a wider array after you kind of have them. You can take them into 5 different archetypes. Bottom line is the customization is the big thing for Need for Speed. It's kind of part of the DNA that we have. We found that in the last game we did. Now we're blowing it out. Oh yeah, and maybe we could talk about the new thing of derelicts. Basically are old chassis, old classic cars that you have in the game that you can then basically take from scrap to stock to supercar. Bottom line is that you can take them in any direction you want. It's up to you. Well, so there's an open world, obviously, as you drive around in, and then you have the narrative kind of on top of that. Some of that open world stuff is needed to kind of progress through the game as well. You will eventually, very early in the game, be pitched what is the kind of end thing that you need to do. It depends actually on how you look at this. If you look at it, I'm just going to play through the story only. One, that's going to be a little bit more difficult because you need some of that stuff to do it. But if you do employ good tactics, every playthrough will be different. With racing seemed to get more energy with all the different games coming out this year. It still seemed to be kind of like a lot of the same in aspects of what they become. We now have kind of find the formula for Need for Speed in terms of go in action. It's really great to see, and I think it's going to be a game that a lot of people would like.
What's up, everybody? James Duggan with IGN Access here at EA Play at E3 2017. A couple of our IGN editors got to go hands-on with a really interesting game called A Way Out. It's kind of a cooperative narrative game, so let's wrangle them up and see what they thought.
What the? What? Who's him?
Yes, it is split screen all the time. 2 players are required, either couch co-op or online. And you can always see what the other person is doing.
You absolutely have to have somebody you trust on this. Like, I think that's a really cool part. You want someone you can work with and will agree on. And I think the moments when you disagree are going to be really fun.
It's always in a dynamic split screen. Sometimes it'll be 3/4 one side and 1/4 the other, half and half other times. It adds a real cinematic flair to the game from what I can see.
The pace and the transitioning is really awesome. The creator actually has a filmmaking background, which I'm like super into when filmmakers make games. You see it, like these techniques come through and everything from like the pacing to the transitions.
Vincent and Leo are now in the laundry room. Your goal is to smuggle sheets using a laundry cart.
I love the idea of these 2 characters. Obviously, they escape prison together, so they have some form of bond, but they don't seem to really like each other.
They seem to be very dissonant with their personalities of like how they like to handle things. Like one person's like, let's not cause a scene, we need to lay low. The other guy's like, no, just do it real quick, guns blazing, let's go. And I'm like, what he said.
It's pitch black. We need a light. Screw it. I'll go first.
I'm really curious to see where the story goes. The on-stage demo that we saw really hinted at a real sort of potentially emotional tale of these guys.
You aren't supposed to play this game swapping characters with the person you're playing with. Apparently, playing through this, you're going to get so attached to the character that you're playing that you're only going to feel connected to them, which I think is a really interesting concept.
But the people who are actually playing have to kind of discuss this, like, this choice that they're going to make, and you can kind of put yourself into the shoes of the characters themselves.
One thing I saw was, this is while the bank robbery is happening, one player gets put in a chokehold by someone who's in the back of the gas station. And if the other player doesn't get there quick enough, it's going to be game over. So the idea that you constantly have to be aware of your surroundings as well as your friends' surroundings in order to get through the game seems really cool to me.
There seems to be a lot of thought put into every moment, every decision that happens in the game, and that's the kind of thing I really want to see how it plays out over the course of the entire thing.
So that's what our editorial team thought of A Way Out. For more on A Way Out and all things E3 2017, keep it right here on IGN.
one of the best experiences I've had. I actually got to be in it.
I thought Anthem was really cool from BioWare.
It looks like it's futuristic sci-fi, but I also really don't know what's up with it. If it's got something involved with mechs and fighting monsters, I'm all in.
I've played the racing game here, and I love the action in it.
That's what I'm talking about.
I like what they're doing with all the sports games and how they're adding a little bit more of a story element to all of them.
My father used to say, when the world knocks you down, get back up again.
I thought it was pretty good overall. Starting with Battlefront's really cool.
It's just kind of awesome to see my childhood dreams come to life in a video game now.
I played Star Wars Battlefront 2, and my initial reaction was, oh my god. It's just amazing. The graphics were phenomenal, gameplay was just action-packed. It was just everything I was hoping for.
I feel like the space battles could be more broad, though. They could have been just a little bit more intense.
I loved using the heavy weapons a lot. It was a pretty intense firefight. I saw Rey from A Force Awakens. I definitely saw Darth Maul a few times, Pretty exhilarating. I was a little scared, honestly. Each gun kind of just overheats too much. They should improve that a little bit more.
I just got a first look at Star Wars Battlefront 2, and I thought it was fantastic, especially for a pre-alpha phase game. I thought it was really smooth.
My first reaction was, it's better than the first one. There were more things where you can blow something up in the middle of the game and you can open up the map a lot more.
I felt very much like I was in the middle of the Star Wars movie, running around as a stormtrooper trying to stop the droids. From what I saw, the vehicles were very useful. We had a lot of stormtroopers trying to take us down from the sky. That's very much going to be something you're going to have to watch out for in the game.
Ryan McCaffrey at E3 2017. We're at EA Play, and I'm here with Craig and Nicholas, the multiplayer gurus on Star Wars Battlefront 2. Did working in the prequel era allow you guys to have any more creative freedom than, say, working in the current 7-8-9 era?
The prequels are an amazing era, actually. People love it. Our fans have been asking for it for so long. They're like, please, take us to the prequels. Let's play with the clone army or droids. And also, it was, for a lot of our fans, it's actually an entry point for a certain age range where, they started with the prequels. So we really want to do them justice, and we've just shown that here with on Naboo with our Assault on Theed, we can make the prequels truly spectacular.
Sector is clear.
Darth Maul really dominated that particular gameplay demo that we just saw.
It's really fun to see how one can, take one of those heroes and really change, one game, basically carry it yourself and take it to victory. I think that's pretty cool to see.
What's the biggest takeaway from the team at DICE from Battlefront 1 that's being applied to 2?
Well, I think the big thing, of course, that's really exciting is what you touched on before, which is introducing all the 3 eras, right? That's a huge thing that we're going out with. Another, a little personal favorite is the class gameplay. Having that strategic team play-oriented feature where you can go in with friends, create your battle group and just go in and try to strategize and win tactically.
So last question for each of you. I would love to hear from each of you on this. Can you describe, has there been an amazing moment that you've either made happen yourself or witnessed that was maybe something either super awesome during play testing or just something completely unexpected that just made a great memory for you as you were playing the game?
So someone was playing as Darth Maul and did a lightsaber throw up into the air and took out one of the N1 Naboo starfighters. And it's that kind of sandbox, that kind of DICE multiplayer that you see in Battlefield that we are able to bring into Battlefront and also into the Star Wars universe.
Obviously, we are just getting warmed up with Star Wars Battlefront 2 here at EA Play at E3 2017. For much more on Star Wars Battlefront 2, keep it tuned right here to IGN.
IGN Live. The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we got your All Access Pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
Two friends, one controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by two players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3. I'm Damon Hatfield, and joining me is Marty Sleva because we are going to talk State of Decay 2 with Jeff Strain. Jeff, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Lay it on us. Big reveal of State of Decay 2 at the Microsoft conference today.
Yeah, the reveal of the first in-game gameplay footage, yes.
Sure. Yeah, we knew this was coming, but this is our first really good look at the game, I think.
That's right.
Yeah, because we got the announcement last year at the show, right? And then I think we exclusively debuted some sort of in-game concept art from earlier on in the year, but this was a full-fledged, 5.5 minutes of what we're going to be doing in State of Decay 2.
Yeah, the message this year is, hey, the game is real, it's coming together, we still have a ways to go.
Sure.
But, so many people are asking about it that we just, we felt like we really wanted to just get out there and show it and this thing's coming. It's looking good, it's coming together, and the team's excited.
Yeah. I mean, I think both of us were huge fans of, State of Decay 1 back in 2013, was that right?
Yeah, summer of 2013, I know.
We're all getting very old. So what's the biggest change seemingly that you guys have been sort of promoting is the fact that this is now multiplayer.
Yeah, well, I think that's one of the biggest changes. What we did was we looked at the original game. The success of that game really took us by surprise. We'd hoped people would like it, but it just really kind of exceeded our wildest hopes, right?
Yeah.
So we were able to look at it and say, why do people resonate with this game? What do they like? What do they want to see in a sequel? And kind of put aside our preconceived notions about what that should be. And so State of Decay 2 is very much a reflection of what people have asked for and what they've hoped for. Very specifically, it's bigger, badder, bolder. We are deepening the simulation systems. There were a couple hundred character traits in the first. There are over 1,000 combinatoric traits in this one, so a wide range of survivor characters. And they have a direct impact on the simulation in a much more meaningful way than in the original game. Base building options are greatly expanded. The physical size of the world is obviously much larger. And of course, we are putting a lot of time and energy into making the overall experience a lot more smooth. And then, yes, add on top of all of that the #1 most requested feature, which was, of course, co-op multiplayer.
Yeah. I feel like back in 2013, there weren't a ton of games, especially in the console front, that did the sort of base building, crafting, survival aspects. Cut to 4 years later, that seems like you guys were sort of ahead of the curve when it comes to that.
Yeah, I think so. And still, to this day, a little bit, right? You just look at the Xbox briefing today, some just beautiful, jaw-dropping games, right? Just amazing experiences. As a gamer, I was sitting there really excited. State of Decay 2 is still a little bit of a different drumbeat, right? It's not. You don't find a lot of console games that are focused on that kind of simulation and strategy and kind of depth of the quieter, calmer experience like that.
Does the core game mechanic and goal remain the same, which is to survive and hopefully thrive in this post-apocalyptic world?
Yeah, very much so. I think that the zombie genre is crowded.
Yeah, sure.
When we announced the game, a lot of, hey, does the world really need another zombie game? And our thought was, well, yeah, it does, because to us, there are some fantastic zombie games out there, but none of them had really captured that survival fantasy experience, that like you sitting around with your friends and saying, what would you do? What's your plan, right? We really wanted to capture that and give players the ability to do that. I think State of Decay 1 was a good swing at that, especially for the size of team and the resources we had. With State of Decay 2, we're able to take that a lot further.
Sure.
And especially as we look at this and think about what the future could hold, it's always getting closer and closer to that reality, to that fantasy that we want to try to achieve.
Yeah. What about the, well, you talk about how cooperative is a big requested feature. So what does that look like now when you start a new game in State of Decay 2? You find 3 friends.
Yeah.
What's that like?
Well, we spent a lot of time talking about, what is true to the nature of the game? What's not true to the nature of the game is a big PvP slaughterfest, right? There are some games out there that have permadeath that do a great job of putting you in that kind of high-risk scenario. But that's not what the game is about. The game is about humans working together cooperatively to overcome the zombie menace and survive. And when we listen to our players, that's what they were asking for, co-op. I want to be able to play with my friends. This game begs to be played with my friends. So we really scoped it to that. Like, let's make a game that's great for you to be able to easily jump in and out with your friends, and also to encourage you to meet people and have strangers helping each other. And so we don't have kind of a formal party system. Instead, it is drop in, drop out. You can jump into my game and play with me. I can jump into your game and play with you. The game rewards you quite a bit for working together and overcoming challenges together. But then there's the flare system, which is anytime you're playing and you're in over your head and you need help, shoot your flare, and it will notify anybody who is registered in the game world to be a volunteer. Right? And let them know that you need help, and then somebody can jump in and help you in your game.
Ooh, I love that.
Do you have a limited number of flares, or just like one every? Is it based on a time system, or does it regenerate?
I don't know the answer to that.
Interesting.
We've got it in and working, but I don't know what the constraints on it are yet.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And I don't think, we can't leave this without talking about the Xbox One X.
Yeah.
Obviously, officially, it's coming out party today. What excites you about that, and sort of, how is that new piece of hardware allowing you guys to really just see your vision of the game from the full?
Well, new console hardware is always so exciting, but for developers, especially smaller developers like us, it's a bit of a kiss curse, because it's we want to be able to show the game in the highest graphical fidelity and with all the bells and whistles turned on. But traditionally, with a new console release, you'd be facing a much smaller addressable audience, and that's tough for a developer like us to have to make that choice, right? With Xbox One X, because it is a family of consoles, because our game will run on all of them, it makes that a lot easier and a lot more exciting. Now we can just focus on the cool stuff, and so we're building in a high degree of scalability so that we're able to take advantage of that additional horsepower to give you a richer, especially on the graphical side, a more rich experience. The first and foremost of which is, of course, full 4K and HDR support.
Yeah, sure.
That's very cool.
In the trailer today, we saw a scene where I think someone got bit, and the team has to make a decision. They have apparently like a cure, but they only have one. They have to decide whether it's worth it to use it or save it. So is that actually a mechanic built into the game?
Absolutely. I was talking earlier about the fact that you have a lot more your base and your community and your bases. We model that a lot more deeply, give you a lot more sophisticated tools, and one of them is kicking people out of your base, and one of them is when you need to make the call, dispatching those people who could wind up being a threat to your community.
Yeah, those the first game you mentioned earlier had those really interesting sort of personal traits and stats that it was math behind the curtains, but I feel like it really sort of delved into what a lot of zombie movies and zombie fiction do, and then sort of deal with the personal ramifications of the post-apocalyptic world is a moral gray area.
That's right.
Is that something you guys want to double down on here?
So that is probably, along with co-op multiplayer, one of the biggest innovations people are going to see is that, as you point out, there are a lot of different ways to solve problems, some of them very practical, some of them very ethical, and sometimes those two things don't gel, right? And you are often put in the position of you'll have your community people, your survivors in your base will often give you advice, right? based on their personalities and their traits, and you choose whose advice you're going to take. Not by clicking a menu that says, yes, I'll do what you say, but actually going out and doing it. And over time, that will cause some people to be more irritated with you or like you better, and ultimately result in kind of the how your community is formulated, like who wants to be there, who doesn't want to be there, and you find that it's a very strong reflection of your own, kind of personal thoughts on those matters.
Very cool.
Yeah.
So the people in your party, is it not set? So like, do you have to actually get your friends all together? We're all going to hop online right now.
For multiplayer?
Yeah, for multiplayer.
Yeah, no, you don't. And this is, again, we really like the drop-in, drop-out model. It's just, there's so many more options that it gives us as game designers where we don't have to kind of group people together beforehand. And so you log on to play, and you notice that one of your buddies is playing, you can just hop right in his game and play with him. He can hop right into yours and play with you. Anything that you find there, anything that happens to your character comes back into your world. And so, we just want to make it easy and seamless to play together without a whole lot of setup and a whole lot of structure to it.
Okay, so if I jump into your game, I have to deal with the ramifications of what you've done in the past with the NPCs in the world. But then when I hop back into my game, I have everything that I did in your game, so I'm able to carry my progress over.
That's right.
Gotcha. Very cool.
Sounds super interesting.
Yeah.
State of Decay 2 is coming to Xbox One spring 2018.
That's correct.
Cool. We're excited to see more. Jeff, thank you so much for coming by the show.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
We will have Crackdown 3 and the Xbox One X on our set in just a minute. And remember, for all the latest E3 news, trailers, and more, go to IGN.com/E3. We'll be right back.
IGN Live. Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we got your All Access Pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
Two friends, one controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by two players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Welcome back. One of the biggest exclusives on display during the Microsoft press conference was Crackdown 3. Ryan is here with me, and we're going to talk orbs and explosions with Clint and Gareth. Orbs and explosions is a very reductive way to describe the game you guys are working on, but that's just a small part of this massive new landscape you guys have built that we will hopefully just get to destroy. So what's going on with Crackdown 3?
So we're here at E3 for the first time ever to finally show campaign. The show we've been working on the campaign side. The campaign that's playable offline and online for 4 players, launching November 7th. And Terry Crews.
Terry Crews, what was it like working with that man?
So Terry had reached out to us. He's a huge gamer. He loves games. And he had reached out to us, really wanting to be a part of it. And it turned out to be, obviously, it's a great partnership. He looks like an agent. He is an agent.
I imagine he didn't call you. He just showed up.
Yeah, we didn't argue with him.
And when he asks you for something, you don't argue.
Is there like a pre-order bonus where I can actually get the Terry Crews character in the game? Is that something I can look forward to?
Terry Crews is absolutely part of the franchise. We'll be talking about that.
Yeah, we'll be talking about him a bit later on, but stay tuned. tuned for
That's awesome.
But he's so big and so intense that when we were shooting that piece, when he was flexing and getting intense, he would literally break the suit. Like parts of it would flip up, and people had to come out and glue it back down. And
you should see the outtakes. The outtakes are something else, aren't they?
Yeah.
The only thing my body breaks are mirrors. I could never imagine.
Oh, come on,
guys!
man.
I'm curious. This common refrain that I've seen on social media today. I don't know if you guys have been keeping track of things. Everybody's excited for Crackdown 3. We haven't seen it in a couple of years.
Sure.
And I actually just talked to Phil Spencer about this, but I'm glad you're here. We didn't really get a sort of extended, clean look at an extended segment of the game, or really get to see the destruction, which is the signature feature of the game. Is it a case where is it just not quite as far along yet, or I'm just kind of curious of the thought process behind what you guys did show today versus what we've all been sort of excited about with the game.
So when it comes to the campaign side of the game, that is fully playable on the show floor at E3 this week, and we're going to be doing behind closed doors, deep down discussions with guys like you and
me literally,
journalists.
yeah, Tuesday morning.
Tuesday, excellent. We'll see you there.
We will see you there.
So yeah, it's all playable. Development's going great, and the multiplayer side of the game, which is where we're going to be featuring the cloud-based destruction. We wanted to talk about campaign this time around because no one had seen the campaign at all. So we'll be talking more about the destruction and the multiplayer side of the game later on.
That answers that question.
That's fantastic. That's good to hear. I'm a huge fan of this sort of insane, over-the-top, cel-shaded art style. I think that like Crackdown always had it to a degree, but it seems like it's really leaning into it this time. How did you guys decide to make this game almost even more comic booky?
Well, the art style goes with the style of the game because the whole game's about zero to hero. You start off as a pretty weak average kind of cop, and then you end up as this superhero that can jump over buildings and stuff like that. So the game's light, the game's meant to be fun. So the art style really just comes out of that. It's this sort of graphic novel style and all those sorts of things. So
is there like a lot of ambition on the dev side where you have someone say, I want to put this in this game, and you're like, well, yeah, that's ridiculous and over the top. Sure. I imagine you don't say no often.
No.
Yep. So,
except for right there.
So one of the things you'll see that you can actually find in the hands-on demo is a weapon we call the Singularity weapon. You fire it, it sucks everything in, everything that's physical in the world. So cars, props, all of it. And we just kept pushing it and pushing it and pushing it and further and further and further because we wanted the explosions to be larger, wanted those things flying through the air, and then we wanted that to scale with your level. We want you to feel like as a level 5 agent, you're just a machine of mayhem.
It was an interesting challenge for our designers because it's all about being massively OP. So you want to be an absolute god when you reach level 5. So yeah, you want to tune it up and make it massively overpowered towards the end.
I've got so many questions for you guys. I want to know, I think everyone's sort of agreed to kind of like forget about Crackdown 2. So is this a direct continuation of Crackdown 1? Because, and I asked that because the sort of twist ending of Crackdown 1 was so great. I mean, there's sort of statute of limitations at this point, but does the I won't ruin it. Yep. Does the narrator from Crackdown 1 factor into, is the narrator in Crackdown 3? Let's start there.
Yep.
So the VOA is absolutely
the voice of the agency.
Excellent.
Yeah, you'll hear him on the show floor demo. When you go play it, he's absolutely back.
That's excellent news.
And his cheesy one-liners are totally back as well.
Oh, good.
It's part of the franchise.
Yeah, you need that.
The destruction, you sort of just were mentioning that it's sort of the cloud stuff is really with multiplayer.
Yep.
How much destruction can we look forward to in the campaign if I'm running around in 4-player co-op with my friends? How much does it factor in?
There'll still be plenty of destruction. And one of the reasons why we didn't want to do the cloud-based stuff in campaign is we wanted it to be able to be played offline.
Makes sense.
So people, there was a lot of discussion about that at the beginnings of Xbox One and all that sort of thing. So we listened to that and we made sure that the game can be playable completely offline. But you're still going to get plenty of destruction. You can blow up like huge quarry machinery, plant machinery. There's great big destructible vats of chemicals and stuff like that. So yeah, there's still plenty of kind of a local-based destruction in the campaign game as well.
So I have a technical question. Probably not. But so if there's an orb on top of a building and you knock the building down, does the orb just land in your hands? Like, is that like an instant win?
We'll talk more about the competitive multiplayer stuff in the future, and that's where the cloud compute gives you the 100% destructible. But obviously, that's a problem that we knew we would have to solve.
So one thing this trailer did have a lot of was guns. So that's obviously something we can talk about.
Yes.
Let's just describe the weaponry in this game a little bit. Like, what are some of your favorites? What are some of the things that players can look forward to doing?
I think we talked about the black hole gun, as I call it, the singularity gun. That's probably one of the best ones in the game right now, where you basically fire a giant.
I couldn't do it.
It works.
If you fire a giant black hole into the middle of the game.
Cornell.
Yeah, there's some free dialogue for your narrator.
And that's playable on the show floor again this week. So it's hidden in the part of the world. So if you come and find me, I'll show you where it is. But there's all sorts of things. The micro missile launch is a pretty good one. It's a machine gun that fires rockets instead of bullets. So it's just a rapid-fire machine gun. It just goes.
Can you still specialize like Crackdown 1 in sort of the driving and up your driving versus your agility?
All the core skills are exactly the same as the original game. So you've got firearms, you've got explosives, you've got agility, strength, driving. Each one of those levels up in a similar way as it did in the original game. There's special abilities like the double jump and the vector boosting that you saw in the trailer. They get unlocked as well. So we've got the classic sort of slow leveling that you had in the original game, and then special abilities that unlock as you level up as well.
I imagine, like, with the power of the Xbox One X, there is also still a ceiling somewhere. I mean, not literally since it's a sky, but don't you ever say to yourself, like, I want this agent to jump 20 miles in the air, but 21 is too much?
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think all of our designers, they're used to building kind of more traditional games, so we're constantly telling them to push it up.
Yeah.
And you can't go too far in Crackdown. The whole point, the whole essence of the game is over the top. You can pick up cars and trucks and throw them at people. So yeah, you want to be OP. That's the whole point of the game.
Has the team spent a lot of time revisiting Crackdown 1 to sort of get back in the vibe and look at, make sort of staying true to that?
We were all huge fans of the original game. I remember back in the day, I was at Bizarre Creations working on Gotham at the time, and
bless you, I love that series.
Yeah, Chris Novak, my buddy, was working on Crackdown at the same time. So we worked together and played each other's build at the time. So I was delighted to pick it up this time around.
And we spent a lot of time as a team playing the original co-op and getting people to understand it and finding different ways to break it. Because that's one of the things that's so interesting about Crackdown is the entire city was available from the beginning. You could go after any boss you wanted. The game never limits the player in any way.
So no mission failed in this game. You can't walk out the mission area. All the missions are open from the very start.
Wow.
So you can go straight over to the Kingpin and try and kick his ass.
That's awesome. You could do that in the first one, right?
You totally could, yeah.
You just really couldn't.
And it was really interesting that not many games picked up on that. And it was a really cool feature which kind of disappeared years ago, but we've taken that back. So you can go anywhere in the world. All the missions are open from the start. You can go try taking on the Kingpin right from the beginning if you want to.
So my all-time favorite Xbox achievement is the two double combo of reaching the highest point in the original Crackdown and then safely landing if you can make the jump into the water.
I thought you were going to talk about the corpse juggling. That one we used to shoot people
That's
up.
awesome as well. But so I got to know, can we expect some of those classic Crackdown achievements to come back?
Absolutely. And speaking of the tower, the tallest tower in Crackdown 3 is twice as tall as the one in the original.
The game is huge.
Can I jump off it and survive if I'm careful?
You have to save some surprise for November.
They're here.
They're here.
I have to ask everything.
Guys, thank you so much for coming by. Crackdown 3 is out in November.
Yep,
November 7th.
We're going to be looking at stuff all week long right here on IGN, so stick around. Just going to dance. There we go. Just the head nod.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
Two friends, one controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by two players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
is all I've really been checking.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3. The entire video game world is talking about one thing today, and that's the Xbox One X. Ryan and I are very happy because we have the console here, and it's perfect, but I don't actually have it on the desk yet. It's in the building somewhere. So what do I have to do in the meantime? I have to talk to people about amazing Xbox One X games, such as Sea of Thieves.
Yes.
Thank you so much for coming.
No worries, man. Great to be here.
Alana, thank you. We're going to talk about Sea of Thieves. Now, here's the thing with Sea of Thieves. I saw you guys at Gamescom, and I said to you one thing. I said, this is great, but what do you do in this game? And when I saw you at E3, I asked you the same question. I said, this is great, but what do you do in this game? That was my question I was going to prepare for today, and I don't have that question anymore. Because I learned that you do everything in this game. You swim, you shoot guns.
Get inside a cannon?
You go inside a cannon, there's sharks.
Yeah.
I thought there was just like grog and boats.
Yeah.
It's way more than that.
I do want to ask, though, the one question that I'm most excited about is how do you get quests? Is there a mainline quest? How do you obtain side quests?
Okay. Yeah, so let me just think of the best way to answer that. So at the moment, we're just kind of delivering them to players at the start of the experience and stuff. But our kind of progression system is going to be very much built around kind of NPCs that you're going to be getting quests from. And they're going to be kind of aligned to the different ways people want to play. So there'll be different types of quests in the game. At the moment, we were showing the kind of riddle quests, which are new, and the classic pirates, which are fantastic. But as we move forward, we know people are going to want to play in different ways, right? And some people are going to want to just go out and sink other players. Some people are going to just want to explore and collect things, and so we're going to be delivering those quests via kind of NPCs in the world via our progression system, and players are going to get rewarded for how they play in kind of the different ways. So however you choose to play, whatever your kind of play style is, will ultimately build into your reputation and on your quest to kind of become a pirate legend. So
cool.
Yes, so that's where we're going with that.
When we first started hearing about this game, I was like, that's not like a 3D mascot platformer. It's not a collectathon. It doesn't feel like classic Rare to me. And then today we saw underwater swimming with barrels and this shark, and I was like, okay, that's the Rare that I know and love. What was it like to sort of bring this entire underwater environment in? Because I don't think any of us had any idea that there was an entire game under the sea.
Yeah, so when we first put swimming in, we actually just restricted you to swimming on the surface, but we were kind of building everything below there, and we really. We've been kind of developing this game, we're developing it with players, right? So this is the special thing about Sea of Thieves. So right now we have like tens of thousands of players in our technical alpha who are playing at home. So they're going to be playing this at home, this build, this week.
I'm very jealous of all of them.
Yeah, sign up for the Insider program and you get a chance to play, because we're constantly growing, constantly adding people in. And I'm serious, like we're not going to stop you from playing.
It's like a circle of trust.
Yeah, but there's an NDA, so you'd have to invest your time without knowing that you're going to be able to stream videos and stuff. But you can come in, you can play, you can fill out the surveys we send, that we send at the end of the sessions. You can give us feedback, and you can help kind of make the pirate game that you've always wanted, right? Because we've been testing these features and testing stuff as it goes in, and taking feedback from people and tuning a bunch of different things around like the frequency of ship encounters in the world, or skeleton difficulty, and all of these types of things. And we're looking at what our players want the most as well, and then looking at our roadmap and looking at what we want to prioritize and what we want to bring in. But I guess I went there because I think it's important just to understand what's so special about this. We've already got an amazing community around this game, and it's not out yet. And it's really positive community, really welcoming, really knowledgeable. And I think for this type of game, it's so important to have that, right? When we do finally charge for this game and open it up to the whole world, there's already going to be loads of people playing it, loads of people understanding, loads of people there to help new players, and loads of people to crew up with and to have adventures with. And I think that's so cool. And how positive our community is at the moment is incredible. And so we actually build into the world little Easter eggs and little nods to activities that players have done in our alpha phase, and we're going to continue that. So we're kind of growing the lore of the world around the players.
That's really cool.
Yes. So because this, we've always wanted to get players in early and build this game with them and build them playing it. And so so we're going to be, I think later this week, we're going to be sharing some of exactly what those are. But some of our players have already discovered them, and one of our players, a guy called Amir, who's actually here at E3, like a big Rare super fan. But when we first put full damage into the game, he was just testing testing it out, and because they weren't
a fun afternoon.
Yeah,
Jumping off of cliffs.
and because we hadn't put bananas in to heal, and so he died so many times that we've just basically. There's a skeleton kind of half stuck into the ground, sort
my God.
head, just with the legs sticking out, and then his kind of gamer tag is scratched into the rock next to it.
That's really cool.
Yeah, and the first player to die has his name scratched into the wall on the Ferry of the Damned. He was the first person to ever visit there, right?
Sorry, in terms of your community being really positive, and I already totally recognize that. Do you have anything in place to stop people from just going around and shooting others? You know how like Grand Theft Auto has a dunce server? If you're rude to people, you basically get put on the bad server. Do you have anything like that in place to stop other players ruining people and making them have a terrible day?
We don't at the moment, but we're monitoring this kind of behavior with our players and seeing kind of like how well our mechanics and our game design encourages people to behave in the right way. Because it's a pirate game, right? But what we're going to be doing with our community as well, they've actually created a kind of a code on the forum for how people should interact with each other. Includes no swearing, and I've been moderated twice by our own community because I've accidentally sworn when I've got passionate in a post.
You do see the irony of well-behaved pirates.
I know, right? But we're
pirates.
But we're going to work with our players to build this kind of pirates code for how players should behave in our game, because they know, like, I think they're playing the game in the right spirit. And yes, but you want people to be able to kill others, and you want I think that the onus is on us to make sure that we design the game in the right way so that all of those behaviors can happen. So it's on us more than I think. I'd rather encourage people to behave in the right way than put in a kind of system that punishes them.
Sure.
But we are going to have like a crew management sort of system in terms of how because there are sometimes when someone's maybe being toxic
I think there's
or
still
whatever else.
A ton of room for insanity within the margins, right? I mean, when Alana and I played this game at E3 last year, I think we were sort of on point with what we were trying to do, but we were also like throwing stuff into the sea and getting drunk and yelling at each other.
So my favorite moment of the time that we played it was basically we were in a ship battle with another ship, and one of our crew members got onto their ship and took over their steering wheel and didn't get off, so we just couldn't steer. It was amazing. We were like right in the middle of this hectic battle, cannons flying, and we're just holding the steering wheel so they
We got close to their ship. I jumped on board. I was like, I'm going to join them now. I'm defecting.
Well, that was before we'd added the blunderbuss into the game or any weapons, right? And I remember that because we purposely took it out of E3 because we wanted to showcase the riotous fun. And in that early build last year, it was kind of we purposely, consciously said, let's take the gun out because we don't want it to be too combat focused. We want it to be like you should, if you're just on the ship, hey, let's drink some grog, let's play some instruments, let's have some fun. And but now you have those tools, so that kind of behavior won't be able to happen now.
I got really geeked out seeing a rare first-person shooting game again.
Yeah.
That's kind of what we got all of a sudden. I did not expect Sea of Thieves to sort of scratch all those itches at the same time. I got a lot of the kind of cool, quirky, charming stuff that I expect from my 3D platformers from back in the day. And then, the guns from GoldenEye in an old-timey sense.
And and I think you're right. It scratches a lot of itches. There's so much variety in the gameplay.
Pirates have a lot of itchy diseases.
They do.
Scurvy is what it's called.
Yes, but
just that one, really.
Just that one.
Just that one.
It's really the only one. They only had a name for one disease back then. They just called everything scurvy.
That's it. But
that and rats.
But I think that the magic of Sea of Thieves, it's how all of the mechanics interact. Right? You've got some tools we give players, like the firing yourself out of cannons, like you're seeing here, which can be used in a myriad of ways.
I like that he got a little hurt when he landed, by the way.
Yeah, and by the way, that took us about 82 shots to actually get to land that
wow.
when we were doing it. Because this is all gameplay, all done by our video team, and they hate us for not giving them better tools.
So then that's probably not the most suggested strategy for a situation like if it's a 1 in 82 shot to do that.
It's so satisfying if it was.
If you could do it,
But to land it perfectly and to kind of get it. And then this shot here as well, just when he looks at the ship and it gets hit by lightning. Again, this is luck in terms of the lightning doing this. And so at this point, our video team are like, okay, we now need to nail the rest of the shot because otherwise it's gone, right? And but that's the thing, that all these things will happen in the game, right? We didn't script the lightning strike, it just happened. This is, we did script the shock, but it's how the tools that you're given. So like firing yourself out of cannons is a tool we give players that they can kind of express themselves creatively, and whereas like the things in the world will be what kind of impacts on your adventures and makes every adventure different. Right?
Like
Whether
a shark,
it's
who is
right?
not a tool. Well, sort of.
Yeah.
A tool of the sea.
Yeah.
But I mean, when that guy jumped into the water there, like, what was the best case scenario? That he swims to the boat that's going 100
Well, he was
miles an
trying
hour?
to land on the boat. You see, like that's the thing, like because the boat he was on was sinking, right? And but that's the beauty. All of these things happen, and I've just come here now. Actually, we straight after the E3 briefing, we actually did like about a 50-minute long co-stream on Mixer. So like me, myself, and 3 other kind of video creators just were playing the game, this build, all the features, and it was absolute chaos. And there was so many amazing stories and moments happened in it. And
it seems like there's just a lot of opportunity for singular set pieces. So as someone who's played a lot of it, can I ask you, what is one story that really stands out to you as one of the coolest things that's happened to you in Sea of Thieves?
Wow.
No pressure.
Yeah, sure. So this was super early on. Like even this was in the prototype. Like, and we built our prototype in Unity, and it was ugly as sin, but still had the same gameplay experience. And we just wanted to prove out that core of a crew working together. So we had these like 3 islands in the prototype, really thin, kind of almost needles. They had this rope bridge kind of almost going between each of them. And one of our crew, I was playing in Redmond when we were demoing it to kind of a bunch of people over there, and he went all the way up to the top and dug up a chest, and then loads of skeletons spawned around him, and he did realise he didn't have a weapon, and he was just running around on this like little island, just going, please help me, and I was down on the ship like miles away, and so I just kind of took my cannon, aimed it up, and kind of just guessed for the distance and got the line right, and just fired it, and I just saw it kind of arc over, disappear from sight, and then this big explosion kind of smoke effect, and then I looked on his screen because he was sitting next to me, and basically he was like, what just happened? And they were all dead, every single one of them, and he was still alive, and so he got to just bring the treasure back and bring it, and it was just magic. And we were recording, so we were videoing all of these, but the video feed on his one broke, and so I could only see it from my perspective. Otherwise, we would have had the best internal video we could have shown. But there's so many, but that's one from like near enough 2 years ago, from like early on in the project, but it's still there. And
it wouldn't be a pirate game without some tales that only you can keep a secret. And this is forever.
Yeah, and I think that's the beauty of this, right? And we're in this age now where it's not just water cooler moments where people are talking, at work and stuff. They're going to be streaming it. They're going to be sharing it. They're going to be creating YouTube videos. And I think we're this type of game and this type of experience is so suited to this moment in time, I guess.
The guy or girl that perfectly lands that 1 out of 80-something cannonball shot is
a hero on Reddit.
That's going to be a very, very watched YouTube video.
Because you can use all, and also you can use all of your items when you're in the air being fired out of a cannon. So you could be drinking, you could be playing instruments, you could be firing, you could be doing anything, right? And
while you're going out of the cannon.
Yeah. So
you can get in the cannon, fly out, drink grog in the air.
Yeah, and then
hit the.
Yeah.
Play the accordion.
Play the accordion and then shoot someone as you land or in midair. Like, and you could see, like, there's so much just potential for just that one feature, the firing out of cannons. I could see people setting up almost like jousting contests with 2 ships, like aiming at each other, and so you're both firing at the same time at each other and trying to kill each other in midair, just for fun, right?
Okay, technical question. Could you fire a person in a cannon into another cannon?
I don't think you can do that, unfortunately.
That'd
Not
be
yet,
very difficult.
but we'll add
There's still plenty of time.
Yeah, we'll add it to the feedback list. Yeah.
Animals are one of my favorite things in the world because they're not like people. They're strange. We saw a shark.
We did.
What kind of animals can we see on land? I don't read it. What was a nuisance to pirates back in the day?
So we're going to be like adding richness to the world in terms of creatures, and again we'll be looking at things that you can kind of hunt for food as well, so that because resource gathering and getting and staying alive is important in Sea of Thieves, and at the moment it's bananas, but like there will be creatures that we kind of want to hunt, and we're always going to be looking at kind of new tactical variety, both within kind of skeletons and also with different creatures. So and then the same at the sea, and obviously in the future the Kraken will rear its head, as we keep hinting in all of those little paintings. Right? Still not really sure how we're going to do it, but we know we're going to do it.
So one of my questions is kind of right off the back of that. I've always loved the characters that exist in rare games.
Yes.
What do we have in terms of NPCs? Are there any standout characters that we're going to get to know and really strong personalities?
I think that has to be present in a rare game, right? And we've got some rare veterans, like Greg Mayles is on the team, 30-year kind of Rare veteran with the Banjo design director, and Ryan Stevenson's the art director, who was art director on Viva Pinata, and has brought a very different art style, but still that timeless style. There's still, it looks. Sea of Thieves looks as good as it did when we first announced it, and a lot of time has gone past, and Viva Pinata looks as good as it as it did. But so we have that Rare heritage. We know that this is super important. As of the people who've come in since then, they've all joined Rare because it's Rare, right? Yeah. And so we're going to be adding that character into the kind of the quest giving system and all that side of things. So where you go for all in the progression part of it. So when you're going to the outposts, there will be different NPCs responsible for different things and stuff. So that's where that charm, I think, is going to come from.
Excited to fall in love with characters. Like, I even think fondly of Clanker from Banjo, right? And he's not even someone who really says anything.
Yeah,
but I still remember that weird metal shark very fondly.
Exactly, right. And
just because he's creative.
Yeah, and I think this is where our art team and our writing team are really going to come to the fore on that. And I've seen some of the work we've been doing on those different characters, and they'll be very, very much themed. I think there's one that's basically got tattoos all over them, and they're the ones that's probably going to be giving kind of maps out and things like that in the world, because they've kind of got the locations of things drawn all over them and stuff. But
they've been places. They've seen stuff.
Yeah, exactly, right. And so I'm looking forward to kind of seeing the creativity as we build all of that out with our team. There's a lot of work done, and we've actually on the show floor, there's a big statue of another NPC that we haven't shown before, called Belle, who's just an incredible character. So you'll be able to see her.
Very exciting.
Yeah.
So when can people play Sea of Thieves?
Sorry. They can sign up for the Insider program, and as we move forward, I think this is the thing that's kind of again unique and again just worth reiterating, is that we've got tens of thousands of people playing our game, and they're going to be playing it all this week, and every time we kind of run new tests, we add new people. And so we've got loads of people signed up to the Insider program, and probably about 40%, I think, have been given access so far to the technical alpha phase. But throughout, we're going to be just continually adding. So it's like, if you want to play Sea of Thieves, come and play it. Like, come and sign up, get involved. And even if you don't get selected straight away for the alpha, you get so many benefits of the Insider program. We give weekly update mails out to you. You get kind of early access to the videos that we're always releasing every week to our community. The Insider forums, which are an amazing place, and we share so much insights into the design and the decisions we're making. And even we're accountable for when things go wrong in our alpha phase. The servers fail and we have a lot of matchmaking errors. We had that, right? And in the early stages, that's what it's for. But we tell people why it happened, and we tell people what we're doing to fix it, and it just brings everybody along on this journey with us. So it's like, if you want to play, sign up for the Insider program, and you will get a chance. So
yeah, and you might even be upside down in the game with your feet sticking out at some point. There might be a gravestone dedicated to you.
It's part of the fun.
It's part of the fun.
And that's it. And every time we do these alpha tests, we discover kind of the new things, because we don't go into it going, it's going to be this person that does this. We look at the data, or we look at the stories on the forums, and we're like, oh wow, that was amazing. And I think as we move forward, we're going to continue doing that, because when people start sharing videos and sharing stories, we'll be looking for the really interesting ones, and we'll be like, okay, wow, this amazing thing happened in this part of the world. How can we reflect it there? Because it's a thing that happened. It's a story. This is a world that will constantly grow and evolve, and we want it to evolve based on what players do. It's not just going to be us deciding the lore, and it just stays kind of just rigid. And the lore, there's a lore and a history to the world, and you can see that in how we build things and everything else, and how the NPCs will all be there and stuff. And we look forward to, I think, talking about that a lot more in the future. But the lore will grow and evolve. We'll layer things on top of it based on what players do. And I love seeing their reactions. Like the guy Amir I was talking about, he was like, "This is the best achievement I've ever got in all my years of achievements in games." And I think he's printing out the screenshot of it, and he's going to put it on a canvas and have it at home. But I love that we can do that to our players. But they are the most important people here, right? They're the ones playing the game.
How long are you expecting to support Sea of Thieves for?
Yeah.
Is it going to be a decade?
I think as long as people are playing, right? And we have strong plans. And Phil visited the studio, Phil Spencer, kind of about probably 6 weeks ago now, and we did an inside story, which is one of the videos we released to our community with Phil talking, and he was talking about this. It's a multi-year kind of thing, right? That's our vision for this. We expect to grow our team and to have challenges running the project because of how many people we've got playing, and this is I see myself on this for as long as humanly possible, basically.
Well, good. I'm excited to watch this game grow and evolve. Jump on it right now if you have the chance. You should go play it. Go get in a shark's mouth and get exploded and all the other fun stuff that's in there. Stay right there, because we've still got Up at Noon Live, the Bethesda press event, and more on the way. IGN Live at E3 returns right after this. Thanks, guys.
Awesome. Thank you. It's great. You guys going to get a chance to play?
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
Two friends, one controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by 2 players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3. The entire video game world is talking about one thing today, the Xbox One X. Ryan and I are very happy because we have the console here, and as well as Microsoft's Albert Pinello.
Hi, everybody. How you doing?
This is kind of the star of the show today.
I'm glad you think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
Here it is. Ryan, what do you think?
I've thought from the dev kit video you guys put out right before 3, I was like, I can tell it looks pretty small like the S, and then you come out on stage and say it's the smallest console you've ever made. That is astounding considering what's inside it.
We tricked you. That was the point.
The best kind.
Yes.
So how? How is the question?
A lot of hard work from a lot of super smart people.
The original Xbox One is
larger.
It's so like
square,
heat proof, but it's got the size to match. This is crazy. What's going on here?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it on stage, and Kareem came and sort of talked about the vapor chamber and the Hovis method, and we've talked about the fan, and it takes a lot of technology. We had to invent some technology to get all of this power into such a small package. But look, we wanted to show off. We wanted to tell the world we're going to build the most powerful console, and we're not going to grow it. We're going to make it smaller.
I have to know same power cord, the internal power supply so I can use the Xbox One S power cord here?
100%. In fact, actually, we haven't talked about it, but all the port arrangements on the back of the console are in the same place as they were on the Xbox One S. Same power cable, same HDMI. You can set it on top of an S, grab the cables, plug it right in. Getting the same power cable was actually one of the biggest debates we had to have with the engineering team, because we consume so much more power than the Xbox One S does.
Yeah, sure. How much smaller than the Xbox One S is it?
A little bit smaller.
A little bit smaller.
Just a little bit smaller. But I'm going to take it. It's technically smaller. If you put it in water, less water comes out.
It's still a true statement.
I'm a day one Xbox One owner. Yes. I still love my Kinect for voice commands. Yep. There's no Kinect port back here. Is there a way I can still hook it up?
100%. Yep. Actually, no, Kinect works. All the accessories, all the games, everything you have for an Xbox One S or the original Xbox One works.
That's good news.
It is.
That is very good news. I noticed the first thing that struck me when I earlier was looking at this side by side with an S. There's no exhaust out the top on this box. Everything, it's just, we got sides here and I guess the back. Yeah. So can you talk about sort of, you've obviously had to re-engineer the cooling and airflow on this thing.
Actually, even though it looks like an Xbox One S, the only component inside the box that's the same is the Blu-ray drive. The entire system internally has been re-architected, so now we have a centrifugal blower fan inside, so the air comes in from the sides and exhausts out the back instead of out of the top. So you can stack stuff on it now. You can put your game disc on top and it won't be a problem.
Put tons of stuff on there, yeah. Beer bottles.
Let's talk about the name. Xbox One X. Scorpio is now officially Xbox One.
I know. I still
X.
have such a hard time saying the name.
It'll take some.
Yeah, that's right.
Getting used to. You guys kept that secret. That's pretty impressive.
We did. Well, you know, actually on my Twitter handle, I put the original Xbox tagline, "No power greater than X," back when we had the anniversary. It's been there the whole time.
It was right in front of our eyes.
Found it. That's right,
sight, Albert.
Yeah. Yes, it's been right there.
You talked about re-engineering the airflow and everything inside is different. I guess the one unanswered question that we can't answer now because it's hooked up. So fortunately, you're here to ask, how quiet is this thing? Because the original Xbox One, whisper quiet,
absolutely,
fantastic. The Xbox One S, way smaller, still
super
whisper quiet, and that's one of the wonderful things about it, I think. So, what about this monster, as you call it here?
It's going to be quiet. For movies, for games, for the Dash, same. Little bit louder when it comes. I mean, we're pushing so much more power.
Sure.
In a smaller area, it'll be a little bit louder, but I think for most people, they're going to be incredibly impressed at how quiet it is.
So we saw a lot of games on display at your conference today that'll be taking advantage of the new power that the Xbox One X provides. What is it that excites you about the potential that the X provides now?
Well, I think, and we've talked a lot about specs, and I even brought the little chip here today, which I'll let you guys play around with. Nice. But I think being able to build a box where we started with the games and the game creators and the developers and said, we want all of those amazing 4K assets that you're building on PCs to run. It's nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Getting all those to be able to deliver high-end PC gaming graphics on the best TV in the house, that's what excites me. And developers are having a great time. I mean, you heard EA on stage talking about Frostbite. You saw stuff in 4K in our briefing, and the assets are there. We just need to, we're going to unlock them from the PC, and we're going to let them put on the best TV in the house.
Pre-orders.
Yes.
Everybody wants to give you money, I'm sure.
Not me. I don't get any of it.
Well, all right. You're coming. When can people start pre-ordering this thing?
We have a very cool pre-order program coming. This week we were focused on launch date, price, and titles, and we're going to do pre-orders later in the year, for sure.
What sort of feedback have you been hearing back from developers that have been able to spend time with it?
We had a very developer-first mentality to this. Like I said, everything about this, all of the engineering and all of the performance came from game data. We emulated, we tested, we profiled existing content, and the specs in this box come from the games. So when we announced last year we were going to be able to deliver 4K and 60 frames a second, and everybody said, no, you can't do that, you can't do that. We're going, no. We can do it because we built the box to be able to do it. And so what's been great is developers have been able to get Xbox One games up and running in 4K in just a few days. And what's great about that is if you know anything about game development, it's iteration time. No. And so more time they can spend on the game and the gameplay and less time they're spending on tech is better for gamers. And we try to take that away from them, take the technology away so they can focus on the quality of the games.
There was a list of first-party games mentioned at the end that are getting enhancements. Forza Horizon 3, for instance, a gorgeous game locked at 30 frames, open world. Is that going to go to 4K now, or what can we expect from some of the first-party existing titles?
So all the first-party games are going to get upgraded to 4K. And what's great, if you look at Killer Instinct, you look at Forza Horizon 3, you look at Gears of War, they did 4K PC versions. So if you saw those amazing high-res textures, high-res graphics, that's coming to the Xbox One X. Other games, they're going to choose how to use the power in the box in the best way that they can. But I think it's great that Xbox One owners already have Xbox One X games and they don't even own the platform yet. So you're going to take your game library. If you got a hard drive, plug it into an Xbox One X. You're going to get those upgrades, and you already own a library of Xbox One X enhanced games before you've even bought the console.
That's pretty exciting.
Did you guys say how big the hard drive is in this thing?
It's a terabyte.
1 terabyte, okay. Can I give you money for a 2 terabyte version? Is that going to happen?
Me personally?
Again,
we can talk
maybe
after. Yeah.
Phil.
You ask Phil. He's a better guy to ask than I am.
Well, can you use an external hard drive?
100%. In fact, I'm always encouraging people to use an external hard drive. Actually, on an Xbox One S, your load times will be faster with an external hard drive. And if you're thinking about Scorpio, it's going to be awesome. I will just unplug that hard drive, plug it into this. All the games get better, all the patches will get downloaded, and all your enhanced stuff will just be there. So you don't have to swap, load, move stuff over. You'll sign in with your live gamer tag and a hard drive, and this is your console.
Nice. Grab a 7,200 RPM external drive, right? Something nice and speedy.
Sure, yeah. Or an SSD if you're really
if
you really want to go.
Really
go for it.
Serious about it.
Serious.
It's a very minimalist design. I could actually hold it up if you don't mind.
Yeah, go, please,
Hold it
absolutely.
up for the camera so we can just sort of show off what they're going to be getting here on the package. So the front, just the power button?
Simple. Yeah,
And
power
then-
button, bind,
what about
eject,
yeah, right
IR
here?
blaster.
There we go.
That's right, that's eject. 3 USB port, 3 ports, 1 in the front, 2 in the back.
Yeah,
Can you get an up-close shot on this little Easter egg message over here on the right side of the console? It says hello. Hold on. I was reading it a second ago. I think it was hello from Seattle, I believe. Which
Is that what it says?
It does.
Oh, that's very,
With
very cute.
Isn't that in here too? In the inside of the controller?
I think it might be.
Or is it? I'm trying to remember. Maybe I'm not remembering well.
Yeah, so on the back you have your HDMI, more USB in your
That's
Ethernet.
right, IR out, that's SPDIF, Ethernet. All the same ports from Xbox One S.
But that's about it. It's very minimal design. What do you think, Ryan?
It's sharp. I mean, you guys have come so far in hardware design. I mean, the original Xbox, kind of a big console at the time, basically just a PC stuffed into a console
OG,
form
that's
factor.
right. Yeah,
OG.
literally, it's an OG.
Yeah,
It's a
and then
PC.
the 360, which went through the overheating issues. Shall we just leave it at that? But then that was revved and that got better and better. And then we talked to the Xbox One. Good sized console, but just seemingly from my perspective over-engineered. And guess what? It worked. It never.
It's been great, yeah.
Nobody I know. Nobody ever tweets me or
problems.
says, "God, my Xbox One died." Never happens.
Never
it works.
happens.
It's quiet. And then to take that and shrink it down into the S, and now to pump up the power and still shrink the size of the box is really, really impressive.
I would be lying if I said the team wasn't showing off. They really wanted to show what the team could do, and from a design perspective, from an innovation perspective, keeping it quiet, making it small with the performance. The team is really proud.
And the controller is unchanged.
Unchanged from it's the controller we updated last year in a matching black with Bluetooth and the features that we updated for Xbox One S last year.
Sure. You also announced today original Xbox games.
Yes. There are a handful of us. I've actually been around since before we launched the original Xbox, so I was there. I've launched every console that we've worked on. There are a handful of us that have been fighting with our fans, fighting to get OG Xbox working. And not only, what's great about OG Xbox is not only does it work, the discs work. If you bought the game on 360, your digital entitlement will work. And you can actually system link an OG Xbox, a 360, an Xbox One, and an Xbox One X, and do 4-player system link LAN play with all original discs across 3 generations of consoles.
That's really awesome.
It's a pretty
That's
cool
really
announcement.
great.
Yeah, the emulation guys are like, they're ninjas.
And this thing's got enough power. You could just load the entire original Xbox games into RAM and have plenty of room left over.
Which is why and you know what? I think if you saw Crimson Skies on the screen today, it looks great. We're not talking in detail right now, but the team has some tricks up their sleeve. And I think when the OG Xbox games show up, people are going to be very impressed.
So the Xbox One X is out on November 7th.
November 7th.
Same day as Crackdown 3.
That's right.
And Forza 7 will already be out.
It will already be out, and if you went ahead and bought that, you'll get the upgrade already. You'll get the upgrade for free when the system releases.
Which upgrade are you referring to?
The enhanced
4K
version
assets.
for Scorpio with the 4K
Yeah,
assets.
Gotcha, yeah. No, I'm just trying to plan out like what would the ideal launch lineup be if you pick up an Xbox One X, you want to get Crackdown, Forza, Shadow of War. Like what are going to be the games that really show off the power of the console?
Well, I mean, that's a great question. So many. I mean, Forza obviously. I mean, you guys saw it on screen.
Yeah.
Forza's going to look great. Crackdown will look great. Actually, Horizon, Killer Instinct, the games that we announced for the upgrades, those are going to look great. And you saw on stage E3, Madden's going to look great. Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing some of this stuff. Frankly, for the first time myself, I haven't seen all the games yet.
Interesting.
But there's going to be some great stuff.
Imagine what's Cuphead going to look like in 4K on this thing.
Yeah. Well, we
That's
finally
gonna
got
look
that
real nice.
Finally with that release date.
Yeah.
Yes.
You should have seen it when you announced the release date. The entire IGN war room erupted in applause. Everyone was really excited about that.
So did we when we first saw that asset for the first time.
Yeah. We've been waiting that for a long time. Ryan, what excites you? You've been covering Xbox for a long time.
A lot of Xboxes now over the years, a lot of variations.
It's not too often you get the new Xbox hardware launched. What excites you about this hardware revision?
Just being able, knowing with the 360, the 360 was the place to go to really, by and large, get the best third-party experience. So your third-party games were going to run best there. That's where your friends wanted to go, and you guys should be able to reclaim that crown again with this little guy right here. Whether it's a bit better frame rate, native 4K, or whatever it is you guys, the developers end up doing. This is now the best place to play third-party games, seemingly, for sure.
Yep. The Xbox Scorpio is now officially the Xbox One X.
I do the same thing. It's all right.
It is out November 7th at $4.99. Thank you so much for bringing it by the show.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Stay with us. IGN Live at E3 is rolling all night long. Forza Motorsport 7 is coming up right after this short break. Stay tuned.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks. IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
2 friends, 1 controller. IGN's Link Together turns Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by 2 players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
The Xbox One X is the most powerful console ever, and the game that was chosen to highlight the hardware's extra power was Forza Motorsport 7. Here to tell us more about the game is creative director Dan Greenewald. Dan, welcome to the show.
How you doing?
Tell us all about Forza 7.
Well, this is a historic day. First off, for Forza Motorsport 7, we unveiled a car, a world debut at E3, and that's really all about the gamers. I mean, that's not even about us. That's the rise of gaming and racing, of course. And then we showed Forza Motorsport 7 along with Xbox One X. And the team has done some incredible work. I mean, Forza Motorsport 7 looks amazing, and the power of Xbox One X has really allowed us to rethink every little aspect. Camera shake, rattles in the hood, the moving skies. It's really fun to play.
Yeah. Alana, you're a big Forza fan. What did you think of the footage today?
I think it looks absolutely beautiful, and I've said this a few times on the live stream today that I've gotten to a point where I can't tell the difference between cars in real life and cars in games now. How hard is that to master? How did you get these cars to look so realistic? I think the GT especially just looks flawless.
You know, I think for us, we thought about perfection back on the Xbox 360, right? And we were doing advanced shaders and really high polygonal models and high-res textures. And when we got to the Xbox One, we started on this idea of that what makes cars look real is their imperfections. It's the same thing that makes us look real. The uncanny valley is all about when you look too perfect. So we started looking at swirl marks on the cars, and what we're doing now is having the rattling of the car, like all that extra movement, the exhaust pipes and the heat shimmer. It's these imperfections that make it look so real.
Yeah, and they absolutely do. I was totally blown away by the footage we're seeing right now. It just looks absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, and the skies.
Yeah.
The skies are just incredible.
One thing I have to ask is, are we going to get more Japanese tracks this time around?
I don't remember our full unveil of the track list. I'm sorry to say that. I will say that, yes, there are some great track announces coming. Some of our fans have already picked up in the trailer Mugello, which is a track that was on Forza Motorsport 4, and it's now been rescanned, rebuilt completely for the Xbox One X. It looks amazing.
Awesome.
The weather effects definitely stood out to me. You have a whole new weather system in the game, is that right?
Yeah, so if you think about this holistically, there's Forza Horizon and there's Forza Motorsport, and they're both built off the Forza Tech engine. And that allows us to have two world-class racing teams working on one engine and adding tech and adding features and things like that. So, you know, Horizon, the skies looked incredible, right? And the HDR, they just really sang. We were able to bring that technology into Forza Motorsport. But then with Forza Motorsport, we focus on competition. We focus on that precision. So the way we look at dynamic is about the driver's experience, less about sort of a just the graphical side of it, but actually how the heat greases up your tires and how puddles grow and how your surface becomes more slippery.
Is the weather randomized in the game, or do you have this player have some control over the weather conditions?
A little bit of both. So we've curated the types of experiences we're trying to deliver to players, and it's this big campaign. As you're going through it, we curate experiences that match the car and the experience and what have you. But you know, esports is a big component of the motorsport series as well, and so being able to have different experiences as you return to a track every single time, that's really important to us.
Yeah. We know you've partnered with Porsche this time around, which means I assume we'll have Porsches on launch.
Yeah.
Excellent.
not just a couple either. I mean, the car list, it's over 700 cars, and that means this huge collection of Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and Porsches. So we're going to have more of those kind of premium cars than any other game has ever had. Wow. And you throw on top of that just 700 cars, just a lot of cars.
Are you also going to be partnering with different manufacturers for things like body kits or wheels? Are there new things like that?
Yep, there are new body kits, there are new wheels. If you think about the two franchises, Horizon and Motorsport, you can almost see how the teams think. You know, the competition, the precision of motorsport. So even the wheels that were added are very motorsport-oriented wheels, the sort of things you're going to see on GT cars racing around the world.
Awesome.
Is it true that you're adding more customization options for your driver?
Yes. So the drivers, we've pulled the driver out of the car. It's really cool. So you think about in motorsport, the role of drivatars and the role of multiplayer. Other people are in your world all the time. You know, Drivatars brings your friends into your game. So now they can have a customized driver. So these are suits. Now these are suits, as you'd imagine, you know, professional modern suits, but also we have racing suits that go back to the 30s. So you can have that vintage look. The cool part is when you start blending that with community events where you can win suits that are a little bit more surprising, maybe not what people would expect.
Interesting.
But still in our fiction. Still in that professional racing fiction.
So what can we expect from the online infrastructure this time around? Do we have open lobbies or anything like that?
So if you think about the Xbox ecosystem, there's a feature called Looking for Game, Looking for Group. Have you used that? So that allows you to kind of pair up with people that you really want to play with and create sort of a public lobby system to come straight into the game. And there's also clubs, and it's a great way to party up. Where we've really invested is the spectating for doing esports and actually watching, as well as a mixer streamer, being able to have greater streams that you can create, and the esports side. So Forza Racing Championship is actually going to Le Mans this weekend, and our champions are going to be racing on site at Le Mans, and the winners will actually be crowned on the podium at Le Mans. First time in history.
It's pretty cool.
85th running. So esports is becoming a much bigger part of the game. So a lot of the new features in multiplayer are to make leagues better. There's a new league system to get better competitive gaming, and then better features for esports as well.
So what do you think about the Xbox One X and all the new power that it provides?
Well, so like Albert, who was sitting here before me, I've been around at Xbox for quite a while. In fact, I was working at Microsoft before there was Xbox. We were just making PC games.
Sure.
And so I've been there at the launch of a lot of consoles, and the Xbox One X is amazing. As a developer, we were just able to get our code running. It was just so fast. It was incredible, and it's so powerful. It becomes kind of the way you want to develop. With that amount of power, it's been a revolution, and it was fun for our team as first party to be there as the voice of the developer as best we could. You know, we have a very our engine is very high running.
Sure.
And we were there to say, look, this is what it should take to make a 4K game that runs at 60 frames per second all the time with high resolution assets. We need this kind of pipeline. So our team could help make a better development environment for all developers.
With Play Anywhere, is it also going to have full PC support on launch?
Absolutely. This is actually the first Forza that's being built from the ground up for PC. So that means incredible wheel support, peripheral support, and more options. We think our PC community is really critical in racing. And if you think about even building esports, bringing this massive community together, there's 4.8 million players playing Forza every single month. So bringing that PC community, that Xbox community together is vital. But they're different.
Sure.
So really understanding how to make a game for them has been a learning process for us over the last few years. And I think they're going to be delighted with Forza 7.
Forza 7 is actually out before the Xbox One X, correct?
Yes.
But if you purchase the Xbox One X, you get the 4K upgrade for free. Is that right?
You do. And it's strange. It's hard for us as developers to think about 4K upgrade because for us it's a massive amount of content, and there's just so yes, on October 3rd you're going to play the best Forza Motorsport you've ever seen. I mean, a lot of the technology, well, actually, frankly, all of the technology that we rethought with the power of Scorpio came downstream to all devices. So now we can run a lower spec PC than we ever have before, performantly, 60 frames per second on a lower spec PC. And a lot of it was because of the investigation into Scorpio. It benefited the whole family of devices. So on October 3rd, you can play on PC, you can play on Xbox, Xbox One S, get HDR. When Scorpio launches, though, man, the game looks incredible. And a lot of those same features, though, you will see on high-end PCs on October 3rd. You see what I'm getting at? Like those resolution, those high-resolution assets will actually be there on October 3rd.
Can't wait to see those comparisons. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, for sure. So come October 3rd, the game's out there. What are you most excited about for our players to experience?
So there's a new campaign in the game, and it's called the Forza Drivers Cup, and you're actually getting championship series points, and it just kind of pulls you into this world. And that's cool and all, but it's really about 700 cars. How do we make the most out of 700 cars, take players on a journey? And the nice thing with that amount of content is you don't take them on a journey, you let them find their journey. They find the cars, the areas that they're really excited about. And with this more motorsport, real-world inspired career, I think it's going to really get people thinking about cars in a new way. Now, I got to admit, though, for me, esports is the future. And I love being able to push and invent something new. So inventing a new form of motorsport that's built for a younger generation, not my generation, that is the challenge of the future. And I love Forza Motorsport 7 coming out and starting to really do that.
It's really exciting, especially with the integrated leaderboard system that the Xbox now has. Are you expecting it to get really, really active and really competitive in ways you haven't seen in previous Forza games?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a very competitive community, and having this game be the first one built specifically ground up for PC is going to attract a big PC competitive audience. But we already have professional drivers that are starting to come into the Forza Racing Championship, so we're already getting that blend of the real world and the digital world. It's cool to see. I live in both worlds. Sure. And so to build a space where gamers feel like they can become racers and racers feel like there's a place for them to game, I mean, that's right at the heart of the series.
Forza Motorsport 7 is out October 3rd.
October 3rd.
Thank you so much for coming by the show.
Thank you.
We've got to take a quick break. IGN Live at E3 continues right after this.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
Two friends, one controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by two players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3 and a special edition of Unlock, the world's #1 Xbox show where we can talk about everything Microsoft announced today. Joining me, my regular Unlocked crew, most of them anyway, Alana Pierce, Marty Sleva. Good to see you guys.
Can we talk about how this is episode 299.5?
This is it. This is perfect. We're doing 300 later in the week.
That's fine. Yeah.
We've got a lot to cover now. We just ran out of time. There were so many games in the Xbox conference that on our Xbox Post-Show, immediately following the conference, we hit on a lot of the big boys, but didn't hit on some of the things that actually we liked the most. All three of us. We got to talk about the little boys.
We didn't even really talk about what we thought of the conference as a whole. Like, I feel like it was good. They showed games, and I was really happy with that. It was like a lot of what I wanted to see.
Yeah, absolutely. It was super solid. The new hot topic or hot phrase is console launch exclusive.
Yeah, which people are using as everyone's using it a little bit differently. So I think we're going to try to figure out what the hell that means.
But games.
Yes.
Let's get to some of the maybe lesser talked about but equally deserving of airtime games. We have to start with the game. So we're very professional here, right?
Well,
generally, in this room, E3 is a busy newsroom environment. But sometimes the mood catches us right. And with the Xbox conference, that moment was Cuphead finally getting a release date. September 29th. It's a little late birthday present for me, which I'm super thrilled about. Cuphead is finally coming out.
That was the official first round of applause in the IGN War Room of E3 2017.
When we're all sitting in there, we're all so excited, and this is something that I wasn't even sure we would see this year. And then we got that release date, and everyone just like broke out with applause. And I love this, the likes of which has never been seen before. They cross it out because obviously we've seen it a million times.
And when we're watching that, I'm like, you have to show the date. You have to put it up there, or else like it's never going to come out. But it's so soon.
I may sound like an insane person. This wouldn't be a surprise, but to me, like, State of Decay 2 looked great. Forza 7 obviously great, but I want to see that game running in 4K. How good will that look running on an Xbox One X?
It looks photorealistic. It becomes very scary. You don't want to play that game.
It becomes the 1930s. Actually becomes it.
But no, it's super exciting because we've been playing this game since it started off as
a few years ago
as sort of a boss rush mode, and then they obviously added the campaign, and a very small thing became a much larger thing.
It's platforming now, and like even when we played it as boss rush mode, I loved it. So the fact that it just keeps getting these updates that everyone wants to flesh out the game, and now we know when it's actually coming out.
This is one of those games that reminds me so much of the heyday of XBLA, Summer of Arcade.
Oh my gosh.
Winter of Arcade in Australia.
Thank you. Thank you for that. The other one that, again, like, I want to see this in 4K on an Xbox One X. Ori and the Will of the Wisps, a game that had been kind of rumored for a while.
Some leaks earlier.
Borderline leaked, but oh man, did that look good. Wow.
That first game remains one of the best looking games of this generation.
And one of the best playing games.
Absolutely.
Just the lighting. It looks absolutely gorgeous. I'm so glad we're getting another Ori. I don't know how the first one sold, but it was really well received critically and commercially. Not commercially. From fans is what I'm going to say. And everyone seemed to really enjoy it. It's hard, and I love that about it. I just kept going back for the challenges.
Yeah, absolutely. And they were smart throughout the years to sort of update the game they updated it, I think, with a permadeath mode as well as a much easier mode. So again, like opening it up to a lot more people. And this game like somehow builds upon the original and looks even better.
Yeah, it looks like there's a lot more going on there.
And I
actually,
remember,
for anyone who hasn't played, sorry to cut you off.
No worries.
Anyone who hasn't played the original, it was discounted this morning.
Oh, that's perfect.
You should go check it out.
Honestly, check it out.
And also, if you take Alana's advice, which you should, the water tower, just once you make it past there, you're good. So if you're frustrated, that is the pinnacle of difficulty in that game, and then you'll feel amazing when you finish it, and then you're gonna cruise from there.
Real talk, Thal's gonna die.
Probably.
You stop it.
It's pretty sad.
Yeah.
But what do you guys really want from Ori 2?
I'm legitimately more of the like.
More is great.
More is fine.
I mean, it's such a good Metroidvania style platformer that. I mean, I would love to see how they can make it better.
Yeah.
And that game's so good.
With 4K, Ryan, that's how.
And I think somebody was tweeting me earlier, and I should have to think more about this, I guess, but people were suggesting, is this the first first-party or new IP sequel? Because Sunset Overdrive hasn't gotten a sequel.
Of this generation.
Rise hasn't gotten a sequel. This might be the first of the new IPs.
Interesting.
Quantum Break.
Yeah. Quantum Break's never getting a sequel.
You don't know that. Quantum put together.
Quantum half glued.
You're making it
totally works.
No one wants this.
Yeah.
But Ori and the Will of the Wisps. How quickly did you guys pick up on it once because they went to the piano player.
As soon as they cut to like a pretentious man playing a piano, I was like, that's definitely Ori 2.
You said that.
Oh yeah, that's
while we were watching
which I'm totally
no way
fine.
this is anything
yeah.
else. No, but I figured it would be there this morning when I saw the price drop. Honestly, it was like, oh, that means the second game's coming today.
And it'll be interesting to see if will it be $20 again, digital download, or are they going to kind of flesh this out, build it up some more, and is this going to turn into a full up $60?
I'd be totally fine with that, honestly. I'm perfectly fine with it being $60.
More Ori is good.
Mori.
How about Ashen? That's a game that was announced on the Microsoft stage, 2 or 3 years ago?
2014, I want to say.
3 years ago?
We just didn't see anything for quite a while.
Unheard of since, I believe. And now here it is, some gameplay, and it's coming.
Yeah, so this was one of 2 games shown by Annapurna Games, which is a new publisher. They started in film, now they're doing games. They most recently did What Remains to Be Edith Finch, and this was 1 of 2 games. In this game, the way they're describing it is Dark Souls with the spirit of the road, which I'm like, all right, I don't understand how those 2 things possibly mix, but I love both of them, so I think it's totally fine.
So good to me.
Yeah, I was getting, not visually, but sort of from the tone, I was getting Below vibes, and we definitely didn't see Below during this conference.
Not convinced that game exists.
The lighting, kind of the moodiness of the lighting reminded me of Inside a little bit. Obviously, the gameplay is completely different, but I kind of got a little feel there.
Yeah, it looks awesome. Like, again, I want to see how this game actually plays, but if it's a, competent Souls-like with this incredible atmosphere and seemingly terrifying difficulty, I'm totally behind it.
I mean, even just seeing this trailer, I think it looks like perfect fit for Soul-style combat.
Yeah, honestly.
This ending part is just so ominous.
Now you're just going to stare like a weird person.
I'm
just
staring at the screen. It's so pretty.
Yeah. But one really cool thing is this showcases how diverse Annapurna's become as a publisher, because we mentioned that they have this puzzle game called Gora Goa, this really weird, artsy sort of Katamari game called Donut County, and
which is awesome.
Yes, absolutely. And then The Artful Escape, which is another game we saw today.
Yeah, in fact, we'll move to The Artful Escape now, because that's next on our list, next on our shopping list. We're putting it in our basket.
There you go.
We're going to go press checkout at the end when we're ready to go. But The Artful Escape looked, it went nowhere. It's fine.
You caught me making fun of him, damn it.
Let's just forget it and move on.
So The Artful Escape, Marty and I played it at PAX East this year, and I think it is the best demo I've ever had of a game.
Wow.
Marty didn't tell me anything, it was just like, come, you have to play this game. I'm not saying anything, just play this game. Got this controller, and it is, I don't even know how to describe it. It's whimsical, it feels like Ghibli, it's sparkly. You have a guitar that you just shred to platform.
It's like if Ghibli made a Bowie album. It's like Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars, but as a Ghibli-developed 2D platformer with a music rhythm.
You know what came to mind for me on this?
Was that?
If Tim Schafer's Broken Age were on an acid trip. That's this game.
I thought you were going to say if Tim Schafer was broken, and I'm like, he seems kind of broken.
he's good.
Yeah, he seems pretty broken. This game looks great. We played it when it was called The Artful Escape of Francis Vendetti.
Yeah, that's it, yes.
Thank God it's now a shorter title.
Yeah, it was hard to remember.
We're going to have this actually, I don't know, spoilers, we're going to have this on our live show later on in the week.
So exciting, because I hope we can show off some of the dialogue choices as well, because I think it's
really cool.
quite funny, it's witty and
I like how they said it'll be ready when it's done. So I'm like, well,
I respect that.
That's a good answer.
We'll see it in a
It's
couple
also
years.
being made by a really small Australian studio, and when we played it, they had an amplifier in front of us, because the sound design is just incredible. It was such a good way to demo a game. Even on a show floor, I still was completely absorbed in every single thing that happened there.
Possibly my favorite of the sort of ID, smaller scale lot. The art style of The Last Night it's like a love letter to
Blade Runner?
Pixel art plus meets Blade Runner.
Yeah,
totally.
Take a look at this. You're seeing it on the screen now as soon as the trailer kicks in. But this was just like,
and the sound design
I
in
said
this trailer.
wow at this. I know it's super cliche.
It was definitely, it's one of those games, like the trailer's incredible. I wasn't entirely sure what I'm going to be doing in this game. I'm like, is this an adventure game? Is this a platformer?
Is it literally Blade Runner the video game?
I could get behind literally Blade Runner the video game. Yeah, it's fine with me.
That'd be chill. We're not sure what you'll be doing, but I mean, it looks really densely populated. I love the art style. The lighting's really cool. This is something that I'm glad to see on the Microsoft show floor.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things like Microsoft has sort of, I don't want to say lost their way, but, sort of the indie crown has kind of been taken away from them by Sony in the last couple of years, especially at bigger shows like this. But, you know, what they showed off today, plus Tacoma finally getting a release date very soon, you know, having an Xbox One now is sort of one of the best places to play all these rad indie games coming up in the next months/years.
Super exciting. But the one thing that we haven't spoken about is how we all feel about the price.
Yes, we've got a few minutes left, and that is a really good topic to hit on, because it's been very divisive, certainly on my Twitter feed. I mean, we've kind of gone on record ahead of E3 of what we think it'll be priced, what we think it should be priced.
Yeah, I got 2 of my predictions correct.
Yeah, I think you might have won. We got to check the scoring when we get back.
Minecraft 2 did not get announced. Sorry, Marty.
Not yet. We'll see. But yeah, we especially coming off yesterday the news that the Xbox One S has a temporary price cut to $200. To me, that was like, oh, this is 100% going to be $500.
Yeah.
And I tweeted that out.
I took it the opposite.
A bunch of people did. And they're like, what's your logic behind it? And I'm like, I think they're creating a divide.
Yeah.
And I think that is the divide between, like, this is the one most people are going to get, and this is the one that the hardest of the hardcore are going to get. Man, $500 is a lot of money. I don't know, like...
You spoke to Phil this afternoon, didn't you?
Yeah, I just came back from over at the Galen Center. Got to sit down with Phil, and yeah, he just wanted, his words to me were he didn't want to make a PS4 Pro clone. He was specifically like, we want to make something definitively better, and you know, the price reflects that. And the question now will be for the console customer, that's whether they have a Xbox One or PS4 or neither. Maybe they're still sitting back with a 360 or PS3, and they decide they want to go to the upgraded 4K box. Will the and it remains to be seen. We have to see the games to see will they look sufficiently better and run sufficiently better to warrant that additional $100. Yeah, I mean it's a big question. I think for how the Xbox One X will fare in the overall marketplace.
And it's so hard to see that even on the stream. You know, they show us the console, and then they show us Forza Motorsport 7. But we're not getting the stream in 4K, so it looked beautiful, but we still have no idea what it actually looks like.
But that being said, this morning all three of us played or saw Assassin's Creed Origins being played on Xbox
and
One
it
X.
looked good, but without
it's
comparison.
It's going to take me so long to say Xbox One X and not Scorpio. But we saw it being played on a dev kit, and it looked incredible. Like, it was an incredible looking game, but I don't know how incredible it looks compared to, you know, a PS4 or an Xbox One or Pro. Yeah. And also, as you saw in this entire segment, how excited we are for these smaller indie games, and how excited the three of us especially were for original backwards compatibility for OG Xbox. Those aren't things I need a $500 teraflop machine for.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of people are criticizing it for the price, and I've said on the show before that I don't think that I will buy it on launch because that's a lot of money. But I think it's meant to be an opt-in. It's meant to be for people who want extra. It's not meant to be for everyone to buy, right? So it's not like, I mean, the Xbox One S is a great console that you can get now for really cheap. So I understand that it's an opt-in for people who have that money and want the upgrade, and it is the best upgrade on the market.
And I mean, we've got about a minute and a half left, but for me, I'm not quite in the market for a 4K TV, much as I'd like to be. You know, I can't. When I buy a 4K TV, I want to buy like a good one. I don't want to just buy like the cheapest thing at Costco I can get.
Good point.
So it's like, you know, it's going to be a big investment, and I definitely don't want to spend $500 just to get super sampled images in 1080p. I mean, you know, hey, it's great that it's doing that, but at $500, I want and expect a lot more that I can't get until I can afford that 4K TV. So it's a tough. I feel like this console, yes, it's powerful and it seems like it's doing a lot, but it's caught in a little bit of a difficult place, I think.
Yeah, I completely agree. And, you know, like when a new console launches, it usually takes a year, 2 years to finally see the games where you're like, oh, this is the kind of thing that can only be done on this new hardware. And I'm curious to see how long it's going to take to see something where you're like, oh, this looks and runs so markedly better on this than it does on my original Xbox.
Yeah, and I mean, for people who aren't loyal to a console or a brand or to exclusives, people who are just looking at hardware, if you think like the $100 price difference between the PS Pro and the not Scorpio, if they want that good hardware, I feel like they would automatically go for the better one, right? If it's $100 difference, you're like, I want the best thing on the market right now.
All right, that is time for us here on this little mini episode of Unlocked. We'll have another full episode of the show for you coming up later. We've got now the Bethesda Pre-Show and a special E3 edition of Up at Noon on the way. But first, check out this exclusive new footage of Minecraft Story Mode Season 2 from Telltale.
Now, if only our way out wasn't blocked by all those freaky soldiers.
Perhaps they went away?
I'm guessing no. There are so many of them.
Stay behind me, Nerm.
Worst statues ever. Oh, geez. Big hand. Very big. Think now might be a good time for that structure block? I don't know how it works.
Try everything then. Now, please.
Oh, man.
Hello, Jesse.
It talks.
Here they come! Come on! I'll show you what we did to our enemies in Purga. Still behind me, Nerm?
Get ready, you guys. Think you're all cool because of how tall you are, huh? Proud of how tall you are? In your face. Whew. Metaphorically.
Why, hello.
Hi. Whoa, too close.
Stand still.
My sword! I can almost reach it! It's so close!
Don't worry. I've got it. Mostly.
Whoa, close call.
Jack! I'm okay. Mostly.
Oh no. Jack, I'm so sorry.
It's all right. Got my bad eye.
Up at Noon live at E3 2017 is presented by Hot Pockets.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost...
What is that? Welcome. We're doing Animal Hands.
Is it going okay? Are we off to a good
Welcome
start?
back. Okay, I'm just going to get through this. Here we go. Welcome back to IGN Live at E3. I'm Brian Altano. With me is Max Scoville, Andrea Renee, and Mike Strucker will join us in just a second. This is Up at Noon Live. What that means is that for the next 60 minutes, we're just going to have fun. We're going to relax. We're going to recap some of the conferences we've had so far.
Yeah.
Let's go through just a few. So far, we've had Microsoft. We've had EA. We've had Konami. We've had Bomberman. There was a 6-hour Bomberman live
Really?
stream. Yeah, there was a 24-hour.
Wow, I can't believe we didn't do an
telethon for
entire pre- and
Castlevania.
post-show for that.
There was a 62-day-long Frogger preview video. This has been a great E3 so far. We've got about 50 more press conferences to cover here, and then another 75 tomorrow. E3 is 11 years long now.
Yeah. Also, I want to point out that this is kind of this has ruined a lot of people's worldview. The fact that we're doing an Up at Noon at 7:30 p.m. Pacific time, and that we've pretty much just blown the roof off the fact that our set isn't real. That cantina back there, we've always been trying to act like that was a real thing. It's not. It's
wait
fake.
a minute, you guys have a set now.
It's actually
we have a JPEG.
It's a JPEG. Yeah.
We have a JPEG. Hi guys.
Hey.
Welcome to the show. Thank you so much for coming to Up at Noon at 7:30 Pacific time. Yeah. It's always noon somewhere, says the bartender. How's E3 so far? Day -2?
Negative. Yeah.
I'm not into this -2 thing.
Okay,
Like
it's
this-
just day 2?
Yeah, exactly. It kicked off yesterday with EA Play, and now we're into day 2, and that's okay.
So what do we say to people on like Tuesday where they're like, E3 is starting right now?
Nothing. You say nothing.
Do we fight them?
You fight.
We joked about Bubsy making a cut. It's like Death Note. Like I'm like, do I just resurrect franchises by joking about them? Because I've been harping about Battletoads for a while, and I was hoping we'd see that, but we.
No, they
we got one in Killer Instinct a couple years ago.
That's true.
Yeah.
Which I think there was a lot more than we needed to see because they made him like a human adult man toad.
Yeah.
Which was kind of creepy.
Yeah, he had like bills and stuff.
I'm not a fan of anybody.
Like an alimony for his frog wife.
I'm not really a fan of Oakley sunglasses to begin with. So when you put him on like a 7-foot-tall man toad, I gotta stop saying that sentence.
Man toad? Man toad. Like on your wife's exception list is the Battletoads frog
that's
now.
the one thing.
That's the one thing.
What are you guys up to at E3? Like, what do you have planned, and what do you?
Just like walking the floor, checking things out, feeling bad about myself.
Really?
Oh,
Well, because
come
it's so
on.
crowded. It's always so crowded. Like I know people are excited. I know you guys are excited about E3, but it's so crowded that like I always get this anxiety where I'm like, I don't have to do this. I don't have to be here. I also get flashbacks to when I worked at Nintendo and would do things like E3. I was also at like the 3DS announcement when there's like everyone's bum rushing you and they're like, how much does this weigh? And you're like, I don't know. Don't ask me things.
So Mike, you're doing like comedy writing right now.
Comedy writing.
You worked on Bill Nye Saves the
heavy
World.
quotes, yeah. Comedy writing.
And Andrea, you're doing What's Good Games.
Yeah.
You were just on Up and Noon a few weeks ago, but you're also doing some other stuff on the show floor, right?
Yeah, so you guys had me on the show last year, which was awesome, and I was doing a bazillion things last year. This year I'm doing even more things, which is
We just like to mess with you by putting one more thing on your plate. You're like,
No, I love
could you
coming
swing by
by
our
here.
studio at like 7 o'clock on
That's
Sunday?
that's that Up at Noon bump. Just come on over, his career blows up. Right, Mike?
Yeah, right?
It was a bump. I think Up at Noon was good for my career.
Sure. Welcome back.
After you guys got money, as soon as I left, they were like, oh, we can fund this now.
But Andrea, you're doing stuff with Jeff Keighley. You did stuff with you announced a thing with Kind of Funny last week.
Yeah.
You're everywhere.
Yeah, and what's really exciting is the girls at What's Good Games are joining me for our Facebook Live booth here at the show. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, when the expo is open, Facebook Live has this booth in the West Hall lobby where if you guys are coming to E3, you can come by and take photos and share content from the booth. And we're going to have developers coming by all day, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and doing kind of what you do here, but we don't do any demos. So it's just conversation,
Right.
it's just chats, which makes it much easier.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
It seems like there's just like an insane variety of activities for people to do when they come to the show besides just stand in line and play Zelda.
Yeah.
Since Zelda's not here this year, it makes it a lot easier for people.
So what do you want to see? What are you excited about?
I mean, my most anticipated thing of the show was the unannounced BioWare IP, which we now know is Anthem.
Yep.
The gameplay demo on the Xbox stage today looked fantastic. I think it looked very kind of Destiny, Titanfall-y in a way that is unexpected, I think, for a BioWare game. I think I want to see more about who these characters are, what the, kind of narrative is going to be, because that's why we love BioWare games, right?
Yeah. Well,
and it'll be interesting to see how it goes.
Hooking up who you can hook up with.
Yeah, that's the big
Be
part.
your fake
Who can I take home?
I think that was it. It's like Anthem. It doesn't look sexy.
It does not.
Which is so sad that like I'm a 33-year-old man. I'm like, who do I get to date in the game though?
I mean, to like make love to that big Rancor if you're high enough level, maybe.
What about
That's
two
okay
people
with me.
two people kissing while they jetpack?
Hard pass.
That's adorable. That's
that
a
would
good
be
hard pack.
pretty boss.
Is that what they're going? Oh, I thought you called it a hard pack.
No, I didn't.
Hard pass.
pass.
That's where you draw the line.
I draw the line at jetpack lovemaking.
What? You don't have to make love to the jetpack. You make. Okay, I'm not going to get into it.
I've just lost you all sponsors.
It's fine. They'll power through it.
Now, Mike, you mentioned you worked with Nintendo. How many E3s have you done?
Just one professionally.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have
And
any
then
weird...
like 20 unprofessional.
Yeah.
just slovenly shirt off.
Just big time your way in there. Like.
I was there at sort of the launch of the 3DS, sort of the big announcement of that. So that was my era of Nintendo. And it was crazy. It's crazy working at E3. I think nobody realizes how hard it is to be like a company being there, because you have so many people asking you questions, and you have people who like love the company and work for the company, and people are asking you questions like, "But will we get to see what's in Mario's pocket now?" And you're like, "I don't know. I don't know the answer to that." And then they're like, "Nothing in Mario's pocket," and you're like, "I didn't say that."
I'm really glad I never have to deal with that kind of pressure.
It's so hard.
I'll ask you that question. What is in Mario's pocket?
Some lint? I don't know.
It's not coins because they're huge, right?
There's a coin he washed, and he's really mad he washed it.
One small coin. He's got like 100 big gold coins and then this one tiny one that he saved from the first war.
Their wars?
The Mushroom Kingdom War.
The Mushroom Kingdom War.
Yeah.
When all the people got turned
That's
into
what
bricks.
it's all about.
Now, Andrew, how many E3s have you done?
This will be my 10th E3.
Holy crap.
Yeah,
That's
very exciting.
That's a lot of E3s.
Yeah, it's kind of a big anniversary for me.
Are they going to put out like an HD remaster of your first E3?
Oh gosh, I hope not. I will say though, my first E3, I got to interview Mario, Charles Martinet, who was absolutely wonderful. The guy who...
Did you check his pockets?
No, I didn't check his pockets. I was grateful enough that he even made the time to talk to me, and he was so amazing, and he gave such a fantastic interview, and he's just such a kind, nice person. I don't know if you guys have ever had him on the show,
I was at the E3 where he was working the Nintendo booth, and he was in this like Mario-shaped prison thing.
He was in a cell.
He was in a cell, and he was
he was in like a holding tank.
He was saying hello to everybody as the voice of Mario. So he was just like, "Oh, hey, nice to meet you. What's going on?"
He was like a carnival barker.
And
it was
really
like weird.
It was 3 days straight, but he would start saying very specific things. Like he'd be like,
Hey,
"Oh, look
you
at the
there."
bald guy," and I was like, "Hey, man, like,
I know what you did last summer.
summer."
What does that mean?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Terrifying. Yeah, he's a super nice guy.
Yeah.
How much have things changed since your first E3?
Not at all. It's still crazy to me that it exists.
Yeah.
It's still very fun. I get very excited about it because it has that Christmas-like atmosphere, but I'm also like, do we have to do this?
I think, like, I talk to fans now. We had an IGN meet and greet last night, and there's thousands and thousands of them coming to the show for the first time. And they're like, well, do you have any tips for me? And I'm like, you have to keep in mind that none of this is normal.
Yeah.
Like, it's really fun, but the idea of like 100,000 people getting together in the building while, like, I don't know, there's like a tank hanging from the ceiling, and it's like game trailers pumping in the corner. That's like not a normal thing for, like, we weren't designed for this.
No.
But we're making it work.
Kind of like a very large scale version of like when your friend, passes out at the party and you put a bunch of household objects on him.
Right.
It's like that, but on like a building code level. Where let's put a tank in the front and a NOS energy
I don't
drink
know if I
thing.
understand that analogy, but...
Because you're not a dude. Like, dudes, you can't fall asleep in front of other dudes because they're just like, they'll draw stuff on you.
It's like a good-natured cruelty.
Yeah. No, we drew, sure.
I think that's a good description of E3, though, is a good-natured cruelty.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys are so jaded. What are you talking about?
It's not
You were
jaded.
so excited. You don't remember walking into your first E3?
Oh, I love it.
And just like getting starstruck at all of the booths and
it's
the
insane.
noise and the people. And it was
It's
like,
insane.
it's thrilling. It's exciting. Like, so many people have reached out to me on Twitter saying, I'm going to E3 for the first time. It's like a lifelong dream of mine. And that's how I got to E3 the first time. Like, I got this like kind of like golden ticket opportunity to host for this, little site way back in the day. And it's like, I find it really, really thrilling. And I know a lot of peers of ours are like, there's all these random people who are going to be there. I'm like,
I was saying this the other
embrace
day.
it.
Like, I'll be totally, you hear me like making some jokes about the way the show floor runs and all that stuff like that. But like, if you're at E3 and you don't want to be here, quit. And give your job to one of the hundreds of thousands of people that want to be here.
It's what I did.
Yeah.
All right. But no, I mean, you're right. It's like a weird...
I also think that because I had the scarring experience, that I still have that like weird, like, it's almost like in Jingle All the Way when they open the doors and everyone wants to get a Turbo Man, and I'm like, oh, I can't go through that all the time.
Yeah.
But I still like it, and I do like that they've embraced fans. And also, this is such a sidetrack, but if you work in television, like upfronts is kind of their equivalent of E3, and E3 is so much more fun than upfronts.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, imagine all the awkwardness of E3, but none of the fun, and that's television.
Yeah. Well, you go to conventions that don't have E3 in them, and they're just like, hey, welcome to Golf World.
Yeah. I can't even imagine like a trade show that doesn't have that. Now, one thing we saw this year, we're obviously big fans about it. We talk about it every week on our stupid show that we're doing right now. Star Wars Battlefront. Like we got a new look at Battlefield, Battlefront, and it looks nuts. They got funny animals in it. Yeah.
They do.
We got like a confirmation about a funny animal. They told us that right off the bat.
Yeah, we're really bad game journalists. The devs came on them out.
Join us in just a moment, but first.
Thank you guys so much. Where are our friends? We have so many wonderful friends coming on.
Yeah,
I can't believe that, right? We did get confirmation on that.
He's tied to the desk and everything.
Yeah, we trapped him. Got him.
Up at Noon Live. IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything.
And we are back.
We're back.
Yeah.
We're doing it. We're having fun. This is live, man. This is fun. This is ridiculous.
And by that we mean we're
We're literally making it up as we go. That's the best part of it, right? That's E3. And that's what here's the thing. Like when you watch press conferences and people are like, E3 2017 promises to be feel sympathy a little bit because things get rickety.
Yeah, it takes practice, and it's okay. You can leave the mean comments on this occasion because sometimes things are a calamity. Let's talk about Battlefront for a second.
Yeah.
Now that those guys from EA aren't here, looks pretty stinky, huh?
Stinky?
No, I'm just kidding. It looks great, right?
No, it looks amazing.
Yeah, it looks like they fixed everything.
I'm incredibly excited for it.
Yeah. So one thing I was gonna. This is the thing is when we have devs on the show or whatever, and we want to talk to them about stuff. There's always going to be things that we know they're not going to answer, and it's just a waste of airtime to bring it up.
Yep.
Dude, did you catch that shot of they're fighting in Maz Kanata's kitchen?
Is that what that is?
Yeah, I was looking at it. There's that one it's like a 2-second frame where Kylo Ren and Rey are just bashing lightsabers around, but there's pots and pans in the background.
That's so weird because she runs a bar. Of course, it has a kitchen because people need their chicken tenders and stuff like that when they're drinking, right? Like those 3 wolves that live there.
Yeah, I hope those 3 wolves are in there just hanging out. And they're like, oh, look at these people fighting. It's gonna be real weird.
We should probably introduce our guests. Hi, guys.
Hey.
So
we're talking about chicken. Keep going.
We like to do this thing where we invite our friends over and then we just talk about Star Wars in front of them for as long as possible to make it awkward. Danny Fernandez and Andy Lanique.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so
Who
much
are you?
for having me.
What do you do?
I'm Danny Fernandez. I am a host at Hyper RPG and a couple of other nerd channels and stuff like that.
You're one of those just denizens of the internet.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm just all over.
And we brought you into the real world.
Yeah,
I love how there's we get these bizarre sort of Swiss Army knife descriptions if half the things on the Swiss Army knife broke off. Andy, for instance, you work for Microsoft and you Twitch stream cooking.
Yes.
Okay.
I have a show called In-Game Menu. So my whole thing is being able to make food very, very well, wrap it around gaming, and then go to Microsoft every day for work. That's what I do.
That's a good hustle.
It's like a Batman, Bruce Wayne kind of thing going on.
What a weird bunch we are.
Now, the thing you guys have in common is you both go to tons and tons of conventions.
Yes.
And you see the kind of the variety because
That's
E3,
where we see our friends.
Yeah. This is where you get wrapped up into all the goodness. You get ridiculous hugs, lots of alcohol, and then you play games for maybe 5 minutes.
Yeah.
That's it.
And so what are some of the conventions you guys have worked?
I've worked at Comic-Con was actually the first, San Diego Comic-Con was the first ever convention that I worked at. I got to host for Funimation, and I would say one of the tips that I have is, which I don't know if everyone would appreciate this or the companies, but if you know of companies that are going to be at Comic-Con, and you're interested in being there, maybe hit them up and just be like, hey, do you need an extra set of hands? Do you need extra help? Because the answer is always yes. They always have underestimated, and they always need man on the street. They need people handing out flyers. They need people handing out shirts. So that's how I originally weaseled my way in.
No, it's a really good tip. It's just cold calls, right? You're like, hey, what's
just
going
emailing.
on?
Yeah, there's so many companies at Comic-Con that they always need more help.
Because I think
volunteers.
the one thing going in,
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. They might not pay you, but you might get a badge.
But you're there, right?
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people have to pay to go to these things, so if you can get there for free.
Well, and a lot of times you don't even have to be inside. There's so much stuff going on outside. Like there's Adult Swim on the green. There's, so many parties and stuff.
No, that's true. Like, sometimes we get, in San Francisco, we have a music festival in the park, and it's called Outside Lands. And I'm like, I'm not going to pay to go inside Outside Lands. I'm going to sit outside Lands and watch the thing. And I'm like, am I pirating live music? That's sort of weird. Now, Andy, you work a lot with like influencers and
Twitch folks and YouTube folks. So I'm always at TwitchCon. I'm at PAX. I'm at Evo. I'll be at Guardian Con. I'm where all the folks who like to make all the videos are.
You could have just kept making up cons, and I would have been like, yeah. Totally.
It's funny because half of those sound made up. There's a Temple Con. There is a Momo Con.
We pitched one the other day called Con Etiquette. Yeah, which is just for people who live in Connecticut.
That's not.
And it's
not
like a real.
fake.
Now it's a real thing.
No, it's
fake.
It's a real con.
Connecticon's
real.
There's one today called KidCon that's happening today, and I was like,
that doesn't work
am I allowed?
That's what old
Is there like a white van outside?
Yeah.
Like that sounds
Should
uncomfortable.
We should sneak into KidCon.
Grown men should be at KidCon.
Don't sneak into KidCon. There's so many things wrong with that. Stop.
I look like a child. I mean, from like here up.
Now, you guys have been to plenty of conventions. We honestly don't know what E3 is going to be like now that it's open to the public. Partially, it's going to be kind of like a science experiment in that front. One thing we do know for sure is the food will probably suck because convention center food is like, it's like overpriced cafeteria food, kind of.
Soggy French fries.
Do you guys have any horror stories about that?
Yes, I accidentally ordered a tuna fish sandwich, but it's a great way to lose 5 pounds.
Oh,
you guys,
no.
Okay, now hold on. I will be on the side of the good and say you might have just had a bad reaction to that particular sandwich.
I ordered a tuna fish sandwich at a convention center.
At the
No one does that.
There are so many people working like around the clock to get food, but let me tell you right now, if you're going to be at E3 and you're going to be going for any kind of food that you're looking for right now, walk outside, go to the food trucks.
Yes.
That's where all the good stuff is. And then if you have time to walk away from the food trucks, go further. Like the farther you go from the convention, the better the food gets.
I'm glad you're saying this because you were defending that tuna fish sandwich like you made that tuna fish sandwich.
No.
I was like, was that your old beat?
No, you would have cried if I made the tuna fish sandwich.
Everyone loves a good tuna fish.
I have like just a very, very distinct memory of this pulled pork sandwich I had at one of my first E3s, and people had been like, "Yeah, don't mess with the convention center food. You don't want to do that." And then I got this, like, I'll wake up in the middle of the night and be like, "Oh, it was a bad sandwich," and I'll just be sad, and then I'll go back to sleep. But you know,
you can't go wrong with the hot dog carts.
Yeah.
Okay, they're
True.
like $1.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's real meat, but you know
matter.
what? It fills you up.
Yeah. Guys, if I could have like a behind closed door room where I could just make like waffles for like the entire con. I don't need to do any games. I don't need to demo anything. You just like you make an appointment, you eat breakfast, and you leave. Tell no one what you did.
Dude,
That's exactly what I would do at E3.
We were always tweeting about waffles. I'm trying to lose weight, and you know, I see
There's
pictures of
always
waffles,
food.
and you're killing me, man.
I actually brought you guys a snack.
Are you kidding me?
I'm sorry. I figured that
What's in
it should
there?
be a gift.
I brought nothing but
thank
my
you.
friendship.
Well, you brought that tuna fish story,
It's a
which
little
makes me
box
not
of macaroons.
Are you proposing?
Oh, shit.
No, it's just a beautiful box of snacks. That's all I wanted to give you.
That is the prettiest
Know that I gave them
I've ever
macaroons.
seen.
You know,
Did
just
this
saying, it was
small
awesome.
boutique pay you off?
There's marketing involved.
You know what I missed in there?
You're gonna bite
Tuna
into
fish.
it.
Thanks for
You're gonna bite into it. It's gonna have a diamond ring.
Thanks for bringing us the most like delicate and elegant food to eat in this like just.
Thanks for making me look like crap.
We're gonna dip into these later. I'm gonna hide these down.
I just wanted to bring something nice. You know, I never come empty-handed. You
So
bring a
Danny,
bottle of
what
wine,
do you
bring a
have for us?
sandwich.
I have
I see
my
a
love
phone.
and
Can I have
friendship.
your-
You can have my phone. Just don't scroll through
Yeah,
the
I'm gonna
photos.
take that. Please give us everything else you brought us, all of your surprises and treats.
What's the sort of craziest thing that's ever happened to either of you at a convention? Like, it's like a moment-to-moment thing, right? Where you're out there and all of a sudden, like, I almost got trampled once when they were like, a guy was like, free T-shirts, and this guy was like, oh, just, like he was wearing a shirt already.
Somebody was getting married at a hotel the weekend of Comic-Con, why? I don't know. But we actually crashed their wedding. I mean, that sounds bad. I sound like a bad
that's
person.
great. Keep going. Keep going. Yes.
But because we were semi-dressed up. But I remember sneaking up and crashing that. I don't think that's the craziest. I think that's the best thing.
No, that's pretty
probably...
crazy. Also, like, semi-dressed up doesn't cut it for weddings.
Yeah, that's
like,
true.
If you're semi-dressed up at a wedding, people are like, who's that uncle?
I wasn't like cosplaying as like Black Butler or something. I could have like snuck it. Yeah.
Gets a little weird. Now, Danny, you are a big fan of Dragon Ball Z, right?
I love it. Yeah.
Andy, what about you?
He is too. We've been talking about it.
You have no idea, dude.
Really?
Piccolo's my homeboy.
Okay, let's talk about Dragon Ball Z.
We're
Brian,
talking about
you
Dragon
take a
Ball.
short nap.
All right,
No,
I'm kicking. If you want to kick this off right now,
Okay, let's
you
talk
know
about
what
this.
we're talking about, right?
So at the Microsoft Conference,
yes.
we got a brand new 2D Dragon Ball Z game. It's called was it Dragon Ball Fighters? Fighters. Yeah.
How many Z's? One?
Just one.
Just a single.
Fighters.
Yes, it's an extension.
And it's made by the guys who make Guilty Gear, and it's like a 2.5D 3 versus 3 fighting game, which I'm so happy about, because I mean there are 3D fighters, and there people are into them, but to me, like the kind of point of entry to fighting games has always been 2D stuff, and Dragon Ball is inherently a 2D thing.
Yeah.
But like since I don't know, 15 years, 17, 18 years now, it's mostly been 3D stuff. And this looks just awesome.
It's
This is the game. I'm telling you right now,
animation.
like nothing else makes more sense in this game right now. Like I am a huge fighting fanatic. I am day one with this game.
Yeah.
It looks ridiculous. I can't wait to see the rest of the roster.
Goes together like tuna and E3.
You guys. I mean, I love that they had my man Vegeta in it. I just am. I know
But like,
that
look
they're
at the
gonna
destructive backgrounds that are like things are blowing up while explosions are happening. Like they're pounding themselves into the ground. I can't fucking wait. Sorry, I actually am freaking out a little bit. Like I am fanboying. Like I can't help it. Like
Look at how clean it looks, too.
It does, yeah.
I mean, that's kind of always been the big thing is when we see this also at Microsoft with like Cuphead, but like seeing stuff that, video games are based on old weird cartoons, or they're based on action movies, and seeing stuff that has the same fidelity as the source material and being like, oh, you like one-upped it. That's insane.
I kind of want to see like an old VHS filter over this, because it just looks like the show.
Oh yeah, no, I want some bad like bootleg VCD subtitles, and I have to get like a real player frame to go around it.
Right, have the commercials cut in there, some daytime TV.
They also had Golden Frieza though, so we know that they're probably going to have some of the characters from Super, like Beerus and.
I'm kind of glad they leaned into the more classic stuff though. Like I haven't been keeping track of
course.
Super, but yeah, like
you might need a wiki at this point.
Yeah,
not gonna lie to you. There's a lot going on.
They're on episode 95 as of yesterday.
Oh
95?
yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna catch up with that.
That's a 3-day weekend. Just lay low for a little while. Call out.
Yeah, we get all worked up about that. I hope they bring in some of like the early Dragon Ball stuff. I like it when the children fight.
Hercule.
Yeah, I think that they're going to have
Done.
Hercule. Yeah, I hope that they have Kid Trunks and Goten. And then, of course, I need to have... No, we need...
I don't want to hear it. Roshi versus Hercule.
No, I will accept Chaozu instead of Roshi or Tien.
I heard that Chaozu has this sweet move where he dies.
Yes.
Yeah, you know who does that often? Yamcha. That's what you sound like right now,
I was
Yamcha.
going to say, they might have Yamcha just watching.
What about Tonkatsu and Soba? I don't watch Dragon Ball.
Did you really just do that?
But half of them are named after food. Like,
are you hungry?
I think there is a story.
Just start naming vegetables, and you'll probably be right.
Tempura ramen. It's really good. I love that.
Anyway, where can people find what you guys do?
Yes, so I'm at HyperRPG. It's twitch.tv/HyperRPG. I actually have a Dragon Ball Super show there. We are covering the Toonami run. So if you haven't stayed up to date, don't worry. They're only on like episode 21. And I'm also at Ms. Danny Fernandez.
Awesome.
Excellent.
Simple,
and Andy?
clean. Andy_Lunique on Twitter. Everywhere else, same thing. Just look for the guy that's probably holding a frying pan in his photo. And I do nothing but post lots of food, primarily because it's the safest thing to post on the internet. No one ever yells at me for food, so that's it.
I mean, I just did, but other than me.
Right, you know what's going to happen next week? I'm going to make a tuna sandwich, and you're going to learn. Okay?
I'm not here next week. So I'm staying away from that.
Okay, just know that tuna can be beautiful. That's what we learned here today.
I want to correct you real quick. People will absolutely yell at you on the internet for food. You just have to open a restaurant first. There's a great website called Yelp.
That's right.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you guys for joining us. Have fun out there. Have a good time. We are going to take a quick moment, and we're going to run down something very special. Speaking of food, our sponsor, Hot Pockets, was nice enough to take care of us this year, and we are going to run down the hottest moments of E3. This is Hot Pockets Presents E3's hottest moments.
Hottest moments.
Yeah. There's been a lot of hot moments. Now, you might be wondering, are we talking about temperature or sexualness?
Or pure adrenaline heat.
Really just excitement, very difficult, very hard to tell.
Temporal body action.
Yeah. All kinds of hot moments. There have been some good ones. I want to talk about, I think Skyrim, that's a game where you learn how to become a dragon by yelling, I think. When they first demoed that game, there was a beautiful shot of a giant being set on fire, which I think is sort of akin to false advertising, because if you try to do that in the game, it really doesn't work out so hot.
Sensual flames.
Yeah. I think another very nice, hot, sensual moment. Oh, I don't know. What about Metal Gear Solid 5, when there's that trailer where he's incinerating people, and then he puts all that ash on his face.
Hot to trot unicorn horse.
That's they didn't actually show the unicorn horse in the trailer. It was kind
beautiful, hot and heavy unicorn horse.
Really?
Yeah, I was just gonna keep saying that.
Yeah. Man, there's been all kinds of hot moments. A very hot moment this year, of course, is the addition of the Inferno Squadron. That's the new Battlefront team.
That's true. That's an incredibly hot team.
Yeah, that's what they're called.
They're not actually on fire, like they cause fires.
Do we know that? I mean, there's flame troopers and stuff.
Flaming hot troopers.
Yeah. Look at that. The hottest moments.
Such beautiful heat.
Yeah.
It's so hot in here. I'm sweating.
You know, it was a very hot moment.
What else is a hot moment, Max?
When good old Norman Reedus showed his patoot in the Death Stranding trailer.
Ooh, hot Norman Reedus butt.
And it was just on like a beach full of shellfish and dead whales.
The Walking Dead.
That was upsetting.
That was incredibly upsetting.
Very, very upsetting.
I'm worried about you with this fire behind you, by the way.
I kind of like it. This is very festive and seasonal, isn't it? This
Incredibly
is a nice time.
hot.
Yeah.
What other hot moments have happened in our lives?
I don't know. This is kind of weird.
It is very weird.
I don't know. They showed this. There was that one demo for Uncharted 3 where they were in a burning house.
Yeah.
And it just kept getting worse and worse. I don't think that was E3 though. That was like outside of E3. That was a different
thought about
occasion.
it at E3. That counts. We heard more about
that's
Uncharted
true. You thought about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
There was also that Far Cry 3 demo that was awesome. Where like you're running around and you're fighting men, and there's a flamethrower boy, and then you go inside like that. There's a house just full of old TVs. And then Voss sets it on fire.
Just today, we got some hot moments at E3. We got the Ori 2 trailer, basically. There's a lot of fiery hotness in that one.
That's good, because there was too many blue and green things in the first one.
They burned that forest down, as they should.
Yeah, we found out that the Xbox Scorpio has a water-cooled vapor chamber.
Yeah, that's not very hot.
Vapor-cooled water chamber.
That's the opposite of hot.
Called.
That's vape-cooled.
Yeah.
That was it. That was all the hot moments at
Those
E3.
are the hottest moments at E3. Brought to you by Hot Pockets. Big thanks to you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Brian, what do you want to talk about right now?
Well, we've talked about Star Wars a lot, but one thing I realized that we didn't really talk about was Gungans. And we tried to talk about those with the developers. They wouldn't confirm or deny. But to me, Theed and Naboo and the prequels, at least The Phantom Menace, is about Gungans. These long, tall, goofy frogmen running through and just fighting bouncy balls.
I honestly, I do think we're going to get Gungans in Battlefront. I think it's going to be great. I think they're going to do it much later on, and I think they have to earn back everyone's trust first, because obviously the first Battlefront did ruffle some feathers and kind of rub people the wrong way, and then they've got to be like, hey, it's cool. You got like clone trooper Gatling guns and big badass set pieces and like an awesome story, but maybe like next summer. Gungans.
Yeah.
And you get the boomers.
So I think that's my big question about this game, right? Is like we know that Battlefront is launching with a lot more content than it did the last time around. Because I think that obviously that was just like people were very vocal about that. Like that was the one thing you did not hear the end of. There was that that JPEG going around of just like, here's what the original Battlefront had in 2005, and here's what the one in 2015 had, and check boxes. It has this, and it was like dinging it for the modes and the maps it was missing, and not really celebrating the stuff it had, and not the fact that like this was the most fully realized Endor we'd ever seen, or like this is what Hoth has never looked better. So my question to you is like, how much do you think we'll see in the box at launch versus like how much will this game grow over the course of a year?
Yeah, that'll be really cool to see. I mean, honestly, like back when the first Battlefront came out, we didn't have HD TVs. There weren't 4K consoles. 4K, I don't think that was invented yet. Probably not. I don't really know. I was in high school. I couldn't afford it either way.
4K, when we were like back that age, was probably like one guy had a 4K TV, and it was probably like $50 million. I
don't think anyone believed him. He'd be like, I've got a 4K TV, and they're like,
we were like, I don't even know what HD TV is.
All right. So we got lots more stuff coming back. We're going to take a quick break very quickly, and I hope you guys stick with us. Let's continue to hang out.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
IGN is the world's number one
E3 or Hanukkah or Easter or Halloween. What if I just did that? Just kept saying holidays.
I mean, we'd kill some time. We are here with our good friends Anthony Carboni and Alana Pierce. Anthony, you do stuff all over the place. Alana, you do stuff here and also all over the place.
Yeah, she's from like 3 desks down from you.
Yeah,
that's where you know her from.
It's my favorite band.
This is our first.
You guys have both done like plenty of E3s. Anthony, you usually host like the pre and post show stuff for Sony.
Yes.
You wear funny shirts.
But this year I'm with Rooster Teeth and YouTube Gaming.
Cool.
So we're doing all the show floor content Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah, and Alana, you've just been killing it up here. If people are who's that woman? It's like you might have that thing where you just forget everything constantly.
Yeah, I'm also actually on YouTube Gaming tomorrow night for the PlayStation Conference. So
Awesome.
Cool. There you go. Yeah, we're working together a little bit. It's cool.
Yeah. How are you guys feeling about E3 this year?
Feels good, man.
Yeah.
Feels like a good year. Yeah.
What's your I don't know what kind of a legal minefield you're normally in, but what do you make of that? What do you make about Xbox Scorpio?
Oh,
the One X.
Well,
it's
taken a minute.
Yeah.
They sent out those scorpion lollipops and everything. What a waste! All those scorpions died.
What a waste of perfectly good scorpions.
Well, hey, they're not cheap.
Scorpions are not cheap.
Yeah.
No, they're not cheap, but their favorite way to die is surrounded by lollipop candy. So
That's true.
That's on record.
They died doing what they loved.
It's like a cheap, sweet version of Jurassic Park.
It is with blue raspberry.
But really, what did you make of the whole Microsoft thing?
I think it's great. You know, I think one of the things that really bums me out about the PS4 Pro and the Xbox One X is the big push of 4K.
Yep.
Speaking as somebody who has a 4K TV, has a PS4 Pro, has a sick gaming rig with all the lights,
yeah.
The lights.
Dude, a sick gaming rig has at least 4 different colors of lights, and I have all 4 of them.
Mine only has 3.
Yeah, get wrecked.
I'm
noob.
actually not joking.
So, 4K isn't the big thing for me here. The big thing for me here is HDR for sure. If you have an HDR TV, that makes a much bigger difference than 4K.
All about that high dynamic range.
Yes, it looks.
It does make
so
a huge
good.
difference, especially to things that are like just subtle lighting.
Yeah.
Like looking at a sun in one game with HDR on versus off.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Those
it's
God
like you're up to
rays
saturate.
in Horizon.
That's
were
exactly
just
it.
like, ooh, those
That
like
was-
BBC skies.
I had mild buyer's remorse about the PS4 Pro here and there because I was like, a lot of people supporting it yet. And then I saw the sunrises in Horizon. I was like, I'm in.
Yeah.
But that's exactly it. Like you can go out and get like a low budget 4K TV that doesn't have HDR, but you're kind of missing the point.
Yeah.
But I think this whole thing of like these mid console generational shifts into new consoles, we used to just go like, oh, we're in the 5th generation of consoles, and now we're in this weird like half brother step sister thing. Like it's very odd.
I don't think, and this is like, I don't know how popular this opinion is. I think you mostly don't need these things.
Yeah.
I think you mostly don't.
No.
Like if you're if you're the video game equivalent of a home theater enthusiast, these things are great.
Yeah.
I think they're better for frame rate and for high detail and for HDR, but they are great.
Yep.
But you're probably good with what you've got.
Yeah, so that was my big takeaway from the Microsoft presser was like, I don't feel like I'm missing out, and I don't feel super obligated to buy a One X, and I'm okay with that. And, like they were like, hey, here's a brand new thing. It does really cool stuff. And here's an hour worth of brand new games that you can play on the machine you already have.
Yeah, they put a price drop on the Xbox One S today as well. So I think even they're acknowledging that. They're like, this console is for people who already have all of these games and are really all about hardware and want that upgrade. I don't think they're expecting everyone to go out and buy it. And, I'm not going to. Like, I'm a really good example of someone who plays a ton of games.
Yeah.
I don't have a 4K TV. I'm not going to spend $500 on a new console.
No, I think we kind of psyched ourselves out because we're like, we're thinking like, oh, if the sky is falling, it's going to be new consoles already. We just bought the old ones a measly number of years ago, and they're like, these aren't the next generation.
They announced the PS4 Pro, and I just picked up my PS4 and I just threw it into a wheat thresher.
Yeah, basically a wheat thresher.
A wheat thresher. That's the real next gen console right there.
Specifically because I thought they were going to announce the Pro.
If you're playing the wheat thresher drinking game at home, get started.
Get started.
Yeah. We're doing it at E3.
So, like, what I think is really cool is obviously with with Sony, and we haven't even seen what they have up their sleeve because they're still doing their conference tomorrow or the next day or
They're
next
also
week.
very lucky with not getting a lot of leaks.
Yeah, that's true. So
Yeah.
whatever they're showing, either it's boring or we don't know what it is, But in the case of
Shenmue 4.
I think it's more. What? You just finished the other.
Or the leaks have happened.
The Kickstarter.
Maybe the leaks have happened and we haven't seen them. They've been wrong. That there was that Best Buy leak today about the Xbox Scorpio.
Yeah.
And we're like, Best Buy leaked the name. I'm like, no, they didn't.
Yeah.
No, they put up a placeholder.
Yeah.
This is what stores do.
Yeah. we've been kind of wondering like what is Microsoft's role at this point in this generation of consoles life cycle? Like Nintendo sort of shows up. I can't tell if they're like really late to the current party or really early to the next one.
But the Switch is awesome. It's established itself, and it's like, okay, it might be less powerful, but it's doing something cool and portable that nobody else is doing.
Nintendo consoles are like Star Trek movies where like every other one is good.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it's like, just get the even-numbered Nintendo consoles.
Yeah. I liked the Wii U.
Me too.
I enjoyed it. It was fine.
It was fine.
It's
hard.
fine.
It's hard to go back to. I'll say that. But I do think it's kind of amazing that like your two options of the consoles that have been that are launching this year is like this portable toy with like neon sticks on the side and like the most powerful video game system ever made.
I think the moment I played something on the Switch, though, even though it's like, oh, Nintendo underpowered, looks like a toy. The moment I played one thing on the Switch, I want everything on the Switch.
Yeah. Persona 5, man. I want that on the Switch.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you had told me that the first reference to the Nintendo Switch at an E3 press conference would have been during Microsoft's conference, I would not have believed you.
Yeah.
But we haven't heard the word Switch, but we saw a Switch in Minecraft, which means that the Switch version of Minecraft will communicate with the Xbox One version of Minecraft.
Yeah.
I kind of like that whole
I actually reviewed it just last week, and it was officially my highest scoring game ever for my reviews, and at 9.5. It's the highest I've ever scored a game. And it's
Switch for Minecraft?
Yeah, it's awesome, but the fact that it doesn't have party chat right now means it's super limited.
Yes. I got super hooked on that game again. I'm one of those people that like
Minecraft.
every couple years I get right back into Minecraft. I build my dirt house that eventually becomes amazing. That first night in Minecraft is always great.
Oh, it's terrifying.
Yeah.
Can we talk about your joke tweet then about Minecraft 4K?
Yeah.
Because I like your joke tweet. That's a good joke tweet.
Thank you.
But I don't think that's
for
how
those
you
of you
really
watching
feel.
at home, Brian tweeted out one of the blocks and said, "I can't wait to see this in 4K."
Yeah.
Well, because I think that was like the running theme at their conference today, right? It was just like, we have the most powerful video game system ever made. Here's like a ghost in the forest that somebody drew. And you're like, well, I don't really know if like 4K HDR teraflops.
Real talk,
Here's a rectangular
I
shape.
think the next Ori game, if that's what you're referring to, is going to look amazing
It's gonna look so
in
good.
4K.
You're really good at deducing the nonsense that I'm talking about.
You got a ghost in a forest, Ori.
Yeah.
Can we take a minute and just give
But I do want to say before we move on to something else with Minecraft 4K, if you are somebody who has played Minecraft with visual mods before and you've added like the lighting and the shadows and everything, it's ridiculously weird how beautiful Minecraft can be.
No, it's kind of
The
awesome.
music as well, right?
Yeah,
It is really pretty.
Alana, I don't know if you noticed this, but the Switch version of Minecraft is gigantic.
Yeah.
And I built a treehouse that was amazing, and then I went out foraging, and then I lost it. And for like, I don't mean like I lost it. Like I lost my house, and I walked around for like an hour being like, where is my house? But if the draw distance had been, that much better through 4K.
Brian roleplays as somebody's grandpa.
Do you guys want to start a Minecraft show? We just talk about Minecraft for an hour?
I think so, yeah. I mean, I felt like a senile old
Finally,
man.
2017, the year of Minecraft. Finally, Minecraft gets a year of its own.
It was, it was like in Breaking Bad where Walt has to pretend that he got lost for a while because he was cooking meth in the trailer.
It's just like that. You're right.
You should watch Breaking Bad, dude. It's a really good show.
Or play some Minecraft.
Too, yeah. One or the other.
Hey, you made me listen to all that Dragon Ball nonsense back there.
Is this your revenge? Yeah. All right.
E3 is longer than ever right now.
Yeah.
That's really what it's coming down to. I tweeted another thing. This is not the whole show where we'll just retweet my stupid jokes. But I talked about the other day about, like, I don't know what day 1, day 0, day 3 anymore. We talked about it with Andrea and Mike earlier. Is this, like, where does E3 go from here? Does it need, like, a president that reigns
I want it to
in?
be like, I want E3 from now on to be like a 7-day cruise, like when old rock bands get back together. Like
You started with 7 day, and I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And then you said cruise, and I was like, go on.
Like
There
a
we go.
14-day cruise where you're trapped on a boat with all your favorite developers.
Like Gilligan's Island?
Yeah, like the Weezer cruise or like a
It's
ship
either
or
the
something.
next big convention or the next Resident Evil game.
Yeah.
One or the other.
Look, honestly, I think that maybe it'll take a decade, but with EA Play and with PSX, I think that the future of E3 is going to be publishers splitting up and doing their own things.
Yes.
Nintendo have already been so successful with managing their own messaging for the Nintendo Directs. PSX is hugely successful. I mean, they announced The Last of Us Part 2 there. They don't need E3 to do that, and it still took the world by a storm. We know that games like Red Dead Redemption can be announced without E3. So it's like, I think that these publishers are going to start splitting off and doing their own shows and announcing things by
Well, it
themselves.
makes a lot of sense. You can do it whenever you want. You can control your message. There's no reason that everybody has to announce all their big things on the same day every year.
Yeah. I mean,
That's ridiculous.
it's the same deal as the old holiday season. I think there was a time when E3, when it was first started, it made a ton of sense because games were physical only. There was no streaming. You're not going to find a TV channel that's going to put on an entire week's worth of video game content. And so
you
they
have
were
to have everyone physically in one place.
Exactly.
We don't need that
It
anymore.
made a ton of sense, and now it's, and also like at the same time, people were only buying video games for kids. Like it was a Christmas present, you know. It was, you buy it in November, and that's when things always come out. And we're moving past that, where people are gaming year round, and there's live and active communities constantly.
Yeah, it's nuts. It seems like the theme of the last few years has been that every rule we had growing up with video games is out the window now. Like you basically you had to launch consoles in the fall. Nintendo was like, nah, how about March? And it's, oh, okay, it's going to sell a ton. You had to get announcements at E3. There was like basically no, like holiday season only happened in the holidays, and now it's just a full year.
Well, it lets these companies work to their strengths too. Like going back to Nintendo, I like every single Nintendo Direct that comes out more than I like every single Nintendo E3 press conference combined.
Do you remember the last Nintendo Direct, which I think is going to be like the one we get on Tuesday morning? That's just it was
with the puppets.
Well, that was a good one. I always love the new puppets. The scary thing about those puppets, by the way, is that they retire them at the Nintendo World Store in New York City. So every time I'm in town in New York, I'll go over there and there's just this glass display case that has like 3 like limp Star Fox guys and then like this Miyamoto puppet, and he's like, so it's very terrifying.
And when Reggie and Miyamoto are not on stage, their souls are inside of those puppets, and that's how they will live forever and continue making these games.
Cool with it. What do you guys think Miyamoto is going to be wearing this year?
Like that's a weird question.
No, he usually has like a T-shirt, or he has a sword. He has like an item.
A onesie.
A onesie.
Yep. Like a Bowser onesie.
It's maybe. A Kigurumi year. 2017, Minecraft and Kigurumis.
Guys, we're going to talk more about Kigurumis in just a second. We're going to take a very quick break, and we'll be right back.
Let's pretend we're talking like they do on a television.
Up at noon, live at E3.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
2 friends, 1 controller. IGN's linked together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild.
And
we are back. We're back.
We're back.
You want to say it the same? One.
We were gone for literally 25 seconds.
Yeah, that was short.
Yeah, but I don't have any object permanence, so I was really scared that you guys died.
Yeah.
Are you like a dog when we leave the room and you just
time
panic?
stops?
Exactly.
Yeah. So you guys want to talk a little bit about what E3 looks like this year for you? What are you excited about?
I'm so tired already, but still like running on excitement. So obviously we've got Ubisoft tomorrow morning. Expecting to see probably a little bit more of Assassin's Creed. Totally want to see some South Park and to see more about Far Cry, which is something that I desperately want to see gameplay for. And it'd be insane if we didn't see more gameplay of that. That's pretty much just guaranteed.
They have a really cool repertoire of games like in their stable right now.
Yeah.
Like everything they're doing with Far Cry and Assassin's Creed and South Park are just tremendously interesting, but all completely different from each other. And I think there was like that idea that like Ubisoft games were all exactly the same. It's all about like ticking off that little mini map and climbing towers and stuff like that. And we're not really getting that anymore. Like they got rid of the map in Assassin's Creed.
They're trying to pull away from that. Have you guys read that? I think it might have been on Polygon Ubisoft game review. Someone wrote this really great review that was just of every Ubisoft game that was like, the protagonist doesn't have a lot of personality and you focus on the mini-maps too much. Like, it was just like, they're so followed an archetype. And I think this is the year where they're totally different.
Yeah.
Do you guys think this is going to be in the Animus, or is this going to be just in history?
I actually played it this morning. Didn't see any references to the Animus whatsoever, but it's hard to say. The thing that makes me think that it won't is that they're going with Origins. It's the start of the Brotherhood. So, I mean, with the way Abstergo tech works, they shouldn't, in theory, be able to go back that far.
You and I have talked about this before, where it's just like, I am totally cool with them dropping the Animus.
Yeah, totally.
Totally cool with them dropping the Animus.
I wanted them to do that in 4.
I feel like that framing device is great, and it was an interesting and wonderful way to get us involved in the series, but now we're involved and we have this backstory, and it's okay not to connect it back to the current day.
Well, then they said the thing about the movie, even before the movie came out, they're like 70% of it takes place in current day, and I was like, why did you tell us that? Like, I don't want to know the percentage of anything going into anything, ever.
You go into the Assassin's Creed movie, and it's just those, like, slow-moving Desmond Miles jumping, like,
I love the real-world stuff in Assassin's Creed 1. Like, the way that it slowly unfolded this story, I actually preferred the real-world stuff in that game to the history stuff. But beyond that, it was like, oh, I fell in love with Ezio. And then we had Brotherhood and Revelations. Revelations did a really good job of jumping between Altair and Ezio in a really sweet way. But beyond that, I was like, I don't want any of this. Like, Connor Kenway, even then, I was like, I don't want any of the Animus in any of these games. It started really strong.
I heard a rumor about the new Assassin's Creed game that it has camels.
Yeah, that's not a rumor. They showed it.
I heard a rumor that I saw.
That's not how rumors work. But
yes, it is. Trust me, I understand all things about camels.
I got a secret rumor in my email that was called Ubisoft press release.
Hey guys, I got a rumor that
Creed Origins.
They're doing E3 this year. Did you get to see the camels?
No, I didn't see any camels. Mostly what I did was I ran around the city, explored a bunch, and was impressed by how much people in the city seem to actually interact with my presence. You know, a lot of the time in an Assassin's Creed game, aside from people sort of being like, ah, when you walk past, and just like stumbling over you a little bit. It felt like people sort of like nodded at me or waved or something like that, which is supposed to be to do with this main character going back to the town that he was from. And it was just felt very dense and populated and alive, and especially comparing that to, I didn't play Syndicate, I played Unity last, and Unity still had the whole, just people just freaking out whenever you brush shoulders with them.
I am ready for them to make me excited about an Assassin's Creed game again. You know,
which was the last one you were super excited about?
3. Honestly, it was 3 because of boats.
Black Flag rules, though.
Black Flag was great. But like I got the boats that I wanted in 3. Black Flag was just more of the boats.
I heard a rumor there were boats in that game.
There are boats in the new one also.
That's awesome.
You can just kind of jump on them whenever you want to.
Did you guys catch that like weird basilisk thing in the trailer? Like it's like a big lizard dragon thing. Are they adding like fantasy beasts all of a sudden?
So. I am all about that.
Like what if they just throw it out the window? I mean, we've got like Call of Duty wound up with spaceships and zombies and Jeff Goldblum. Like, it's not completely far-fetched that Assassin's Creed would gradually iterate. We got a Far Cry about cavemen.
I mean, if the animus is based on memories, you could have wrong memories. Like, you could be like, and then my uncle, the dinosaur, who was a millionaire, gave me a beautiful wife. And you're like, what are you doing?
That's true.
It's lying.
Assassin's Creed is now just a Chuck Tingle book?
Yeah,
like,
it's
what
just
is going
completely
on?
insane.
I mean, I feel like Assassin's
down with
Creed
that.
has always limited the fantasy based on the animus in kind of dumb ways. It's like, oh yeah, he's learning to run and jump because he's climbing in the past. Like none of it makes any sense.
Right.
And then we have the Apple of Eden, and we have the ability to like search and synchronize for things. It just none of it made any sense. If they get rid of that, they're basically getting rid of the things that are holding them to one specific set of lore. They can get crazy with it if they go down.
It seems like in general this game is having more fun with itself. It seems like lighthearted and like not lighthearted, but it just seems a little more colorful and just ambient. Like I'm trying to figure out exactly where this fits.
It reminds me a lot of the first one. In the first one was about like, hey, let's let you get lost in this place. You have to remember it by memory. You have to feel like this is a place that you haven't been before, and it's like a little bit of a fantastic reimagining of this historical setting.
Also pickpocket this guy 20 times.
Yeah, 20 times, sure. And hopefully we won't get as much of that. Hopefully we've come a little bit of away from there.
I mean, like we talk about Ubisoft games becoming formulaic after time, they took 2 years off and they made this game that is incredibly different at a glance. Like what, I don't, it's got a lot of RPG mechanics. The combat looks pretty different.
It's really customizable.
May or may not be dragons.
There's effectively loot drops. There was one thing I did where I stole someone's boat, went out into the water, and it told me that I was over something that had like sunken treasure, so I swam down there, then opened up my inventory after I'd looted it and found that there was something glowing in my inventory, meaning that I had found a bow that was better than the bow I had equipped. So it's like you'll actually be looting and trying to find rare items all around the world, and I feel like it's going to be really interesting for the community to be like, check out this cool thing I found.
Yeah.
I'm excited about it.
Cool. Well, we've got lots more coming up. Obviously, we've got Bethesda's press conference coming up very shortly, and we are just standing by for that. But we've got plenty of coverage coming up very soon. We'll have Ubisoft at noon Pacific time on IGN Live, right after at 3, and full coverage of Sony's events at 6. We're just doing this nonstop. We got Ubisoft press conference, IGN Live, it just keeps going.
And then the 72-hour Frogger live stream.
Right. Now, before Up at Noon ends, we have something very special. We got a new Resident Evil game a few months ago, so we're probably not going to get a sequel this year, but there is going to be an all-new animated movie coming out very soon called Resident Evil Vendetta, and we have an exclusive, never-before-seen clip of it. Resident Evil Vendetta hits select theaters on June 19th, which is very soon, and it'll be available digitally the next day if you don't like going to the theater or whatever. And then it's getting a full physical Ultra 4D, 4K, HD, Ultra Turbo Blu-ray DVD combo pack. The thing you put in the machine to watch it, and that's coming out July 18th. So stick around and take a look at this, and we've got plenty more stuff coming up.
When I was a kid, I used to think about the kind of man I'd grow up to be. I never thought my life would turn out this way.
So you're Chris Redfield. The expert on the living dead. The big hero. Bet you killed a lot, huh? So, Mr. Expert, any advice on dealing with them?
Yeah. You got friends?
Sure. I got friends.
Family?
Yeah. I got a wife. My folks. A little sister.
There's corporations out there creating viruses, turning people into bioweapons. People like you and me. Your friends. Family. There'll come a day you'll be faced with a decision. Kill them, or be killed. Doesn't sound very heroic, does it?
Sorry.
We're approaching the target, so let's go over everything one more time so there's no mistakes. The target is Glenn Arias. He's wanted internationally for weapons trafficking. And we're not talking about M16s and IEDs here. We're talking cutting-edge shit. He likes doing business anywhere there's a major conflict. Intel says that Arias is now in possession of a BOW, aka bioorganic weapon. That's why the BSA is here. They know how to handle those things.
One of our undercover agents, Kathy White, went missing a couple weeks ago along with her son, Zach. We have two objectives today. Find them and grab Glenn Arias.
Com check.
No movement outside the compound.
Split up into 3 teams. We're going in.
Clear.
Jesus.
Are you okay?
Up at noon, live at E3.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we got your all-access pass. IGN, live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN, live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
2 friends, 1 controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3. I'm Damon Hatfield. Earlier today, we took you to Microsoft's press event. Very soon, it's going to be Bethesda's turn, and we'll take you to Los Angeles Center Studios as soon as it starts. But first, it's time to welcome the rest of the team for the pre-show. Joining me tonight is Lucy O'Brien, Miranda Sanchez, and James Duggan. Ladies and gentlemen, you having a good time? Enjoying today?
Absolutely.
Staying hydrated, I hope?
Trying.
Between
the coffee.
It's a long haul.
This is a late one.
This is a late one, yeah. Bethesda's starting a little bit later this year. We've got a lot to cover tonight, including the new Wolfenstein, Fallout VR, and this rumored Starfield, whatever that may be. Be sure to tune in tomorrow at noon because we'll be back for complete coverage of the Ubisoft press conference, and then we're off to the Sony E3 briefing at 6. Sandwiched in between all that, we've got hours of live demos and a whole lot more. So let's kick off this discussion about what we expect to see tonight. One game we know exists and we want to get details about is Wolfenstein: The New Colossus. If you remember last year, this was sort of hinted at in Bethesda's conference last year. James, what do you think the New Colossus is?
Well, I hope it's a new Wolfenstein game.
Well,
and I hope that it also exists in the New Order kind of universe, if you will. So it's an alternate timeline where the Axis forces, and specifically the Nazis, won World War II and have kind of since gone about their evil plans, and you come in as BJ Blazkowicz and blast the whole thing to all high heck.
Yeah.
So now I have no idea where that goes from there. If you'll remember, we left off on kind of a questionable note with our protagonist. It was a more narratively driven game than Doom, but I feel like it will probably take some lessons learned from Doom 2016 in terms of some of the conventions of first-person shooters, things like bosses and tempo and pacing and stuff like that.
Lucy, Miranda, what are you guys hoping to see?
I mean, I remember going and playing Wolfenstein at QuakeCon years ago. I mean, like, wow, this is great. And, like, more of that.
Yeah.
A revamp for now would be amazing. Like, I absolutely am down with everything Duggan said.
I'm really keen to see the story move on from BJ.
Yeah?
And
someone else, okay.
I'm on first name basis with the guy. And you know, look towards the rebels, the resistance fighters who were left behind, still fighting the Nazis, because as James mentioned, you know, spoiler alert if you haven't played the New Order, but
They had plenty of time already. Should be caught up.
basically at the end, you know, our protagonist sort of sacrifices himself. It's not clear whether he survived or whether he died. It was strongly hinted that he did, like, sacrifice himself, you know, the honorable hero sacrifice. So I'd really like to see, you know, the survivors, what they're doing, what Anya's doing, that crowd. Like, I think that could make for a really interesting new dynamic to that particular story.
There's just so much more potential with that, too. Like, if you take that ending away and him not having that sacrifice, it just kind of dilutes it a little bit, you know?
Exactly.
Sure. I also think he's occupying a very similar Venn diagram as the Doom guy. Granted, he is a deeper character. He has motivations. He has a background story, and he doesn't just punch everything. But they are both kind of these like buff white dudes who just kind of, their best answer is to shoot it, a Marcus Phoenix type character. So yeah, it would be cool to explore some other characters if this is a series that is going to go on, which inevitably it will.
Yeah, well, especially because Anya had, like, he and Anya had such a, like, fantastic relationship that felt really real. She wasn't there as a token kind of love interest at all. She was very much part of that fight. So I'm very keen to see what she's up to.
Fantastic. In recent years, Bethesda has had a lot of luck bringing back these sort of a little bit more simpler and focused first-person shooters that don't take themselves too seriously. Doom was another big hit last year. So, yeah, do you think they'll kind of stay in that sort of vein, another Wolfenstein with the same mood?
Yeah, I think so. I think that they're probably, since Doom has kind of occupied this space that's pure action, just pure kind of badass gameplay, they are going to hopefully inhabit a more narrative space with Wolfenstein, but maybe not. As long as it's fantastic gameplay. Remember, it's cover-based. There's more stealth gameplay in that. As long as it's cover-based, as long as the combat is good, new enemies are being presented, and interesting bosses with some unique mechanics, I'm sold. I don't think they need to iterate a ton. I think they can just come out with another episodic kind of thing, and I will play it.
Yeah, I don't think they'd want to cross those tones either. Like, Dune has its own style, and that's very much its thing, and I don't think I'd want that to bleed over into Wolfenstein.
Yeah, Wolfenstein very much it had an emotional heart to it. Like, it had a real, I felt for everyone in that game, you know? It was there were moments that were really moving. You had to make really tough calls, and yeah, I mean, Doom is very much its own beast, as you say, Miranda, and it should really occupy that space and have Wolfenstein, you know, it's still silly, it's still, you're shooting Nazis, like Nazis upon Nazis upon Nazis, monster Nazis. But it treads a really like fine line between that and you know, really emotional storytelling, and it does so really well. So I hope that it stays like that.
Now, in addition to Wolfenstein, there is lots of talk that we'll get a sequel to The Evil Within. All sorts of hints and leaks about that game. Lucy, you reviewed the original Evil Within.
I did.
For IGN.
Yeah, and all the subsequent DLC as well.
So what would you like to see from a sequel?
Well, see, I don't know if you remember this, Damon, but last time we were sitting here, this time last year, I was like, all I want to see is a sequel to The Evil Within, and I've had to wait a whole year. So I'm pretty sure they're going to announce it this year. There have been a couple of leaks flying around. I'm really excited for it. I'm just really curious as to who the protagonist is going to be for the sequel. Because, of course, in the first game it was Sebastian, and in the subsequent DLC packages it was Julie Kidman, and her story is way more focused on kind of stealth survival horror. She was much more of a vulnerable character than Sebastian was. Sebastian was a little bit of a bullet sponge compared to Julie. So I'm really keen to see where they're going to take the sequel, whether they're going to, Shinji Mikami, I presume, is coming back to direct. I really hope he is. I'm really keen to see which direction they're going to take it in. Are they going to go a bit more like bombastic and action heavy with Sebastian, or are they going to take it into a more kind of like I'm terrified for my life survival horror with Julie, or is it going to be a new character altogether? I don't know.
Yeah, so for my own selfish reasons, I'm definitely leaning on the former. Like, Sebastian's gameplay is just what I needed. Like, I am a very scared small lady, and I'm just like, please let me have a gun. Please let me be able to shoot them. Scare me a few times, but like, let me have that control. And I think that it did it really well, and that's what I really liked about Evil Within. So I hope that kind of comes back. But I would not be disappointed if we went with the latter, which is a lot more stealth-based, like survival horror.
Sure.
I think the somewhat shootery horror game has evolved over the past few years, and I think I finally saw the iteration of it that I really liked, and that was Resident Evil 7.
Sure.
And it did a fantastic job of giving us these different segments of gameplay. One is chase-based, the other, they're enemies that you can definitely kill. You know, you can shoot your dad with a shovel, like carrying a shovel, and you shoot him as many times as you want, he's not going to die. And then there were these exploratory moments and also this puzzle gameplay. So ultimately, I think, like, I ran into a place with Evil Within where they made ammo scarce, which I do think you need to do, but at some point its scarcity took away from the game experience, and I had to like load back up an old save and be more conservative. And that wasn't necessarily a good feeling for horror. So I think, I don't know, I would like to see it take some hints from Resident Evil 7.
I mean, there's definitely a balance between that. It's just like if you're giving the option for gunplay constantly and then you start limiting that all of a sudden, like it feels a little wrong sometimes.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see if Mikami has taken cues from horror games subsequently. Obviously, more modern horror games, especially those born in the indie space, have been far more relentless. Like I reviewed Outlast 2 recently, and that is so full on as a game. I mean, you were powerless essentially in that game. You know, you were just a vulnerable meat thing. And, it's all about instant death and hiding and that sort of thing. So, it'll be interesting to see where the balance lies with the Evil Within 2.
Can I ask, have you tired of that yet? Because I'll say that I played Amnesia: The Dark Descent, one of my favorite horror games of all time. Went back and played it. It still kind of holds up, but that genre, the colloquially labeled peek 'em up, hiding in a closet like, oh, is the bad guy still there? I've totally tired of that genre and those motifs, and I'm ready to move on. And I think that a lot of horror and dread is having some power to expend at these terrifying enemies, but questioning whether it's enough and whether you'll survive. Look at a Minecraft creeper, for instance. That's a very easy enemy to kill, but also super terrifying.
Yeah. I mean, I think definitely what was it called?
Peek 'em up.
Peek 'em up. The peek 'em up model.
Trademark.
Amazing. Works for shorter experiences. Obviously, the Evil Within was a 20 to 30 hour experience, depending on how good you were. I wasn't very good. And so therefore, obviously, there would have to be a bit more sort of cadence with that experience. You would have to be more powerful in certain areas, otherwise you just get exhausted. I mean, if I played Outlast 2 for more than 10 hours or whatever it is, I probably would have quit my job and not be here today.
You mentioned Resident Evil 7.
Yes.
A great game that I also very much enjoyed. You could play through that whole game in VR. So I wonder if they'd want to add some VR to Evil Within.
I would hope so. I mean, she's like, no, I'm out.
It was hard not to make it through the first one.
I would really hope so. I think that that Resident Evil 7 was a fantastic example of how you can have a full-on horror experience in VR and sort of not become too exhausted. But again, an Outlast 2 style peek 'em up in VR, that's too much.
Yeah, very subjective too. I'm sure if it does come to VR, Destin Legary will be the first to do how scary it is and get Miranda as his first victim.
They haven't gotten me yet.
Oh, really?
Not yet. I
This time,
refuse
maybe.
every time. Just like, guys, I will have a panic attack. I need to stay out of that.
That's not really fun to watch.
No.
Well, speaking of VR, we were promised that Fallout 4 VR would make an appearance steady through this year. Could Fallout 4 VR finally be the killer app that could really get people excited about VR?
Oh, I am very skeptical about that because while I love Fallout 4 so much, I don't know how long I could actually have a headset on to play that game. Because I spent like 100 plus hours in Fallout 4, and I don't know if I could sit there in VR 100 plus hours. So I think maybe that would be fun for like smaller adventures, or if you have a very certain kind of play style that you want to go through. Like there are different ways that I haven't explored in Fallout yet that I think that would be great to do in VR, just because it is a different experience. But I could not do another 100 plus hours in VR. As much as I'd like to run around with Dog Me in the Wasteland.
Right. To your point about VR tolerance, I think this is a really good test. Because I have kind of seen that there's this dichotomy of people like the Dan Stapletons of the world who can literally have an Oculus on for 12 hours a day and then get up to get something to eat and drink and be fine. And then there's me, who I do start getting motion sick, especially in a conventional movement game. So this will be a really interesting test to see if you can stomach VR for something like a Fallout 4 experience. I would imagine it's going to be the entirety of Fallout 4 and not just a vertical slice or some cool VR narrative set in the Fallout universe. I do hope it is the full game.
Yeah, that's how they positioned it when they revealed it, with that it was the full experience. You're going to go wander the wasteland, go find some Deathclaws and have a good time. My thing is, I hope they would sell some sort of augmentation for your VR headsets that would cushion it, so you can play for a real long time. Because that's my biggest problem is that the headset just gets way too heavy on my face. It's like you get those little indents and you gotta take a break.
So it comes with like a little add-on, the game, and you get the add-on.
Extra Pip-Boy headset thing, just brand it. I
just brand
it. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I was really surprised last year when they announced Fallout 4 for VR. It didn't seem to me to be the obvious choice, and I know that obviously immersion is what Bethesda Game Studios games are all about. Plunging you into this amazing world that they've created, and you can go anywhere and you can do anything. That's the promise. But again, I'm with you. Like, I just can't, unless it's tailored, as all our VR experiences really have been so far. I mean, at least the ones that are memorable to me, tailored to VR in some way. I can't really see myself playing more than a handful of hours just to see what it's like.
Sure. It does seem like a good potential candidate to me in terms of taking a big AAA open world game, converting it to VR. Because at least Fallout doesn't have to be a fast-paced experience if you don't want it to be, right? Because you can use the VAT system. So you do sort of avoid some of that, the fast-paced motion sickness-inducing motion there. Plus, there's the fact that Fallout, just that series, is super popular. So if you do want to get people excited about VR, that franchise would seem to be a good candidate for that.
Yeah, I agree.
I think we are going to take a quick break in just a moment here, but our Bethesda Pre-Show will be back in just a minute. Stay tuned.
IGN Live. Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
Two friends, one controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by two players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide. Welcome back to IGN Live at E3. We're a few minutes out from Bethesda's press conference and running down what games we expect. So let's talk Quake Champions. id Software reboots have had a pretty good track record the past few years, so the bar is pretty high. James,
yes,
you've spent some time with this game.
I have.
Lay it on us.
The games like it.
What do we expect?
So at first, I think the dirty word here is Overwatch clone. And I think that when everybody saw it, they were expecting this. And I can say wholeheartedly that it's not. It is taking some motifs from MOBAs that's a loose, the hero shooter. But ultimately, these characters with these identities and abilities that kind of correlate to those is something kind of plucked from the Dota fabric, and it's applying it to a shooter, but in a way that is 99% shooter and 1% kind of skill. And so you have these heroes like Anarchy and like Nyx who have these active abilities. They have a single active ability. So unlike Overwatch, which has 3 and ultimates and all this stuff, they just have 1 active ability. But then the thing that is really defining them is their movement speed, their stats, hitboxes, things that don't sound like a big deal to the average shooter dude. But if you're a Quake player and a Quake 3 Arena player and a Quake Live player, you know that stuff is make or break. So it's interesting to see if they can, my phone just dropped, if they can capture both the hardcore shooter audience, like the Quake audience with this, and kind of the hero audience, because, I don't know, it's a very interesting dichotomy that they're trying to...
Well, so what's your impressions so far? You've spent some time at the game.
I have. I quite like it. I think that what they really need to do with this conference is give people a reason to play. I think that they need to say, hey, open beta is happening right now. Open beta is live. You can go on. You don't need to register for a key. You can just get straight into the game and play it. Maybe they do some kind of cool promotion where if you own, if you play Quake Champions, you get a Quake character in Doom as a skin for multiplayer. They really need to think outside the box, because what the most dangerous thing about this game right now in its current state is it's in this very granular state of development and beta, and these types of games can die on the vine if they don't have a clear launch and they don't have a clear point where the player base starts ticking up. I think it's easy enough to get a closed beta key that at this point they really need to figure out how do we get people into this game, because it is ultimately free to play, but you can also purchase it, which is weird. But
I think that's it. I think that this conference really needs to clarify clarify exactly what a Quake Champions is. Because I think at this point, hardcore Quake fans aren't quite sure, and even casual shooter fans aren't quite sure. I think that there needs to be real clarification over what it actually is, because I'm still kind of unsure.
So yeah, same here. I know that it has the Quake name, and it's a shooter, and that's it.
Yeah.
Like, I know they've had a lot of stuff going on. There's been a lot of player tests. They've been adding new characters. They've been adding new modes. But they need to make that clear to the wider audience. And like, in the age of Overwatch, like, why should we care about this?
Sure.
Aside from it having the Quake name.
Right.
And I think that's a big challenge for arena shooters right now, generally. Like, if Overwatch reigns supreme, how do you draw that player base? You saw the same problems with Dota and League of Legends and any other MOBA that kind of tried to step into the ring. It's just like, well, why would I want to stop playing this game when I've invested so much time?
But exactly, and when you sort of hear, oh, it's a free-to-play Overwatch clone, I mean, that's the most damning, like, comparison of them all, right? Like,
and it isn't. I think what they should actually do, so a lot like Dota, if you're familiar with blocking minions to kind of all have a big, that was initially a bug, but eventually became a feature of the game. So there's this thing in the Quake coding called strafe jumping, or bunny hopping. And basically, you jump, you turn the mouse just a little bit, you keep jumping, and you start weaving, and before you know it, you're going like 1,000,000 miles an hour. And this is something that is totally still in the game, and they even rely on for certain characters' kits. So I think that they should make a mode that's like, almost like a surfing mode, where you have to like dodge all these really interesting projectiles being thrown at you to highlight the fact that this is not Overwatch, this is still Quake, and that there's all this really cool gameplay to be had, this really hardcore shooter gameplay. And also, I think they really need to figure out what they're doing with ranked mode, seasons, competitive play, esports.
That's so important.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, just watching it, it does not look like Overwatch. I don't think people would be confused with that. You don't have that like little ability tree like singing around, like the cooldowns. That's not there. So I think just like relying heavily maybe more on that shooter aspect will maybe, I think, help them attract more of an audience. Like maybe the COD players or the Battlefield players. We do have an off year for Battlefield since Battlefront is coming out. So maybe you can kind of say like, hey, this is nothing like Battlefield, of course, but to get that shooter itch, it's like that fast, like, oh, you died, now you're back.
Sure.
That kind of like instant replay sort of thing going on is, I think, kind of appealing too. And it's so fast.
Yeah, it's so fast.
Yeah, if you're just watching any of that, it's just like, keep going.
Gotta go fast. When we ask the IGN audience what they hope from the Bethesda conference, they invariably say they want the next Elder Scrolls. We know Bethesda is working on the next Elder Scrolls, the follow-up to Skyrim, although it's still a ways off. Don't get your hopes up for that to see that tonight. However, it has been promised that Skyrim would be coming to the Nintendo Switch. They've been quiet on that front. Do we think that's going to make an appearance tonight?
I think it has to. I mean, it has to. Otherwise, people are going to lose interest. Like, it's been around since that very first Switch announcement.
Last October.
Yeah, and I just think this is the time for that announcement to be made. Otherwise, it's just going to get a little bit too long in the tooth, right?
Yeah, honestly, and there's like such a craving for games on Switch right now too.
Yeah.
So like, absolutely announce it now. Tell us when we're gonna get it. And hopefully it's like Fallout 4. It's very soon. Like that'd be really nice. But I guess we'll just have to see.
Yeah, I was going to make an off-color joke about how this would be the second launched Switch game. Of course, not accurate. Sorry, NBC. But yeah, I think there is a large space to be occupied, especially with a game like Skyrim, even though it does kind of overlap with Breath of the Wild a little bit.
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask you about that. Breath of the Wild is incredible, one of the best games ever made. Does the Switch need Skyrim if it already has Breath of the Wild?
Well, I mean, I think it would fill a gap.
Yeah.
That's the way I'm thinking of it. Like, I am already devastated that Breath of the Wild is over, and I need something to fill that gap, right?
Did you find all the Korok seeds?
Oh my
There's plenty more to find.
Don't want to do that. Like, I totally get that. Like,
Yeah.
I'm still going to play through most of the shrines. I'm still making my way through. I have not touched Ganon yet because I have to do so many things on my checklist, but I would still want, like, Skyrim. And that's awesome. Like, jumping between two different games, like, even though they have some very vague open world similarities, like, there are definitely different audiences there for that, and I don't see why they couldn't share the same home now. Right now, please.
Yes.
Right this second.
Listen to us.
Much like we were talking about how Fallout 4 can be a system seller for VR. You know, Skyrim is just one of those games. Bethesda just has multiple game series that people just are crazy about. Elder Scrolls is one of them. So, yeah, having Skyrim on Switch, I think, would be a really big boost for the system. We've also wondered if, when it finally does come to Switch, would there be any sort of extra bonuses? Are they going to add any Nintendo magic to it?
Yeah, so definitely. I think we've seen in the games, the Steam Workshop, that Mario is already a character. So they just download that file, they put it on the Switch version, and we're good to go.
Well, if we're
obviously
talking about
a pre-order
the Steam
bonus.
Workshop, everyone's a character. So.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't know that they necessarily need that. It's been a while since I played Skyrim, and I would be totally fine reliving it, especially on a mobile platform. Playing it on the Bay Area rapid transit train, surrounded by sweaty men, would be great. I could just zone out a lot like I did.
Sweaty men.
Yes.
But no, you're right. I mean, I think the key really is not extra features, it's portability. I mean, that's what people want.
It's an entirely different experience. Even though it's still Skyrim, you're walking around with it. Like, that is such a unique, fun thing to just think about. It's like, oh, well, now I can just go lay in bed when I'm supposed to be going to sleep, and I'm going to play it anyway. And, like, that is unique all in itself and just wonderful.
Right. I also think this could be a really cool opportunity for Nintendo to showcase how up with the times they are, and that they're not a bunch of old farts, and they could do something
2011
like modding support for the Switch.
Well, sure.
I mean, I know that's a crazy ask, but why should it be? Right? This is one of 3 competitive gaming platforms, excluding PC, which is Skyrim's home. And I think that they need to show that, hey, look, we're here, we're living in the modern day, and that would be a great way to show that.
All right, we are less than 10 minutes out from the Bethesda press conference. Don't go anywhere. Our pre-show continues right after this. IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
2 friends, 1 controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by 2 players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
My 5 hour is you, dear listeners. Welcome back. We're around 5 minutes away from the Bethesda press conference, and we'll go there as soon as it starts. Now, there's been a lot of speculation about what exactly Starfield is. A trademark was filed. What is it? Well, we see it. People say it's a new sci-fi RPG for Bethesda. It's just rumors.
I mean, in an ideal world, yes, please. That would be amazing. I want to see a new Bethesda Game Studios game outside of Elder Scrolls, outside of the Fallout wheelhouse. I want to see something different. Obviously, this is speculation based on a trademark. There's not really, too much I can add. But all I want is something a little different from that team, just because we've seen the same universes over and over again, and they are fantastic universes. Let's see what else they can do.
Yeah, absolutely. New IPs are always so exciting. Like everyone's always says, it's a big risk, but it is exhilarating too, because we have seen them for so long. And I think it's good for them to also, as a studio, stretch out a little bit and try to see something new. And I think there is plenty of room in their universe to explore the universe.
Let's actually send it over to the IGN newsroom where Jonathan Dornbush is here.
Hey, Damon.
For his take on all the rumors. I'm doing great, Zach. Someone's talking in my ear. Are we still throwing to Jonathan?
Damon, can you hear me?
Yes, here we go, Jonathan. I read you now. All right. What do you think of Starfield, Jonathan?
So Starfield is completely, right now, speculation. We don't have any firm details on if this is a real thing, if it is just a trademark. But the rumors that we've been seeing is that it is, as you guys were saying, sort of a sci-fi take on the Fallout or Elder Scrolls style game. There's a whole lot of speculation about where in that universe it might take place. It could take place somewhere, people think, in between the Fallout and Elder Scrolls universes, because there's been some teases about where those games fall in relation to each other. But again, we don't know anything. Like you guys, I would love to see something sort of fresh, but within the same style that the studio's done before.
Sure. So you want to just play the Skyrim or Fallout style game in space?
I would totally be down for that. I think they've proven themselves in both of those worlds, and I think branching out is probably the best thing to do right now, and certainly sci-fi, everyone's trying to make sort of a name for themselves in that space.
Yeah.
I would love to see Bethesda do that as well. But we actually spoke to Todd Howard earlier this year before DICE, and he was talking about the projects they have going on. And he said they do have several games sort of on the scale of a Skyrim or, a Fallout in production. Now, he said they might be years away, but they are working on things of that size. They're also working on another mobile game that we don't really know too much about. So they have projects in the works, for sure.
Great. Thanks a lot, Jonathan. That Jonathan Dornbush sounds exactly like Zach Ryan in my ear. Now, the best parts of these conferences are often the left field surprises. So, pie in the sky, what else would you guys like to see?
Boy.
Or maybe, let me phrase it this way. We've had EA already.
Sure.
Everyone was really impressed by Battlefront 2. They're excited about that. They revealed Anthem, this new IP coming from BioWare. Microsoft, of course, had the Xbox One X on display. So what would Bethesda have to do to make sure people are talking about their conference afterwards?
They need to announce a game coming out this fall.
Sure.
They just need to do that again. Honestly, that made me so excited to talk about Fallout 4 and just generally talk about Bethesda and be like, wow, they are setting hopefully a trend that will continue, because there's nothing more exciting to me, at least, than saying a cool new game and that we get in just a few months.
Yeah, I have to imagine that has to be a thing, because we've seen that cadence for so long, and it can't come to E3 without something new. Blood for the blood god.
Yes. He demands
so
a sacrifice.
we've seen Anthem. We've seen Metro, we've seen A Way Out. That was a really nice out of left field kind of thing. I think Bethesda has to follow suit to get people talking, just like you said.
I'm actually really boring. I don't have like a grand pie in the sky game that I want to see. I'm really keen to see what Bethesda's going to announce for Dishonored 2 DLC.
That's right, yeah.
I want to see my Billy Lurk DLC. I really want that to happen. I believe it's going to happen, and basically, if it comes true, I will be quietly internally screaming because we've got a busy newsroom here. But that's what I'm really looking forward to. That's my big. That will be my big cool surprise.
That is an awesome surprise. I mean, the original Dishonored's DLC was phenomenal. I loved it so much, and anything else from Dishonored is just a great present for me, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, anything from Arcane. For me, I cannot wait. Anything that they announce, I'm just in 100%.
Yeah, because they did release a few updates to Dishonored 2, but it was like the New Game Plus mode, right?
Right, where
you haven't gotten new story.
Yeah, you essentially got all the powers there, so maybe that'd be fun to play, maybe something with the DLC, with that New Game Plus involved.
To your point about powers, I think if they introduce new abilities on top, or perhaps a third character, dare I say, that would give the main campaign a whole new meaning to go back and play through with this new tool set.
And that's exactly what they did with the original Dishonored. And Billy was such a fantastic character in Dishonored 2. I mean, she had the most interesting narrative arc in the whole game. That's why I want to see her.
There's a countdown behind us right here. Just 20 seconds to go. I have a prediction. You mentioned what's their big fall game. If it's Evil Within 2, this year Halloween falls on a Tuesday, October 31st, which is when games are released here in the U.S. So I predict Evil Within 2's release date is October 31st. Everybody enjoy the conference and stay tuned afterwards for our post-show breakdown. See you after the show.
Great. What does your daddy do? What does he do for a job?
Plays on his computer. I don't know. I don't know, actually. He does effects like sparkles, cutscenes. Sits at a computer and does stuff.
All right.
I'm a senior programmer.
I'm a UI programmer.
I'm a senior designer.
My mom's an artist. She works pretty hard.
I am a quest designer.
I'm a senior character artist.
Yeah, it definitely is a very familial environment.
My dad makes video games.
My mom makes video games.
I always wanted to make games.
I dreamt of this kind of job when I was a kid.
I grew up loving games.
When he was little, this was actually his dream job.
It never occurred to me that it could be a job. Sometimes I still feel like that kid.
Wait, I'm an adult?
Sometimes I have to pinch myself that it's real.
I love what I do.
I mean, it's video games for a living. That's gotta be really cool.
Of course. My dad's games make people feel happy.
Scared, excited,
badass, all kinds of feelings.
I'm actually working on an RPG.
I'm working on a shooter. It's a really cool mobile game.
Esports.
First person, third person, fantasy, dystopian.
A horror game.
It'll scare the shit out of you.
Brah!
Hang on.
Finally showing everyone our game is really exciting.
Awesome. Scary.
Overwhelming.
Mind-blowing.
I'm really proud of my dad. My mom works hard.
And now they're ready.
They made their game, and this is it. It's go time.
Time to show everyone what we've been working on.
Except me. I can't play till I'm older.
Awesome. Let's get it started.
Are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
So, let's just say it.
Start the show. Start the show.
Showtime.
Showtime. I don't know what showtime is.
Welcome to the Bethesda E3 Showcase.
The pain of heart. This night ain't for the pain of heart. It's when the train wreck comes, don't leave a mark. When the wicked play, all we do is get
Welcome everyone to Bethesda Land 2017. Yes, Bethesda Land. A place of adventure, innovation, wonderment, but above all else, fun. To get things started, please welcome Bethesda's Global Vice President of PR and Marketing, Pete Hines.
Thank you very much. I can't even imagine the size of the bar tab that I paid for that applause, but I thank you for that. Good evening and welcome to the 2017 Bethesda E3 Showcase. And welcome to Bethesda Land. We will offer you an experience at E3 unlike anything else, and a chance to celebrate some of the world's best video games. Tonight we'll be taking you on a virtual tour through our playground where there's something for everyone, whether it's phone or tablet, PC, or your favorite Xbox, PlayStation, or Nintendo console, or like many of us, all of the above. But before we turn to the latest from Bethesda, let's take a minute to look at some of the most recent games that you've been playing and many of you are still enjoying, like the endless hours of fun that millions of fans have had playing Doom. Ripping, tearing, and otherwise eviscerating demons from hell. Did you play a badass supernatural assassin in Dishonored 2, or fight to survive aboard an alien-infested space station in Prey? Maybe you're one of the 100 million people around the world who have enjoyed building and overseeing your own vault in Fallout Shelter. And I know that many of you are still playing Fallout 4 and Skyrim Special Edition. Probably because for the first time in our industry, both games offer user mods for console players with more than 300 million mod downloads since we launched them last year. As each of these extraordinary games show, Bethesda works hard for you, giving players the very best entertainment experience regardless of your taste, platform, or playstyle. So, what's next? Let's start by talking about virtual reality, something that we've been at the forefront of for a while now. We've had teams hard at work on VR titles to provide the kind of experiences you've been asking for and the kind of experience you won't find anywhere else. So let's start our tour of Bethesda Land with 2 VR games coming out this year. You ready? Yeah! Let's take a look.
Welcome to the UAC.
Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream. Make him the cutest that I've ever seen. Give him 2 lips like roses and clover. Then tell him that his lonesome nights are over. Sandman, I'm so alone. Don't have nobody to call my own. Please turn on your magic beam. Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream. Mr. Sandman, someone to hold. To be so peachy before we do old. So please turn on your magic beam. Mr. Sandman, bring us please, Mr. Sandman, bring us all dreams.
Finally, a full-length open-world game with near-limitless content playable entirely in VR. Sure will be exciting to play Fallout 4 in VR. Plus Doom VFR. It's so hot right now. Expansive open worlds and endless player choice are 2 of the cornerstones on which Bethesda was built. The Elder Scrolls Online, first released in 2014, and has built a massive community. Since launch, more than 10 million players have had countless adventures in Tamriel. Now you can return to a thrilling fan-favorite location, Morrowind.
What's up, guys? It's Al.
It's James.
And it's JV.
It's gonna be exciting.
I'm pretty excited right now.
Here we go. Oh my god, look at the mushrooms. What the heck? My heart's like racing right now. They shot the bear.
Who's shooting arrows into that bear? Better not have killed the bear. An ice shield? Are you kidding me?
That was amazing. I can't wait.
Everybody has said this is what we've been wanting.
Elder Scrolls Online made me feel like I was 14 again.
I gotta watch the bear again real quick. Get us on the bear.
Speaking of Morrowind, did you know that Bethesda's first PC user mods in 2002 were for the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind? 15 years later, Bethesda continues to support the mod community. Last year, Bethesda user mods were made available to Xbox One and PlayStation 4 players. And since then, there have been more than 300 million mod downloads for Fallout 4 and Skyrim Special Edition. And we're just getting started. In 2017, Bethesda is going to shake things up again.
Bethesda Game Studios is known for creating open living worlds with seemingly limitless gameplay content. But what if there was another way to experience even more, something all new? Introducing Creation Club, a collection of new game content for Skyrim and Fallout 4, including new weapons, new armor, new outfits and accessories, new crafting and housing features, even new gameplay enhancements. Using Creation Club is easy. Browse the selection in-game by category and use credits to download right there. Your new content will appear automatically. Creation Club content is made by Bethesda Game Studios and outside developers, including the very best community creators. These outside creators work hand in hand with Bethesda Game Studios, which means all content will be fully compatible with your save games, achievements, and official add-ons. Creation Club is coming this summer to the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. Creation Club. The worlds of Fallout 4 and Skyrim just got a little bit bigger.
The Elder Scrolls Legends is another way to explore this amazing universe, taking you beyond the role-playing experience and offering a unique strategy card game. But we haven't shown all our cards yet. Let's see what's next for Legends.
Stories can do surprising things, whether they are true or not. And this is one you should hear.
Bring me a warrior, strength and courage.
Even those lost amongst the mountains can find their way within the stars. The path is written for you to find. The path to warriors destined for Sovngarde. To beasts cursed by an unquenchable hunger. To scholars of ancient and ferocious magic. And to dark terrors from above. They all await in Skyrim. You must simply find the path.
The Elder Scrolls has given tens of millions of fans, just like you, the chance to live another life in another world. Now, for the first time, Skyrim, one of our most beloved games, is coming to a Nintendo platform. Now that's a switch.
But I never thought I'd be alone to try.
Bethesda has always believed in immersive worlds in which players can tell their own stories, be who they want to be, and do what they want to do. This September, get ready for another adventure in the Dishonored universe, a story of revenge and the ultimate assassination.
Good to see you, old man.
You up for one last job, Billy?
Who's the mark?
The black-eyed bastard responsible for all the chaos.
We're gonna kill the outsider.
In 1996, id Software offered gamers a new, exciting way to play and compete. That year marked the true birth of esports, and it began with a LAN party in Dallas, Texas. Fans came together to play a fast-paced, revolutionary new shooter called Quake. It offered them a new way to compete, and the best of the best were finally recognized as professional gamers. This year, Quake Champions takes esports to the next level.
We weren't born champions. We're made. Made better. Made faster. Made deadlier. With every single match. We don't just play, we compete. We achieve. We rise. We won't stop until we're the best. Until we are Quake champions.
Coming at you! I am unstoppable.
Juice it up, baby.
Did you see that?
What's the matter? Lose something? You'll regret that.
Shields on. Give 'em hell.
Try to keep up.
Who's next? You done messed up now.
I'm coming for you, goddamn weirdos. None of you gets out alive.
It all comes down to this. Every match, every frag, every victory. More than 20 years in the making, the original esport returns. Announcing the Quake World Championships, August 26th at QuakeCon in Dallas, Texas. Competitors will face off in the ultimate esports arena to win their share of $1 million and the one thing every champion seeks:
Legacy. Play the beta now and get ready for the Quake World Championships. Visit Quake.com to learn more.
You might notice some parts of Bethesda Land have been under construction, but now the work is nearly finished. Let's take a peek.
Sebastian. For 3 years since Beacon happened, you've been searching for answers. You didn't find what you were looking for because they didn't want you to. Mobius knows you've been following us, and they've been watching you for a long time. You trained and trusted me, and in return, I betrayed you. Long before we met, you lost your daughter, Lily. She's still alive. This is your chance to save her. To get back what you lost. Lily needs you. You're gonna need to go back into STEM. Again.
Run away.
Wow. On Friday, October 13th, The Evil Within 2 will surely be giving us all nightmares. We hope you've enjoyed your time in Bethesda Land. And as we near the end of our tour, we leave you with one more coming attraction.
Here you go, Peggy. There's everything your mother ordered and a ration card. And here's a lakritz schnecker just for you.
Wow. Gee, thanks, Mr. Wilson.
Hey, Peggy.
Hi, Bill.
I'm gonna get you out.
Get it on.
Hang on, I'm gonna get you out of there. Hang on, buddy. Just hang on.
Legal, help!
Look out!
Good girl, Liesel. Bravo Hund. Liesel, no! No! Stop it, Liesel! No, that's enough, Liesel! Liesel! Bad girl.
Good nutrition is a matter of state security.
Wunderbar soldier who ever lived. Power of wonder.
Welcome back to round 3. Now is where it gets really exciting on America's #1 game show. Okay, hands on your buzzers. Here we go.
The Honorable, you must exercise self-control.
Illegal.
Darker shame, darling, darker shame. Thank you for all the joy and pain. Picture show, second balcony was the place we'd meet. Second seat, go Dutch treat, you were sweet.
The old and the weak are doomed.
William, I prayed for you to wake up.
You've gotten so fat.
Zed says we're having twins.
Frau Engel, she's been hunting for you. She's been moving heaven and earth, and today she found you.
You think your hero, William Joseph Lescotch?
Monsters did this.
Not monsters. Men.
Have you taken your German lessons?
Hello?
Come on, Peter, let's go someplace else. Mom, no buts.
Oh! Bitteschön.
Danke.
You, one strawberry milkshake, please. Oh, I hope you don't have a fire back there to put out. If so, I'll come back another time.
I'm sure the fire can wait, Commandant. One strawberry milkshake coming right up.
Fireman, I recognize your face. Very Aryan face it is, too. Are you at a Station 1?
There you go, Commandant.
Oh, vielen Dank. Now you. Show me your identification papers. Please.
We gotta put the fighting spirit back in the American people.
You shoot on us! Smile!
Just who the fuck are you, white boy?
Stay calm. Let me first make it absolutely clear that I am not a Nazi.
What you say? You say you're a Nazi?
Oh, fuck this.
Motherfucker!
Let me say this again. I ain't no goddamn Nazi.
Hey! Now you bring Super Special back in and you put him down right now, or I will shove this grenade so far up your ass.
Lady, I got precious little time for your bullshit. We've been trying to make contact with your group. We're organizing for a revolution in America.
We? Shit!
Take cover!
Relax, man. It's just a duck.
Oh, bitch got a sick sense of humor.
For the longest time, I've been hearing through the grapevine about this resistance leader named Horton.
You know, my ma always said, never trust a man can't handle his whiskey. So you sit right down, sit there, Billy, and drink up.
Oh, goddamn.
Now listen, Terry Billy, I respect your ambition, but there's nothing can be done no more. The world has sank into the crapper, and all we can do now is drink this whiskey and watch the vortex suck it all down.
Didn't expect your belly to be quite so yellow.
We stood up against the imperialist war machine of the United States of America and the greedy money men of Wall Street who was itching to send the children of the proletariat off to die in foreign lands so that they could be filling their coffers. It weren't their sons bleeding on the beaches.
I got kids on the way. And I'll be damned if I'm gonna raise them in a world run by these Nazi assholes.
You take freedom away from the American people, you're playing with fire. And I intend to pour some gasoline.
I said a couple of months ago that the thing that Machine Games was working on is fucking bananas, so now you know what I mean by fucking bananas. A lady pregnant with twins stabbing a Nazi while a guy's dropping acid is fucking bananas. We can't wait to show you guys more of Wolfenstein 2 and how it combines a compelling shooter with great story, unforgettable characters, and killer graphics with over-the-top action. So if you visit our booth this week at E3, you have a chance to go hands-on and begin the fight to rally the resistance in America against the Nazi regime. In addition to Wolfenstein 2, we'll have hands-on for our VR titles, so you can play both Fallout 4 and Doom VFR. You can play Quake Champions and start practicing for that big $1 million prize pool at QuakeCon. Or you can try the Battlegrounds mode in the new Elder Scrolls Online Morrowind. Plus, we have hands-on for the new Heroes of Skyrim for Legends, plus a cool interactive experience for the Evil Within 2, exclusive developer interviews, presentations, and a lot more. So we hope you're as excited for what we have coming in 2017 as we are. Again, a reminder, everything that you saw tonight will be out this year. Be it mobile or PC, console or virtual reality, shooter, horror, RPG, action, or strategy card game. We believe Bethesda will remain the place to go for the very best in video games. We hope you've enjoyed this evening's showcase. It's your passion and excitement that drives our teams to make something great, something exciting, something fun. If you're here at E3, we hope you'll come by the booth and say hi. If you're not here in LA, please keep checking Bethesda.net, where we'll have lots more to say about the games you saw tonight in the coming days, weeks, and months. And we thank all of you online for joining us. Please have a good night.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3. I'm Damon Hatfield, and joining me once again are Lucy O'Brien, Miranda Sanchez, and James Duggan. We just saw the Bethesda E3 showcase, aka Bethesda Land, and there's a lot to discuss here in the post-show. The big finish of the Bethesda event was Wolfenstein 2, the new Colossus, and this time the action is coming to America. Give me some impressions.
I mean, I thought it looked fantastic. It's definitely one of the most impressive trailers I think we've seen so far at the show.
Yeah, so all I was thinking during that entire time was, we were like, oh, what if they take hints from Doom? It was like, no, this is hints from Fallout. It just felt like so many of the scenery was like, oh, it's like Fallout, but so much different, and that's such a good thing too. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I think we talked about Doom occupying its own wheelhouse and how Wolfenstein kind of needed to separate itself a little bit, and I think it did just that. It's very narratively focused. It's quirky. It's set in Nazi-occupied America, kind of in the South. They have this quirky band of characters. You're no longer with the U.S. Special Forces. You're kind of a rogue, crazy agent. And also there was like a monkey with a cat head?
Yeah, that was, okay, well, I can't.
Alternate history, you
like,
never know
what is that? Well, exactly. I really liked that aspect of it. It sort of had some surprises in there that I really didn't expect. But I also loved the supporting cast that we've seen already. I mean, those characters that we've just seen in that trailer are already super endearing to me.
The grenade was good.
Yeah, the grenade was a great moment.
Can we talk about the extra layer of animation from people are tripping? Because that was awesome.
Yeah.
Talking about the animated character that was in there, that looked really cool. I couldn't really tell exactly what was going on.
Yeah.
No, but that's what I mean. Like, there were just these little surprises. I'm actually really looking forward to watching that trailer again from the beginning, just because I felt that there were so many little sort of unexpected Easter eggs, and I just can't wait to sort of pull it apart.
Yeah, it had a lot of personality. And I think the other thing was that we should totally mention is this is, in terms of a timeline, taking place after A New Order. Right. So it was Old Blood, A New Order. BJ kind of dies, but now he's back, and this is a new Colossus.
Are you disappointed? You were saying in the pre-show you were hoping to explore another character, but BJ Blazkowicz is back.
Well, I'm not disappointed because of those other characters that we saw. You know, that when he stumbles up and he meets those two, what would you call them? Like, they were sort of resistance fighters in their own right as well, right?
Survivors.
Yeah, and I mean, I just think that moment, going back to the grenade, that moment was so perfect, and I was like immediately very endeared to that female character. And so for me, I'm not disappointed because it looks like we're gonna see a lot of variety there.
Yeah, sure.
And from what we saw in that trailer too, everyone was very involved, and so it doesn't just feel like it's a one-track thing. So I'm really excited about that as well.
Sure. And talking about this gameplay that we're actually seeing right now, I love that they showed this, because this, to me, I said before in the pre-show that they don't really need to iterate like crazy. I think they just need to come prepared with the guns that they had last time, and I mean figuratively guns, like what they're packing in terms of narrative, in terms of boss mechanics, dual wielding. This game looks gorgeous, so I think I'm happy. I'm definitely going to play this.
It looks great too. Can we just say that? It's like, oh wow.
It's beautiful.
Very pretty.
It's beautiful.
I even love the little short film that they opened with.
Yeah.
That was very funny, and I think that's something that's something cool that only Bethesda would do. Like, you're not going to see that at the EA press conference or even like Microsoft or Sony. So I really like those little touches.
Yeah, and I mean, I just think that press conference as a whole was really interestingly themed. I mean, it was very consistent. It was very consistent, very quirky, very sort of throwback 50s. I liked it. I mean, it was shorter than a lot of the conferences that we've come to expect. But I thought it was unique.
It was unique. It touched on a lot of the stuff that we were talking about in the pre-show, and even some of the stuff that we didn't. And I think like the Elder Scrolls Online and Legends, it's interesting to lean into those, but it really felt like a, hey, these games still exist type of moment.
Well, it makes sense.
Elder
Elder Scrolls Online did just have a big update,
Sure.
so I figured they'd probably give some sort of mention to it since they want more people to say, like, hey, we still have this thing, we're still supporting it, we want you to know it's here.
Yeah, I do want to mention one point on that. So this is the Morrowind expansion. It brings a new class, some interesting stuff. But what's interesting is this game went free to play, and now this is a conventionally monetized expansion. And to me, that's really weird. You can't buy it with the free-to-play currency. You don't get it if you're a subscriber. Very strange.
But before we let Wolfenstein get away from us, like Lucy, I want to rewatch the trailer again, because when they actually got into the game, it was a little jarring to me, because they were just sort of like showing little scenes and just like sort of jumping around to different parts of the game. And
Totally, yeah.
It took me a
Yeah.
moment to really catch up to what was going on.
And we were just sitting there going, I'm actually not sure what we're seeing here, especially because we were anticipating some sort of a brand new IP, and which we didn't get, which is sad, but you know, they can't do it every year.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really liked that it was kind of disorientating and really set the tone for the game.
Yeah, I was very pleasantly surprised by the tone. Like, they have like just the right attitude going into this game, and yep, gotta watch the trailer a few more times to catch everything.
Got the release date, October 27th. And October is apparently going to be a really big month for Bethesda this year. We'll talk about Evil Within 2 a little bit later on the show. But yeah, that's also coming out in October. So, how's that release date feel to you guys? It's right in the thick of things in the fall.
I mean, yeah, it is. I'm very intrigued by the fact that they're releasing two of their biggest games in the same month. Not that they're really competing audiences.
They're very different.
They're very different. But yeah, that was surprising to me. I mean, what was really cool about this conference, though, as a whole, was that the focus really was on games that you can play this year, that you will get your hands on this year. You know, so often with E3, you'll see some sort of cinematic trailer for a game that you won't play, you won't see until, 2020 or something like that. And often it feels like you're just part of this big hype cycle, which of course, E3 kind of is, but it's really nice when a publisher comes along and says, actually, we're not going to show a ton of games, but the games that we are going to show, you will be able to play this year.
Right, and the show kicked off with confirmation that we are getting Fallout 4 VR as well as Doom VFR. Miranda, you're saying you at the pre-show you weren't particularly interested in playing through all of Fallout 4 in VR. Did that do anything to change your mind?
No.
Okay.
So the Vive headset is pretty heavy. Even though the controls are interesting with those Vive controllers and just like toggling things and moving things, I could see myself building a very cool town, you know, just with those and like placing things very strategically. Like, I have a very set way of how I like to build my houses.
Yes.
And for everyone to live there, you have to have the gnomes in just the right place and your plates. You have to set the table. So that is an interesting aspect of the building part. But overall, I think it's still going to be a little bit of a taxing experience. Cool, but a little taxing just because it is, I don't think, the most optimal game for VR. But if I had the chance to try it, I absolutely will.
Sure. James?
Yeah, I think that Fallout VR struck me as a game that was adapted for VR, well adapted. Yeah. But while the Doom VFR looked like a game that was made specifically for VR, and there was kind of a dissonance there.
Yeah, tell me, what do you think Doom VFR is?
I think it's a made-for-VR Doom game that I am incredibly excited to play, and maybe that is like the understated thing of this showcase for me. They led with that. I thought it was fantastic. I saw slow motion. I saw teleporting, which, motion you really have to nail down if you want to get the entire fan base. So it was very exciting to me that it was not just Doom adapted for VR, but rather Fallout, as we're seeing right now.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think Doom definitely is what I want from a VR game. As I said before, I think VR in its present state is best suited to smaller, more focused experiences, and Doom VFR really looked like one of those. And plus, I'm just really keen to get back into Doom. I loved that game, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how it plays in VR.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It seems like you could also have a little bit tighter of an experience because it is a little bit more focused as opposed to Fallout, which is open world, just go anywhere. And just shotgunning the demons close up in the faces would be great. honestly.
You don't worry about Doom being so fast-paced in VR?
It seems like they have figured that out, like you're saying with the teleporting. I know a lot of games in VR do use that for motion, and I think we're going to be okay with that.
Sure. Also slow motion. Like that is super key. If you played Super Hot, time moves when you do, and that was really cool to see that.
We didn't get release dates for either of these, unless I'm mistaken. Is that right?
Yeah, I didn't see them.
But like you were saying, Pete Hines did say that everything they showed today is coming out this year. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. That's absolutely correct. I mean, I'm very interested in getting my hands on these games at the show. These are all playable here at E3.
Mm-hmm.
So
this is really interesting. I mean, there's some stuff on here that was not in Doom. This was not in. Maybe some of this stuff was pulled from Doom. There's the teleportation gameplay, and when you teleport, slow motion happens. And I actually think shooter is the best and most easily adapted conventional genre to VR, having played stuff like Robo Recall, Super Hot VR, and this to me felt like a killer app for VR. I've been teetering on the edge of buying an Oculus or a Vive, and this may well sell me. I was a huge fan of Doom 2016 and playing it in VR, especially when it's made for VR with those mechanics, is really exciting to me.
I wonder if this is an update to Doom, part of that package, or a totally separate standalone thing.
It looks very separate with how you have to develop the movement for that. Like you have to alter how demons come at you because you are limited in that sense, and that you would have to, first is learning curve of how to move by teleporting and also shooting and making sure you're not dying. And then also I think we just saw like a little bit of a boss fight maybe, and it had like those little ramps that are shooting up. So I think that would be a lot different too.
Cool. Well, we didn't know if it was going to make an appearance, so we were pleasantly surprised to see Skyrim on the Switch, and with what looks like some bonus Legend of Zelda content.
I was wrong. It wasn't Mario. It was Link. It was Link, the Master Sword.
But it's actually like crazy how close to accurate you were.
I was being sarcastic too.
I know.
Wild lives on.
Well, I mean, it's my understanding that there is perhaps some amiibo compatibility.
Yeah, absolutely what it seems like. I wonder just how many are compatible with that. If it's just Zelda, I mean, that's all they showed, but I don't think they would just do it for Link.
I really like jacked Link.
I mean, he really is jacked Link. And I think someone was saying, oh, well, Link's in Skyrim, and it's like, no, he's not.
Yeah,
that's a buff dude.
Yeah,
that's
Link.
A really buff dude.
You can believe he's Link though, if you try hard enough.
Squint your eyes.
Yeah,
right?
just make some sounds for yourself. Just that's good.
Yeah. Let's send it over to the IGN newsroom. Max Scoville is here with his take. Max, what do you think of Linkish, buff Link in Skyrim for Switch?
I love it. I mean, like, I bought Skyrim, I don't know how many times at this point, how many times I've started new files, but I've always said that, like, Skyrim is definitely, like, it's a desert island game, but the reality of me winding up on a desert island with, like, a PC or a console, kind of slim.
Yeah.
Nintendo Switch, on the other hand, makes a ton of sense. It's perfect. It's a game you can sink hours and hours and hours into. And doing it on the go sounds fantastic. Also, super funny with how much Breath of the Wild obviously borrowed from Skyrim.
Sure.
And modern open world games, to see that kind of, reciprocated. It's like, it's cute. It's like a fun sort of, I don't know, nod. The amiibo support is, I jokingly predicted this a few days ago. Like, so jokingly, it wasn't even on a podcast or anything. But I'm glad we get it. It's super fun. The Master Sword makes so much sense. I do hope we get Mario. I think that'd be really cool. They have alluded to there being Smash Brothers stuff in there, too, which could get incredibly weird, though not quite as weird as some of the Skyrim mods we've seen. So that'll be fun. I hope we get continued support for this. I mean, it's interesting to see Bethesda, who's typically, they're very PC oriented. They're all about the gritty, hardcore stuff. Teaming up with Nintendo, who, they make toys, they make fun stuff. But I like the idea of maybe, maybe parents who played Skyrim when it came out, who have younger kids, being like, okay, 5 years ago you were too young to be slaying dragons, but maybe now you're old enough. Yeah. Let's give this a shot.
Now it's time. Bethesda said everything they were showing today was coming out this year, but were you disappointed that we didn't get an exact release date for Skyrim on Switch?
That's not totally out of the ordinary for Nintendo. I mean, they frequently are like, it'll be out soonish, and it comes out on like a Saturday morning so kids can go to the store with their folks,
Yeah, that's true. All right, thanks a lot, Max. They just showed the one amiibo functionality, bringing the Master Sword and Link's outfit into Switch. I hope there's a little bit more than that.
So we floated the idea of Smash Brothers.
Yeah.
You know what's in Smash Brothers?
Yes.
Pikachu.
Oh boy.
All right, we've got
And a lot of other great characters.
It's just this insane like dissonance of having Smash Brothers characters in this like very high fantasy world. So just
like anybody from there.
But you're right. The mods have already been outrageous. So
why not?
Yeah, why not?
Have fun with it.
would play. All right, we got to take a quick break, but our Bethesda Post-Show continues right after this.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your All Access Pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks. IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
Two friends, one controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by two players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3. We just saw Bethesda's press conference, and this is the post-show. One of the topics was Creation Club, furthering their commitment to mods and the community. James, what did you make of Creation Club for Skyrim and Fallout 4?
It was oddly similar to one of the most disastrous moves in video games ever, and that was Steam Workshop paid mods, which Steam and the developer took a hefty chunk of the mod, though this seemed a lot more curated. It seemed like they were contacting the content creators specifically, but that is definitely gutsy of them because it's a very sensitive topic for the modding community.
Yeah, I think we definitely need to hear more about it in terms of curation, because definitely I was just scrolling on Twitter after that was announced, and the reaction was not immediately positive. I just think that paid mods are always a red flag.
Yeah, I mean, it seems a little weird because mods are free. Like, it's a thing, and it's just to change that. Like, why would you want to do that? I do see some benefits, though, if, like, Bethesda has a hand. Like, I don't think they would change the mod system that we already have. They're just offering another option for mods that are essentially approved by Bethesda and saying, hey, these aren't going to break your game, and you can download them safely, and they'll work well.
Sure. Yeah. I think the biggest thing that we need answered is what is that currency, and how do I get it that we're purchasing those mods with? What is that, like, energy? We need to know.
Yeah, I wonder what the impetus was on Bethesda's part. They said they were going to be working with other developers.
Yes.
So does that mean like professional developers to make content? How did you read that?
That's kind of what I picked it up as. It's like they said third-party developers. So I'm just thinking people around the industry who just, I really want to make a Skyrim thing. And then they do it. And they said, hey, you want to work out some deal? And then they do. Like, I would be really curious how that works with like conflicts of interest and stuff.
Yeah.
But that would be really neat to see somebody from another studio invested in this game and bring a little bit of their touch to one of Bethesda's games.
There are definitely going to need to be some very clear T's and C's for this venture, because I mean, as you say, conflict of interest, that sort of thing. Like, what is a third-party developer? What does that mean? Is that like someone who develops games from their bedroom, or does that mean someone who develops games, on a more professional level?
Well, there is a Dishonored 2 expansion on the way. Death of the Outsider was revealed. Seems to focus on Billy. This is kind of exactly what you were hoping for, wasn't it?
Well, it is exactly what I was hoping for, to the letter. What was hilarious is during that whole trailer, I heard this wail from behind me. I turned around and it was Miranda, because obviously the whole idea behind Death of the Outsider is exactly in the title. It's that Billy is going to kill the outsider.
I don't like that. I don't want that. I love The Outsider. Just please bring more chaos. So you just keep doing what you gotta do. So my hope is that Granny Rags just pops out of nowhere and just saves him at the very end. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really cool idea. The Outsider has obviously been this very strange, omnipresent character in both Dishonored games. And yeah, I'm intrigued to see where they're going to take that, especially because Billy is such a awesome character.
Yes.
And I'm kind of, I'm going to be rooting for her. Like,
honestly, yeah, absolutely. Like, I love how these DLC essentially just side stories for Down Billy. Like, that is awesome. And I love that. I just want them to keep doing that. More of that, always. Even if it means killing my favorite characters.
I'd be surprised if they flat out killed.
I mean, he is the outsider. You don't really know.
You don't,
I mean,
yeah, you don't really. He doesn't.
Can you really kill him, though? I don't know.
So what sort of impression did you get from this? There's an older gentleman that she's rescuing here who's played by Michael Madsen. I forget the character's name. Dowd.
Oh, Dowd, yes. Her one sort of like family figure that she has, like he's her kind of father figure.
Yeah, like he trained her how to be an assassin. Like she is his right hand. Like they are hand in hand, always working together. And like their relationship is so interesting and complex, especially with the first Dishonored DLC and like how that ended, depending on how you chose to play.
Yeah.
But canonically, obviously, she gets away.
And the reason that I predicted that the DLC would focus on Billy is because Dishonored 2 sets it up. Like the very end of Dishonored 2, Billy has this huge emotional arc, and then she says, I'm off to find Dowd. And it's just like, that's where the next part of the story is going to pick up.
No release date for that expansion, although we do anticipate it coming this year. Unless I'm wrong, did they release the release
I
date?
thought they said it was this year.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think everything is supposed to be
But
this year.
I was also in a cloud of frustration and
worried about the Outsider.
Yeah, I just need to be okay.
James, what did you think about?
So, I mean, it was Dishonored Death the Outsider, not Dishonored 2. That felt weird to me, specifically because we were talking about playing through that campaign as a third character with a unique moveset that kind of refreshes the whole thing. So do you think that that's going to be a thing, or do you think it's specifically standalone and Billy's abilities are locked to this new campaign?
Well, I mean, I think that there is a lot of room for all sorts of new abilities. I think that it would be crazy to say, all right, these are abilities that you've seen before, and we're just going to replicate them. I think, obviously, in any Dishonored game, the pull or campaign, the pull is definitely those new abilities and how Arcane is going to use them to basically disrupt the worlds that they built. Yeah.
Well, but Bethesda's shown they're willing to have fun with Dishonored. They don't take it too seriously with New Game Plus. And wasn't there a mode where an update that allowed you to switch the abilities of the characters? Or?
So New Game Plus essentially allowed you to have choice through all of the abilities,
Gotcha.
regardless of who you're playing as.
Yeah.
So, and you also kept all the runes and everything else you found and power-ups.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, well, in the pre-show, I predicted, incorrectly, we'd get the Evil Within 2 in time for Halloween. I predicted exactly on Halloween. However, I was really close because it's coming Friday, October 13th, which is also a very appropriate day.
Yeah, just still a great day. Off,
Well, yeah. Very appropriate for the Evil Within 2. Now, Lucy, as we said, you reviewed the first Evil Within.
Yeah.
You liked it a lot. What were your impressions of the sequel?
I mean, we only saw a little bit of gameplay at the end of that trailer, but I loved that trailer. I mean, I got chills. I was like shivering. I mean, everyone laughed when the little girl, started singing, and there's always that cover to make a video game trailer a little bit more emotionally resonant. But I loved it. It totally worked for me. I do love the fact that Sebastian is coming back. Obviously, the focus is very much on his story and his kind of skill set. So as we were talking about earlier, yes, it is probably going to be very similar to the first game in terms of tone, in terms of the balance between action and survival horror. That seemed really clear. There was obviously quite a big focus on him using his weapons and that sort of thing. I really like the impetus this time being more of an emotional one. He has to find his daughter, Lily, who is presumed dead. No, she's alive. That adds to an air of desperation that I think the sequel definitely needed. The only thing I would have liked to have seen is just a little bit more of the actual horror. It felt very much like, okay, this is this is exploring the mind, I want to use a curse word here, but I'm not going to, the mind messing with of Shinji Mikami's Evil Within universe. You know, it is a very crazy story.
So yeah, absolutely like leaned into that. There were like a few times when I thought the trailer was over and then it kept going. And that's kind of what that leaned into. But the very opening shot was very spooky though.
Yes.
Like, I will say that. Like I was cringing a little bit. I was like, oh no, it's spooky. But yeah, to your point, it did get, all the gameplay we saw, I felt it was very action-y. It was spooky, but not scary.
Yeah, and very mythology focused. You know, I'm also, this is another trailer I really want to go back to and go through again because there's a lot of stuff to unpack there.
For sure, and some of the comment just looked really fun too. Like some of the boss fights, it looked like a boss fighter too, and I was just like, that's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah, they showed quite a few kind of back to back there. Watching this trailer was kind of like looking at a Rorschach, and I feel like a lot of people got their own meaning from it. To me, it seemed as though Sebastian's kind of stuck in this Stranger Things upside down, and almost he was potentially trying to be rescued, but obviously they're pretty clear.
Well, he's gone back into the system, and he's had to go back. So, yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what kind of monsters they introduce into the world this time around. Because there were some that they didn't, like some really effective ghouls and creatures in the original Evil Within that they only kind of used a handful of times. Like there were sort of moments where I was like, I really want to see that terrifying creature again, but no. And so I'm very much looking forward to seeing if those creatures return.
Now's their chance.
All right. That is Evil Within 2. Now, real quick before we wrap, give me your overall impressions of the Bethesda Conference. Did they put on a good show this year?
I mean, I think, you know, in my opinion, I thought it was a solid show. I like the fact that everything they, as I mentioned before, that everything they announced or talked about is coming out this year. I think that's really positive. I think that's really healthy. It was really short. It felt a little bit, someone on Twitter tweeted at me and said it felt a bit like a Nintendo Direct. And I agree, like it did. It felt like a sort of a bite-sized conference. Not that there's anything wrong with that. You know, I'd prefer that like concise sort of vibe to it than something more bloated. But yeah, it was kind of over in the blink of an eye. I would have liked to have seen one big finish.
Yeah, some big surprise.
Yeah, like sequels are really fun, but regardless of who's presenting, when there's not a new IP or just something that's very new and fresh that no one's seen before, it is a little bit disappointing. But
and
overall,
real quick,
it's still fun.
One final thing, James, Quake Champions, yay or nay?
Oh, nay.
Nay?
Definitely nay.
Wow,
This is going to sound defeatist, but I don't know. You can't win every year when it comes to conferences. However, I think Doom VFR and the new Wolfenstein game look really awesome. I'm looking forward to that. Maybe they're working on the next Elder Scrolls for next year.
Cool. All right, thank you so much for all of your insight. That wraps it up here for today's E3 coverage. Make sure you come back and join us tomorrow. We will be back tomorrow at noon with coverage of Ubisoft's press conference, live hands-on demos, and then we'll close out the night with Sony's E3 event at 6 p.m. Pacific. Remember to like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter and Instagram, and subscribe to us on YouTube and Snapchat. And if you missed anything, catch today's edition of the Daily Fix for all the news. Of course, for everything E3, be sure to check out IGN.com/E3. I'll see you tomorrow.